President Corzo, go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. I am calling our meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. and we will be recessing to closed session for Government Code 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative, Dr. Joan Rosas, employee organization SMETA, CSEA, and or SMEA, as well as Government Code 54957, public employee discipline dismissal release.
President Corzo, go ahead.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We are reconvening to regular meeting with nothing to report out of closed session. And we will be doing our roll call. Trustee.
Here.
Trustee Hitchcock. Here. Trustee Proctor. Here. Trustee Watkins.
Here.
Okay, and I am present as well. Let the record reflect all trustees are in attendance. Moving on to approval of agenda, July 30th, 2020.
Can I ask for some modifications?
Yes, what would that be?
I'm wondering if we can, just because we have some lofty items on for tonight, I know we asked for the task force leads to present and learn about the important work that they're doing along with the special education update. But I would like to give them the attention and time each of them deserve. And I don't know if that would be able to happen tonight. So I'm wondering if we can table some for next time.
What exactly did you want to table?
The equity task force, the student resource officer, the PIP, and special ed. Any or?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. What specific agenda items do you want to table?
8.1 and 8.3. And then I don't know if others have any input or thoughts.
President Corzo, I'll just chime in. I don't know that, obviously with 8.1, the parent improvement project, we had staff stay on till like 1 o'clock last time. And I am sensitive to the fact that, there may be a time where it might be 1 o'clock in the morning again. And so I'm wondering whether it's 8.1, 8.2, or 8.3, the items at the end of the agenda, whether we make a call now to sort of continue that to the next meeting, or as an alternative, maybe we set a time check within our agenda, like at 10, 11 o'clock to see where we are, and then continue at that time so staff or anyone else who's listening can actually, not stick around to 1 a.m. till we actually make that call.
I would be in favor of a time check. My concern about moving these agenda items is that I believe we are going to continue to have very busy agendas, and I want to make sure that these agenda items, that we get to them. I was going to make the suggestion, due to the fact that special education has been at the end of our agenda for many, to move it actually to before the parent involvement project, right after the fall reopening, because we're going to be discussing special education in that plan, and it seems like a natural transition to then move into special education. So I guess I can make a motion to approve the agenda, moving special education to 8.1 with a time check at 10 p.m. to see where we are, so we can make a determination whether or not staff that are presenting later on should continue to remain.
Just a clarification on the motion, I would second the motion with one clarification, that you're actually moving 8.3 to before 8.1, not replacing 8.1. Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. I'll second that motion.
Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yeah.
Trustee Proctor? Yes. Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
Great, and a yes from me as well. The motion carries. Moving on to approval of minutes for the June 25th, 2020 meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from June 25th, 2020.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Aye. Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Aye.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes from me as well. The motion carries. Moving on to our recognition for this meeting, the San Mateo Foster City Education Foundation.
We are really excited about this recognition this evening. I'd like to have Peter Kazanis bring forward our Education Foundation President, Colleen Sullivan, and she may actually have someone else with her, but maybe that's all. And she is going to tell us a little bit about the work of the Education Foundation this year and their donation, which is really extraordinary. So Colleen, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, I'm here, but invisible. Okay, oh, hi there. Sorry, I just got cut off, so I'm back now. Tonight is our annual presentation of our gift, and it's something that the Ed Foundation always looks forward to. And, you know, obviously it would be fabulous to be there in person or be anywhere in person. But I want to take this opportunity tonight to present, virtually present, our check for $1,298,791 to Dr. Rosas and the district and the school board. This represents our gifts. There we are. Diane Shu, me, Dr. Rosas, and Kim Krellen. This represents the goods, services, and financial gifts that we have given to the district over the course of the 2019-2020 school year. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the families who donated, those who brought in matching grants, the companies, foundations, and government entities that helped make this gift possible for us this year. It was a phenomenal year. Much bigger than our little 200,000 last year that we were super proud of. And we hope to carry this momentum forward and help to touch all of our kids' lives in the school year 2020-2021. And we invite all families and staff to help us support our students in the coming year. One of our goals is to increase our participation for the number of people who donate so that we are even more attractive to future donors and to companies who are looking for high participation rates from our families. But thank you again for partnering with us and helping us help all of our kids. And we, as you guys know, the money and the goods have already been dispersed over the course of the year. Some of the things are rolling out in the fall. We have 13,000 science books that science, ELA, ELD, English language arts, English language development books, and some library supplemental materials that will be going out into the schools at different points throughout this year. And they're currently at the district office being unpacked and with labels inside, and we are just very grateful to be a partner. So thank you.
Well, and while we've missed you being on the board, I think we have really appreciated you taking up this leadership role and energizing the foundation and working with a tremendous team. You have a tremendous team working with you to do this work, and it really shows in this huge leap this year. So congratulations to your entire team, and congratulations to you. We really all benefit, and particularly our children. So thank you.
Yes,
And
we're all in this for the same reasons. So thank
I'll
you.
turn it over to my trustees. They may want to say something also.
All right, I'll start.
I wanted to say thanks. Oh,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go, please go.
Well, I just want to say thank you. This is a tremendous accomplishment, and really appreciate all the work that you are doing. And it's really a proud moment to see this big check. And so, thank you for all that you do for all of our kids.
I also wanted to say thank you. I know I sort of mentioned before, at least in a different conversation. When I joined, I think you guys were like at 180,000 or so. And now it's like 1.2, and it's amazing how far you guys have come. And we talk about it takes a village in some ways, or we talk about our community partners, and you guys are definitely helping to move the needle for everybody. So I want to thank you, Colleen, and the rest of your team as well, because they definitely deserve all the thanks from us and from our school communities. Thank you.
I'll echo what trustees Proctor and Chin have shared, but thank you so much, Colleen, to you and to the rest of the board and everyone that's been involved, to our community partners, to our community members, whether it's $10 or $100 or $100,000, right? All of that got us to this point. And so, I hope that this is great momentum to continue the work. I've had the pleasure of being the liaison to the Ed Foundation over the past year. And I think, what not everyone realizes is that this is, a volunteer group of people, and it's a small group of people that are working to engage in this on top of everything else, really just to support our kids, most of whom don't have kids in our district anymore. And so I just am so appreciative of your dedication. And for those of you on the line, there are many, many, many opportunities and ways to get involved. Of course, donating. But, I encourage you to reach out to Colleen if you're interested in getting involved. You can reach out to myself or Trustee Hitchcock if you're interested in getting involved in the gala, which will be happening this fall. And there are just a lot of opportunities to support all of our kids and to ensure that we're providing not just core programming, but all of the other things that we know make a robust education for our kids. And it's unfortunate that we don't have the funding to ensure that those things are options for everyone, but we don't. And so that's why we have an education foundation that works to make that happen. And that only happens with the involvement of every single one of us. And so thank you all so much for really empowering and engaging our community to be so involved and supportive, and for the work that you guys have done, and looking forward to seeing what we do this year.
Aw. I, of course, echo what has already been said already. That is one beautiful looking check, by the way. Thank you to all who donated. And thank you, Education Foundation, because none of it would have been possible without your commitment and dedication to supporting the success for every child. It wouldn't have been done without you guys. So thank you so much.
I'll be brief. Thank you so much, Colleen, for your leadership on the Ed Foundation. It's just amazing what has been accomplished by, your small but mighty team. And I just also want to recognize how central equity is to the Ed Foundation and how you go about your work. And so I'm deeply grateful for that. And very proud of our Ed Foundation, and really excited for our kids that get to benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you. So can I do one more plug? And that Shara kind of led into this. We are a board of 9, and we would love to grow. So if anyone has a little bit of time, we can make a use of you in any way. Whatever talents you are willing to share, we are willing to have you. And one thing that we really would like to get started is to have a school liaison from every school. So if you are interested in being just kind of the check-in person for us to help us reach your community, you know, if you know the best way to get information shared within your school, please reach out. And my email address is president@smfcedfund.org, or you can check us out on the website and get me that way. But the more hands, the lighter the load, and we can just accomplish more together. So thank you very much. Have an amazing meeting. I will be listening to the whole thing, whatever time it goes until, and I appreciate all of your hard work, and thank you so much. And my team is mighty, I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now moving on to public statements related to non-agenda topics. The San Mateo Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and/or action where appropriate. Please limit your statements to, let me see how many hands we have raised before.
For those that might be just joining us, again, this is the opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Currently, we have two who have their hand raised. President Corzo.
Okay, let's go with 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, up first we have Danielle McCarthy, and then after Danielle will be Marcella. Danielle.
Hi, I saw that the fall reopening is on the schedule, but I opened all the attachments and didn't see this addressed. So I just wanted to say that I've been waiting to see a presentation on the detailed program instructions and expectations, both for the hybrid, while it will be fully in distance at home and when it's in the hybrid mode. So I'm hoping we can have those I was hoping we could have those details before we had to make our selection decisions. But now I'm kind of just at the point where I personally am desperate to know the scheduling details so I can attempt to move my work schedule around to accommodate my young students' schedule at this point. And I want to emphasize that parents really need these details. We need to know our cohorts. We need to know the instructional schedules. We need to know expectations for students, teachers, and parents so we can best support the process to the best of our ability. So I just really would like to ask for this to be prioritized and put on an agenda as soon as possible so we can all be on the same page and plan accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Danielle. Okay, my apologies. I am embarrassing some technical difficulties. Next, we have Marcella, and then after Marcella will be Marcella. Okay. My apologies. Hold on just one moment. Okay, here we go. Marcella.
Hi, thank you. You've all received a letter from Fiesta Gardens, from over 30 Fiesta Gardens families, and there are more today that have signed on to the letter. I just wanted to comment, I'd imagine that most other schools have similarly committed families who care about the schools. We're willing to help and participate in any way that we can to assist in this massive lift that is going to be required with this constantly moving target. Ideally, we'd be given some specific parameters by the board as to what to expect and when, driven by evidence and a consistent message. But in the meantime, I wanted to share that we are available and interested in participating, as well as supporting our teachers, our schools, and our district. So I'm asking the board to please leverage our skills and revisit how you partner with parents as you continue to move forward. I think unprecedented times call for unprecedented measures. And maybe as a result of this pandemic, this racial strife, that we can establish new patterns and policies for how we collaborate and how we make our districts better. I really have a hope that out of all of these challenges, we can create opportunities to improve the future of our children and inspire and empower every student like we say we want to. So again, I'm asking the board to consider revisiting how you involve parents in these committees and in this discussion. And please, please take advantage of what we all are offering to support you. Because we may not all have money, but we all have heart and we all have desire. Thank you.
Okay, next we have is Maria, and then after Maria will be Randy. Maria?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Maria.
Great. I just wanted to, well, I think that the board should consider having a technical person per school, not like, you know, a help desk, but someone to help through the process of the Google Classroom, because last year in the spring, it was very helpful, and it seemed like our teachers did really well. Well, you know, the people that did use it, we had a computer teacher at our school that was able to support, you know, the teachers and the parents. So if a parent or I was struggling, you know, we were able to set up a meeting time to troubleshoot whatever was going on in Google Classroom, or how to get around it. And that was very helpful. And I know that it helped the teachers a lot too, because, you know, things that, you know, they were struggling with, that you guys had problem with Google Classroom, it seemed like our computer person was able to navigate through that. And, you know, I found Google Classroom to be, you know, very, I mean, you know, it had its quirks, but, you know, with the tech support, where she was able to explain it, and it made sense to me, and the teachers were able to send the assignments back, and you can see the comments on there and things like that. So I think that the board should consider having a computer person at each school site that is an expert in Google Classroom to support the teachers and the parents and the students if there are any questions. And also, the ongoing, I think you should invest in computer teachers and get all our kids tech savvy. That would really help. And then another thing with being with tech is a lot of school districts are already issuing, you know, Chromebooks or a laptop to each middle school student throughout the whole school year without COVID, you know? So that's something that we should consider, because that's really going to, that would solve some of the equity issues, that would solve some of the technical issues. We are in the gateway of the Silicon Valley, and we have to have our kids tech savvy to do this. I mean, my second grader was able to navigate through Google Classroom because, you know, she learned how to do this in computer class. She was able to pull images or whatever, you know, do a Google Doc or navigate through the system, you know. So I think you guys should consider that going on forward for each and every school, to have a computer teacher to get our kids in computer labs. But meanwhile, get some people out there to help the teachers at each site to support the Google Classroom or whatever LMS system you guys are going to use. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, next we have the painter.
Hello, good evening. I wanted to really echo what two speakers in front of me, Marcella, what she had to say about, once again, parents offering their help. And I would like to re-echo what Trustee Watkins has asked for now several meetings in a row about where does the parent outreach and where does the parent input come into this whole equation. There is a lot of expertise. Trustee Chin has brought up several times how, well, parents, their intent is to deceive and their usefulness is to do things maybe perhaps out of the curb. actually, most parents don't have an intent to deceive. Most parents do actually have some expertise and some willingness to actually help for the common good. And you have heard a lot of people say, hey, we want to help. We want to be useful. Let us know how we can, myself included. We don't expect you to be experts in health and hygiene. We don't expect you to be experts in cleaning or wellness. We do expect you to be experts in education. We do expect you to be experts in special education. These are those things. So how can we work together as a community? This is something that I haven't seen put forward. And as a member of the community, and as someone who is fully invested, it's frustrating to see. And so this is something that I would like to see going forward is how are you leveraging the full resources of the community? Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. President, we have no other comments and hands raised at this time. Oh, my apologies. I had two just. Do we want to continue, Corzo?
Yes.
Jennifer Lucas.
I'm gonna unmute myself. Sorry about that. I am a new parent. My son will be attending Lead Elementary for the first time this year. So I just wanted to say hello and introduce myself. And I'm excited to help in any way possible. It's definitely different this year. I want to give an applause to you all. I know this is very hard for everyone, but I'm really appreciative that there's so many Zoom meetings and ways that parents and teachers can communicate together. So thank you so much for having this kind of open communication for the public. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay. Next we have Rosie.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having this forum. And welcome to the previous caller. I'm also a parent at Lead and will have a son coming into kindergarten. And as an essential worker, I am really concerned about, I'm concerned about a couple of things. And I apologize because I just joined the call about 10 minutes ago, so I'm not sure what's already been discussed and if I am repeating what other people have already said, but I'm increasingly worried about people setting up like pods and all this other stuff that's happening right now with certain families making alternatives to be able to support their kids when they're in a situation that they themselves might not be able to support the distance learning model. I was really hoping that we would be able to open with the hybrid model, and I understand why we can't, but I'm an essential worker, and it makes me worried that I'm not going to be able to support my kids' distance learning. I have to already pay for childcare, and I'm going to have to pay, the childcare I'm paying for. I hate to admit it, but it's not like super quality childcare. It's really just make sure my kids don't die during the day. And I can't expect that my childcare provider will be able to do the distance learning. And, I'm worried about just how much more, inequities we're gonna come out on the other end of all of this. And I'm wondering what the expectation is. I know that the board hasn't, or our schools haven't, I don't know if they don't have the information, but we don't know what's going to be expected of us. And I just, I want to make sure that, that to the extent possible that you really are, identifying, you're identifying that the burden this is on essential workers. And, I don't I don't take this virus lightly. I know that it's wreaking havoc in the world. And I also feel that, I hate to say it, but teachers are also essential workers, and we need to find a middle ground where families with essential workers who can't necessarily do both things, pay for childcare and also pay for somebody to support their child's distance learning, have, I don't even know what the alternative to that is. So I just want to put that out there, that there are folks who are essential workers, are already, kind of tapped out because they're paying for childcare, and to have to add another cost to have somebody facilitate the distance learning is really going to be a huge burden.
Thank you, Rosie. Okay, next we have is Valerie. Valerie, are you there?
Hi, Peter. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, buenas tardes. I just wanted to recognize quickly that I'm very happy to see that when I logged into the Zoom and the meeting started, que hay servicios para interpretación disponibles a todos. It's very important for us to have interpretation, and I just want to commend you and the board and Dr. Rosas, whoever felt that that was important, that happened this meeting. I know that last week's meeting, Presidenta Noelia really stepped in with that, new mom, Spanish-speaking mom came on and really didn't know kind of how the agenda worked, but had a concern, and that it was very helpful that Noelia could step in. But it's very important for us to have these interpretation services whenever possible. So muchas gracias.
Thank you, Valerie. President Corzo, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, moving on. Public statements related to agenda items. Persons will be called on at the appropriate time. And we are now moving on to Foundation Committee reports.
Since a couple weeks ago, we have had a couple LMI, Labor Management Initiative meetings, where we basically have received sort of a preview of some of the presentations that we'll see tonight. And the presentations were given to staff and to teachers, and so that they could ask additional questions. So it's sort of a preview for tonight. Additionally, we've also had 2 Sanctuary Task Force meetings. One that I was going to share just today, which I thought was a pretty good win, is that when we talk about additional resources for our immigrant families and those families in need, the task force has created a resource sheet that has actually been distributed to the principals to go towards the teachers, so that when they are checking in with their students through distance learning, if they get an inkling of, hey, there's a food insecurity issue there, and they don't know where they need to get food or housing or some other things, that there's a resource sheet that they can refer to, so that they can also help out, and just sort of casually mention that, hey, in case you need some additional help, there's some resources out there. So that's being pushed out. And then also we had, I know Trustee Proctor and I had a couple of bond meetings as well. So, and some of the stuff will come out tonight through those meetings. So that's it.
I can share that I attended the communications committee meeting yesterday, and we talked about several things, including communication. Well, one topic was Beach Park Elementary School is getting their website updated and ready to go for the school year, since that's a new school, and there's a lot of work being done there. And then just talking about, in general, reopening communication, COVID, continuing communication there. So a lot of work is being done. We've all been getting all the emails and phone calls and text messages. So the communications group is really working hard. And then also President Corzo and I attended a Foster City liaison meeting where we talked about things that are going on in Foster City. The LEDI project is getting started soon, and we talked about our facilities master plan and some of the things that we talked about at the last meeting. and I'm losing my memory on what else we talked about, but Trustee Cordio can fill it in when she gets there. Thank you.
Happy to fill in right now. Yes, so we also talked about, you know, what's coming up on our agenda, a little bit about fall reopening, SROs, how that kind of plays into, how that plays out differently in Foster City because we don't have a contract with them, but still, you know, just sharing some, well, I at least shared some of like my concerns around that topic. And we also talked about how we could collaborate to support our students. We began that conversation, and we'll be meeting again in 2 weeks to kind of flesh that out a little more because it is time sensitive. So hoping to explore a model that Trustee Watkins shared with me around like basically what San Francisco is doing and how their city is, well, they're one city, one school district, so it's different, but you know, what that collaboration looks like in terms of providing space and support to students through the city funds. Yeah, Trustee Chin gave a good update about our sanctuary task force. I'll just also, we did talk about translation services and how that, the existence of what those resources look like for teachers and for schools and all throughout our district, and how they can kind of advertise that more so people know that language and language barriers should not be an issue if you know how to utilize the resources that we now have for that. I think that's it for me. Any other updates?
Yeah, I'll go. The CDAC is going to host their first parent training opportunity through Zoom, and that's going to be on Tuesday, August 4th at 7 p.m. The topic is Disability Rights Training for Parents, presented by Alex Gastelum of Disability Rights California's Office of Clients' Rights Advocacy. So please check our website to sign up for that. And then also the CDAC still has, you know, the 4 work groups up and would love some more members. There are 4 work groups. One is inclusionary practices, which work with the existing internal inclusion cohort and provides parent input and feedback. There's the communication and outreach, parent education, and the CDAC development. So I encourage anyone interested in special ed in any way, shape, or form, or not, to join. Because we can't make any progress if we don't have the members. So thank you very much. And just another plug for the Education Foundation's Gala on October 23rd.
Thank you. I believe that's everyone, correct? Yeah, okay. We are moving on to announcements. Any announcements?
I have a couple of brief announcements. Coalition Z, the group of high school students that organized the San Mateo Black Lives Matter protest back a couple months ago, is hosting a racial injustice conference this Saturday. I will be speaking at that and talking about education. So you can follow them on Instagram to get more information. I actually don't know what time I'm speaking, but it's an afternoon kind of just session, open session where you can pop into different speakers and topics of interest. So would love to see familiar faces at that. I also wanted to highlight that on August 18th, and I'll bring this back up, but there I'll be participating in a panel on youth and policing with the San Mateo Police Department, hosted or facilitated by PCRC. And so mark your calendars for that. There will be more information coming out about that. And lastly, Trustee Corzo and I, the San Mateo, I'm gonna just have it pulled up and I'm forgetting the overarching umbrella, Commission on Women, I believe, is hosting the Women's Leadership Conference, which they do every year. It was supposed to be in March and then was at the end of March and was postponed because of COVID. They're hosting a virtual conference the week of August 24th. And Trustee Corzo and I will be on a panel with other women of color on the peninsula discussing how to be an ally and allyship. So we can give you more information. We don't have dates and times, but just wanted to flag those as 3 upcoming events, panels that may be of interest to folks and would love to see our community support.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. Anyone else? Announcements? No? Okay. Moving on to superintendent reports.
I'm actually going to make my remarks during the update on fall reopening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Moving on to our proposed consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form listed below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion, unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items be removed and discussed from the consent agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any recommended consent item is appropriate at this time.
Okay, again, those that are attending the meeting, if you have any comments on this particular proposed consent item, please raise your hand now. President Corzo, we have no hands raised at the moment.
Thank you.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
Roll call vote, Trustee Chin.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Hitchcock.
Aye.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And a yes for me. The motion carries. Moving on to item 7.1, Equity Task Force update.
Tonight, we're really excited to have 3 members of the Equity Task Force and our facilitator present information that they would like to share with the board about some thoughts they have about various aspects of our program. I would like to introduce Nicole Anderson as our facilitator, and I see that she is here. Diana Harlick, she is one of the members of the Equity Task Force. I see Geneva Williams is here. Geneva is our student voice on our Equity Task Force, one of our student voices. And I believe Carla Rodriguez should be here with us, but I'm not seeing her quite yet.
I am currently looking for her in the list of attendees.
All right. Well, Carla Rodriguez is another member of the task force. So as soon as we find her,
Superintendent Rosas, I'm going to check something. There's a person with their hand up, ELS. Is this Carla?
Yes, there she is.
Okay, fantastic. Carla, if you could hold on just one moment. There we go.
All right. So we have all of our members now. And I believe that one of you has a PowerPoint, and I will just turn it over from here to you.
All right. So can you hear me okay? I think I'm on. Okay, there we go. No, you can't hear me?
Sound really far away.
You're really quiet. And I know you have a powerful voice.
That a little better?
There.
Okay, I was too far away, sorry. So good evening, fabulous board members, governance team, superintendent, and all of your district staff who are behind the scenes making this happen. Kudos to Peter, who always seems to work it out with all of our issues technologically. So thank you for having us here. I'm just going to kick it off real quick and just really just share a little context for the board about where the Equity Task Force is at this moment in time. So just wanted to share, I had the pleasure of joining the group in January and coming in to really help facilitate the process with the group. Part of that facilitation is provide some content building, capacity building, but also to help try to organize thoughts to create this opportunity to develop and give input on the equity statement, to really do more research. And really kind of what we call unpack some of the equity gaps so that there can be some sound action steps to recommend to you as a governance team. I want to also say, just want to, front load with the governance team in terms of the vision for this. I want to just recognize Nawaya and Shara for all of your time and dedication to this kind of subcommittee work. That endless amount of time we want to recognize, and your input was very valuable. Obviously, Joan and your staff has also been very valuable in this process of setting the vision and kind of the tone. And I also want to recognize that this thing called COVID-19 came along and really created some interesting nuances where there were some pivots along the way. And not that equity work ever becomes, not a priority, which I want to commend your district on keeping it a priority. I have the pleasure of working with many clients, and equity got pushed to the back burner and when COVID-19 hit us. And so I just want to, commend you on that. And also with that being said, the Equity Task Force very much was team players in terms of really wanting to support the school district leadership and weighing in on some of the hard decisions you had to make around adjusting, going to distance learning, trying to measure the impact of that, understanding the equity implications for kids who may have not had access, may have not had the best experience through that process. And commending some of the comments that were made during public comment from some of the parents. I'm a parent myself, definitely understanding there were some nuances where equity gaps and issues were exacerbated during that time. And the group was very adamant about continuously trying to address those issues, which is a hard task. So with that being said, again, the context of this group is really to help inform your board, of course, and weigh in on some of the important decisions you'll have to make to create systemic change in your district, which is a heavy task. So I want to just kind of brag about the Equity Task Force in terms of the hard work and engagement that they really put forth throughout this year, and the dedication and all those late nights and moments of frustration and non-closures, we call it, but also the real focus and intentionality of this work. And so one of the things I want to just point out is that when we say the word equity, it's been used a lot this year, and I'm just really proud that the group really came to a place of agreeing that when we say equity in San Mateo, Foster City, what you see on the screen is what we mean. And this has to continuously be unpacked and recognized as the lens by which we do all of the work in this particular district. And so I want to just bring that to your attention and remind you about the recommendations that will come in the future and still are being hashed out, because these are some serious recommendations that the group is considering and really wanting to provide you with a real concrete update tonight in terms of the subcommittee time that they have spent really looking at 3 key focus areas with this equity statement and lens in mind when we talk about focusing on our LGBTQ students and their needs, also about staffing and ensuring that there is a diverse representation of staff that really can support students across the board. And of course, lots of nuances around academic programming. And so this equity lens, we ask that the board really think about using this statement to continuously inform your decisions around this equity lens when it comes to policy that you're going to impact when it comes to the work. So I'm going to pass the virtual mic over, and if we can go to our next slide, and we're going to just break down the 3 focus areas that we'd like the board to really think about and understand, kind of an update on where the group is going and some actual recommendations for the future and the focus areas around that. Tonight, again, does not represent a key board recommendation for you to consider action on, this really represents an update and really kind of some guidance on kind of where the group is going in this next school year. So I am going to pass the virtual mic and mute myself.
Okay, so I think it's on to me. Is that right? Good evening, board members, district staff, and the community. I'm Diana Harlick, and I'm happy to be here tonight to represent the Academic and Program Instruction Work Group of the Equity Task Force. So our group is a passionate and thoughtful group that includes teachers, parents, and students, with co-facilitation support provided by the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Alicia Hennigan. And over the past several months, we have spent some time diving into data and learning about some existing district initiatives. We actually started with a focus on compacted math and the GATE program, but we quickly broadened that focus to examine patterns of student achievement and current instructional supports more generally in the district. And as we wrestled with the data and considered the many factors that contribute to opportunity and achievement gaps, we began to discuss the need for an overarching framework to guide the district's work. We didn't get there right away because we all kind of have our issues that we're passionate about, and we pivoted between big picture and little picture, but we did eventually return by consensus to the need to have a common framework. So this has led us to the preliminary recommendation that you see on this slide tonight, which is for the district to adopt multi-tiered systems of support, or MTSS for short, as the district's equity framework. So I'm sure you're asking, what is MTSS? It sounds like a bunch of education jargon, and it most definitely is, but it also happens to be a pretty thoughtful framework that uses improvement science to provide tools that allow school sites and the district office to examine and unpack both the structures and processes that together work for or against student achievement. So, and I'm just giving a very kind of high level picture of what it is. But as an example of the types of things that MTSS helps districts and sites dig into in a pretty systematic way, these are some areas: administrative leadership, inclusive academic instruction, inclusive behavior instruction, school culture, organizational structures, family partnerships, and district office supports. And kind of underlying all of this is being also immersed in data and research. So our group was particularly drawn to MTSS because it engages both the site and the district in complementary change processes. At both the site and the district level, implementing MTSS starts with a self-assessment. Actually, before that, there is some training. But the self-assessment allows sites and the district office to identify their own areas of focus. And this is really important because stakeholders get to start where they're ready. It's not dictated to them. There's the ability to differentiate by needs at the individual site. But the thing that really unites the work is a common framework. And we thought that this was really important in a district as large as San Mateo Foster City, that it had that balance. The other compelling attributes of MTSS is that it focuses on the whole child, meaning that social emotional success is given the same importance as academic success, and it likewise focuses on all types of learners, including both traditional learners, but also children with learning differences and special needs. So you'll see with MTSS tools and protocols that there are principles of universal design for learning embedded throughout. Okay, so you can see that what we have identified is a tentative goal of full implementation of MTSS within 5 to 8 years at all school sites, beginning with training and the self-assessment process. MTSS is not a quick fix. It is deep work. It's not, another initiative layered on top of many other initiatives. It really is a systems approach. If there were quick fixes to equity issues, we would all be doing them. So what MTSS acknowledges is that addressing root causes of achievement gaps really requires digging in around multiple factors for institutional change to occur. So as I wrap up, I just want to point out that this recommendation is quite preliminary. We have not had a chance yet to present it to the full task force for input. And while we're presenting this kind of broad recommendation, our group really remains very eager to engage more deeply on other more targeted issues, including those that you see listed on the slide, such as the need to focus on the district's youngest learners and align instruction across preschool and early elementary, the need for common district assessments, especially in the area of math, the need to address the unintended consequences of the GATE and compacted math programs, and the need for rigorous data and evaluation to undergird all of this in order for the district to identify and harness its own local best practices. So that is the update that our work group has for you tonight. We really look forward to partnering with the other members of the task force and the district staff to continue this incredibly important work.
All right, so next slide, please. I believe Geneva will be next.
Hi, my name is Geneva Williams, and I'm an incoming 10th grader at Aragon High School. I've spent all my elementary and middle school years through the San Mateo Foster City District, and I'm here to talk about LGBTQ plus students. So some of our goals are to first improve upon key indicators of mental health challenges and more positive psychological outcomes on par with non-LGBTQ plus students and non-marginalized students as well. Another is to eliminate the stigma surrounding LGBTQ students and families through education and ensure that they feel safe and accepted in their school communities. And last, to celebrate the accomplishments and contributions of LGBTQ plus people through adhering to the Fair Act. All of these goals are super important, but I heavily stress the last one because the Fair Act is often pushed to the side, and to put it frankly, I have not heard about one LGBTQ plus person in my entire school career, and I know a lot of students feel the same way, and representation does matter. So the third one is one that's very important to me. And so to continue, so we were planning to disaggregate data from this California Healthy Kids survey and identify indicators of safety and mental health of LGBTQ plus students. We were on track to do this. However, COVID-19 hit and it has been pushed to the side for now. And we plan to resume this as soon as possible. And we were planning to engage LGBTQ plus students and families and learn about their experiences, possibly reaching out to Rainbow or GSA clubs for focus groups. We were on track to do this. However, COVID-19 hit and it's been pretty difficult. It would be very difficult to do this online. So we're a little bit unsure of where the next steps are to move on with those two items. And some focus areas we have for board recommendations are a funding allocation. We need mental health clinicians, counselors, and training for staff to better serve our students, which is really important. And we need to update the district website to include resources on equity, so students and families are able to take this matter into their own hands and learn a little bit more about equity, because that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Geneva. And next slide, please. Our last focus group. Carla will be presenting.
Hello, thumbs up if you could hear me. Yeah, great. Good evening, board members. It's a pleasure to present to you this evening the staffing goals of the Equity Task Force. Again, a mighty team of brilliant and dedicated individuals who have committed lots of time to really be thoughtful in our recommendations. Our team is facilitated by Sue Wiesner, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources for the district, who has promised to be standing by to answer any difficult questions that may follow up. I just wanted to start off with just emphasizing why staffing is so important. We know that quality, culturally, and linguistically diverse educator and teaching staffing is the single greatest in-school factor related to student achievement. And just a quick personal fact, I could completely attest to this. I'm a daughter of Salvadorian immigrants. My mother is a monolingual Spanish-speaking, and I know that the connection she had with teachers while I was growing up was instrumental in the success I had in school. So we appreciate the opportunity to put forth recommendations to that are in progress. So we have two overarching goals to close the achievement gap most prevalent amongst ethnically marginalized students. Number one is to increase staffing diversity to reflect demographics and spoken languages of students and families in the district. This is invaluable in many ways. It creates a sense of belonging, a connection, supports positive identity development, and teachers are able to have a deeper connections with families when they represent the families that they serve. Number two, create an attractive and supportive and inclusive work environment to retain quality teachers. This is invaluable. We know that we often attract them, but then they leave and move on for many reasons. And we would like to just maintain a really rich, continuous relationship with quality teachers that become embedded in our school district community and the families of the students that we serve in our schools. Equity challenge and data. We looked at initial demographic data discrepancies, for example, staffing disproportionality in comparison to student demographics. So this includes years of experience, ethnicity, languages spoken, really trying to see how much we can match. And again, it's more than just getting the ethnicities to match. It's really about having the deep wisdom of having cultural humility, anti-bias education to really be able to check those biases and truly make authentic connections with children, the students, and families. We would like to review recruitment processes such as screening, interviews, professional development, mentoring and coaching and evaluation systems, really with an equity lens. So just really assessing if there's tweaks and enhancements we can make to really best attract a diverse pool of applicants to bring into our teaching community. And leverage and build new partnerships. So we're really excited that to hear that the district is already have made great strides in this area. There's partnerships with Alger Graduate School of Education, San Jose State University, and non-traditional affinity groups. Non-traditional affinity groups are extremely valuable, especially when attracting faculty, teachers, and staff in our language immersion schools. We would like to make sure that there isn't a shortage, that we aren't struggling, that there is a great pool of quality staff that continue with us and enhancing the learning in Spanish in language immersion schools. Focus areas for board recommendations, implications to achieve goals include funding for financial assistance and incentives. Excited to share an example that the district is currently offering special education credential tuition assistance. We would like to support more funding opportunities like that to, again, continue retaining the teachers that we have. Policy and practices related to recruitment and retention, really examining what are the barriers to recruiting and retention and removing those barriers. Practices supported by professional development, as I mentioned, really examining what we could do to enhance the PD currently offered. And given the heightened just critical consciousness of the importance of racial justice. It is key to have PD in anti-bias, anti-racism teaching to, again, really close that achievement gap that we're seeing most prevalent among students of color. And so I just wanted to just close with that the educators are not only help shape the educational path and life of students, but they become truly part of the families. And so really, again, echoing comments that came before me in public comments, that really this partnership and connection between teachers and families is so key. And by having a diversifying the faculty in our school district will also help in enhancing the relationship and connections with families. So thank you very much. And that concludes my comments.
So in closing, I think we want to open it up if there's questions for the group, but I just want to close and just thank the three ladies for joining me and sharing that kind of update. And obviously you can see they're very passionate, very informed, but also recognize there's a lot of work to be done. And this work definitely is a long-term journey. It's a go slow to go fast. But I do want to add one comment for the board in terms of, obviously that's an update and not official recommendations, but you kind of see where the train is going. But I do want to say as a board, what you can do now is continue to keep your focus on equity that you have been doing, using your study session time to really unpack some of these key focus areas, because there's a lot of work to be done, a lot of data to understand. So working closely with obviously Joan and her staff to ensure that you have a really good understanding of what the equity issues are. And obviously there's going to be budget implications and some of the things that may be recommended down the line. So just really keeping these things as a priority, but obviously knowing that you have to reopen schools in an unprecedented way. So we recognize how hard this is for the board, but just want to encourage you to just always keep equity at the forefront and utilizing that statement as your lens by which everything you do, every decision you make, that you use that equity statement as your lens to really measure against, is this something that is equitable and going to be good for all kids based on their needs. So with that, I'm going to pass the virtual mic back over to, I believe, Joan, and or open it up, I guess, for questions possibly for our group. And also I know there's some staff liaisons on the line to possibly help answer questions as well.
Actually, now at this point, it goes back to our president. But I do want to thank everyone for the presentation and the valuable work. You spent a lot of time together thinking about this district to come to this place. It isn't a simple answer, or it would have already been done. So you have really given a great deal of time and effort, and the whole team has. We do thank you for that. And these are very valuable recommendations that are starting to take shape. So I will turn it over to our president because she will lead us from there.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So why don't we open it up now for clarifying questions from our board, then we can go to public comment and then discussion. Any clarifying questions?
I just have one clarifying question. I know that I think it was a couple of years ago, the principal at Audubon had instituted MTSS throughout their school. And during our presentation at our site visit, it was really, it was great seeing the work that needed to be done and the direction that they were going. I know that there's been a principal change there, and so I'm not sure if they have kept it, but I'm wondering whether or not, and maybe this is a question to Joan, whether or not any of our other schools have implemented MTSS to this date, and whether or not we can also glean from that as we move forward with this.
So there are several that have worked on MTSS and have been in training, and some that are implementing different pieces of it. It's not systemic though. So that's what I think the team is coming forward and saying, you know, if you really want the strongest positive movement from it, it needs to be systemic across the whole district.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions? Okay, let's open it up for public comment.
Okay, at this time, if you would like to address the board on this particular item, please raise your hand. Okay. President Corzo, currently we have 2 hands up for this public comment. How much time would you like to give?
Let's go with 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes. First will be Maria.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Sorry,
we
I have to
can. Go
talk
ahead,
through a
Maria.
mask. Yeah, I was just, so I know last week you guys were talking about that school down in North Central, and I was thinking about how we can close the gap. And I think this kind of goes in line with equity. I think a lot of times there is this disparity in the learning because they don't get a head start. Some kids don't have the head start in preschool, and that just kind of sets the tone, right? So I was thinking with that school, the North Central School, is to run a subsidized preschool and a newcomer English language school there to start it with. So that way the kids will get a preschool, and then when they enter kindergarten, they won't be so far behind. That's all.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, next we have is Rosie.
Hi again. I just want to acknowledge the work that Equity Task Force is doing right now, and just, reiterate that I think now more than ever, the role of the Equity Task Force is like the most important it's ever been. And so I want to applaud Superintendent Rosas for just making sure the task force, just keeps plugging along. And I know I'm actually a member of the task force. I've been a little MIA, but I have been reading notes, and I'm really happy about how proactive we've been in terms of responding to the current times. And as far as one thing I know that we don't get into too much, but something that the previous caller just spoke about in terms of preschool. I've said this, and I always voice my support for the PIP program in Equity Task Force, and really what that program does for so many of our families, and how important it has been for PIP to be in the neighborhoods is so important. And as we move forward, I know times are changing, but it's really important to still maintain some sort of preschool program at the neighborhood level, as opposed to centralizing it in North Central. And that's all.
Thank you, Rosie. Okay, President Corzo, we have no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you. Okay, opening it up for discussion.
I want to thank you all for being on the task force and all the work that you guys have done. Nicole, I want to thank you as well for coming in and helping out as well. I can, through the Equity Network, I'm very familiar obviously with your work, and I know that you've been able to help us guide us in the direction that we want to go. I know that we sometimes have asked and pushed a number of things down to the task force to really take a deep dive in, and I'm really glad that at least we're looking at some of the direction that you guys are coming out with, some of the recommendations. So again, I just want to thank you guys for all your hard work, and I'm excited to see the additional fruits of all your labor. So thank you.
I'll go next. Thank you, Equity Task Force. Addressing equity and inequity is a large and multifaceted topic, and it's not an easy one to tackle. And I really appreciate you taking on this necessary, important, and challenging feat. And I appreciate your student voice, Geneva. Thank you very much. I'm excited that I feel there will be actual positive changes, and I look forward for those implementations. And in the presentation, it says 5 to 8 years, but I'm hoping that it starts now. And again, I really appreciate it and look forward to the next steps that this brings.
Hi, I was just going to chime in briefly. I wanted to thank everyone for all the hard work. I mean, just looking at this presentation alone, you can tell how much work and thought is going into everything you're doing here. So thank you for all of your work. Nicole, we just met recently at our board study session. So I am keeping in mind what you say, that you have to go slow to go fast, because like Trustee Hitchcock, I'm ready to, what's the next step? And I think you said it way better than this, but leaving the conversation unsettled is something you have to just kind of come to terms with. So I've come to terms with that. But I was just wondering, in terms of the staffing, and this is more of a question, but it wasn't really clarifying, it was just more of thoughts. And I was curious, in our area, are there any barriers that are unique to our school district in terms of attracting diverse staffing, or is this something that's across the board in this area, or is there something specific that we can address there that's maybe unique? And then also my second question was it's just for thoughts. The challenge for retaining staff was mentioned, and I was just curious, have we started to support our staff by providing that anti-bias training or training on inclusive practices, and how we're going to incorporate that going forward? Because I know we talked about that a bit at our study session as well. So those are just things that kind of jumped out at me, and I really appreciate everybody's work here. So thank you.
Can jump in. Noelia and I serve as liaisons to the task force, so I know I've been a little bit quieter than normal, which is why, because I have been involved in some of this work and seen this progress. So, I think this is a perfect example of a variety of stakeholders in our district working together: parents, students, teachers, staff, district leadership, across the board, working together on really important issues and topics. And as we all know, these equity issues are deep and they're complex and they're systemic. And, we've talked about this before, and I know I've said this 1,000 times, right? But our education system was designed to produce the inequities that we see. And so you peel back the layers and it's at every single layer, and it feels overwhelming. And, and that comes to light. And when you start engaging in this work and when you start discussing this work, and that's a big part of what's happened, over the course of the year and a half or so, almost 2 years that the task force has been working together. There's so many places to go. There's so many places where we see inequity. Where do we focus? Where do we dig in? And even when you start to dig in, then it's so big. And it feels overwhelming and a lot, and that's hard, but then you want to move it forward quickly, and that's hard, right? And so there's just so much to it. And it's a group of really dedicated individuals that, again, are volunteering their time because they care about our kids, all of them. They care about our kids that have continued to be left behind, by our district, and really working to bring some of those issues to light and to work on, taking steps in the right direction to move it forward. And so I feel like, this is exciting. There's been so much work happening, and I think we don't always, we talk about lots of different things, and we address lots of different things as a board every week now. I was going to say, twice a month, every week. you know, and this is something that's been happening the whole time, right? It has not slowed down. It has not stopped. If anything, they've ramped up, you know, in the midst of their own lives and dealing with everything that's going on. And it's, you know, I'm so appreciative to everyone and to Nicole for leading the group and to, you know, all of the, you know, the students that are studying, that have been studying for exams and still attending meetings and coming after practice. And, you know, we're keeping them until 9:30 at night and their parents are waiting outside, and, you know, all of the parents that aren't at home to put their kids to bed, right? All of the, and our district staff that are staying late. And I think, you know, it's really powerful that the group of stakeholders can align around the importance of this work, that our district is committed, that they've been in their rooms, so they also know what's coming in terms of some of the recommendations, right? Which means that they can start to prepare for some of that work, should the board, you know, take the recommendations and then, you know, direct district staff to move forward with some of these elements. And so it's just, you know, this is one of those moments where things are kind of coming together in a way that the group is able to share with the rest of our board and show kind of some culmination of the many hours and work that's gone into this. And so I just, you know, I remember us talking about the resolution and just, you know, and wondering what would happen. And this is what's happening. And so, you know, I thank everyone for everything, you know, from the board and the support of the board around the work to, you know, everyone that's been involved in this. And so thank you to those of you that were here tonight to share what kind of where you guys are. We're looking forward to hearing next steps around recommendations and to begin to start laying the groundwork. You know, this work doesn't stop because we're dealing with lots of other things. And I appreciate Nicole sharing that too, right? Because it's really easy to set some of these other things aside because of all of the other things that have been added to the plates of everyone. And instead, I feel like what we've done is really dug into the importance of it and continue just to push forward. So thanks to everybody. This is the work.
Thank you, Shara. Can you all hear me? You can? Okay.
Now something happened and we can't. Now we can.
You can hear me? Okay. Okay. Yes, thank you everyone for presenting. I know that we want to get to the full recommendations and we're so close. But yeah, as someone that's also been a part of these meetings and has seen the work from the very beginning, I'm also just very grateful for all of the time everyone's invested in really just sticking it out. These initial this presentation and the initial recommendations that were shared and they're just, I just want to like stress like how impactful they can and will be once we you know, we get to the point where we give full, a little more in detail recommendations. I know there were many times throughout the process where we have felt like we've been going slow, when are we going to go fast, and like we're right there. So yeah, again, just grateful for that. I do want to just say that, you know, our board and our superintendent continue to the equity task force and the work that it has and will continue to do. That being said, how long, let's see. Joan, do you remember when we started? Was it January 2018? I don't even know now. No, I'm wrong. It's not 2018.
Carl will remember when she brought it.
No, I think that was right. Yeah, I think because Kaya was an itty bitty baby.
Yeah.
Wow.
It takes time.
It's been a long road. But I think, like someone mentioned before, if these things were easy to solve, they would have been solved already. I want to just share kind of my hopes for the future work of this group, and also recognizing that folks have committed a lot of time at this point, you know, potentially years, and you know, there will be an opportunity for open spots on this task force, and so if you're really passionate and committed to equity, please, you know, stay in touch. You can watch the meetings. They are public, and just start getting informed on what that work looks like. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Oh, one more thing, sorry. One of my hopes for the future of the task force, and I know this is a little off topic, but it's not many times that we get to have the opportunity to have some of our task force members here with us. I just hope that we can get to a place where we're having even more in-depth, courageous conversations, and get really honest about how race and economic status and just different issues affect our students and what that looks like. And I know we've started doing that, and I just, you know, I definitely want to see that through, and looking forward to working with everyone on those things. Okay, anyone else? I think I was the last one. Thank you so much, everybody, for presenting. Okay, so we are now going to be moving on to our next agenda item. We have our School Resource Officer Program, item 7.2.
Yes, so for 7.2, Dr. Sarah Drinkwater will introduce the item, and we do have two guests from our San Mateo Police Department. We have Dave Norris and Kimber Joyce, who are coming aboard, and I believe, Peter, you're going to have to find them.
Coming on now.
Okay, and I'll let Sarah better introduce once we've got everybody here.
Good evening. It's nice to be here this evening to speak with the Board of Trustees, Dr. Rosas, colleagues, and the community. And as Dr. Rosas just mentioned, we have two guests this evening, Captain David Norris and Sergeant Kimber Joyce. And I will be sort of laying the context for the presentation that they will be sharing with you. So if Peter can bring up my slide deck, that would be great. So as I mentioned, two colleagues from the San Mateo Police Department will be here this evening speaking about our relationship and the School Resource Officer Program that we have been collaboratively working together with them over many years. So the agenda for this evening for us is to share a little bit about the SRO program with San Mateo Police Department and describe a little about Foster City, just so that you get a picture of the support that we have both in Foster City and San Mateo. How they support our students in teaching, a program called GREAT, and how they also support the district in general. So I will show a few slides, and then Captain Norris and Sergeant Joyce will come on. Next slide. So the teaching component that we're engaged in with both San Mateo and Foster City police departments is the GREAT program, or Gang Resistance Education and Training. And it is both Foster City and San Mateo police departments work with 6th graders, and the Foster City Police Department also does work with 4th graders at the Foster City elementary schools. The GREAT curriculum has 3 components that are a part of it, and The first component is providing students with life skills to help avoid criminal behavior and gang membership. It also provides students the opportunity to interact positively with law enforcement in the classroom. And the program also expands into helping students deal with issues such as bullying or peer pressure and making good decisions. Next slide. So general support from San Mateo Police Department specifically is that we have a District School Attendance Review Board, or SARB as it's known for short, and one of the officers sits on the Attendance Review Board with us. We meet with families who are dealing with some serious issues related to their children attending school. And when we bring a group of staff together to problem solve with the families, it is very nice to have an officer as a part of that, giving suggestions. They may know the student or family, and they've been an important member of the SARB. They've also been an integral member on our threat assessment process. They've helped provide training, and the threat assessment process itself includes a law enforcement component when a threat assessment is being completed. So they're actually a member of that team that goes through that assessment, and the officers are also trained in how to conduct that process. They have also supported the district in conducting wellness checks, whether it be with counselors or our prevention coordinator. Sometimes it's been difficult to make contact with a family, and a small group, 2 or 3, may go out to a family to see what kind of support or resources might be needed. They've also done trainings at the middle schools for families about drug use and vaping, things to recognize related to children and paraphernalia that their children may have. They've also been very instrumental in working with me in student services and with Diane in communications during emergencies. It may be an emergency that's in the community. For example, earlier in the 2019-20 school year, there was an incident around Burrell, and I was contacted very early in the morning by one of the SRO officers at about 6:30, 6:40 in the morning, so that we could begin planning how to assist Burrell in opening school when it was all happening in that neighborhood at the same time. If it's an emergency within the school, we communicate with the communications officer with the police department in developing communications that may go out to our families and community. So it's been very invaluable in that way. They have also, they do site checks of our campuses when we're closed. Sometimes gates or fences might be scaled and things happening inside the campus. So if there's been graffiti or other damage, they do help us out when our campuses are closed. In addition, our connections and our collaboration has helped HR, the superintendent's office, and student services in some of the work that we need to do or some situations that arise. Next slide. So currently with San Mateo Police Department, the SRO contract is paused during distance learning. As you know, we went in shelter in place in March, and so there have not been students on campus, students or staff on campus, and so we have not been charged for those services. It would be a really good time to take advantage of reevaluating the contract and our relationship with San Mateo Police Department. And we're planning to conduct a survey with staff and students to find out and obtain their perspectives on the GREAT program and the support that has been provided to schools and students and families. So with that, I would like to introduce Captain Dave Norris and Sergeant Kimber Joyce of the San Mateo Police Department, and they will be presenting their slides for you.
Thank you, Dr. Drinkwater, for that introduction. And I'm going to go ahead and work on sharing my screen so that I can get you to the presentation here. Hopefully you all can see that. Again, my name is Dave Norris. I'm a captain with San Mateo Police Department, and I have been involved with the youth services component, what we've been doing here for about the last 16 years over various members of staff and administration at San Mateo Foster City School District and through various different job titles and responsibilities that I've held. I've been fortunate enough to be kind of pretty closely tied with our engagement with our youth and how important that is to San Mateo Police Department. So the SRO program itself has been with San Mateo PD for nearly 20 years. We have evolved from a single officer deployed to a single high school to really a comprehensive team of school resource officers, outside agency partners, youth and family resources, dedicated supervision, and a mission driven by a healthy and positive relationship between the police and the community. And today's really distinctive staffing model that we have includes a unique set of partnerships that place our officers on campus on all three San Mateo middle schools, public middle schools, as well as the three high schools that they feed into. And just a little bit about the mission. I think that Dr. Drinkwater gave you a lot of really good information already, but these are really kind of our main bullet points here. First, a close connection at the leadership level, and I think, again, we talked about this, very close working relationship with the administration, and especially the inclusion of kind of off-hours participation in that on the weekends and overnight when things are going on, or we anticipate things are going on, whether they're in the schools or whether that's police activity that may then evolve into some type of a relationship to the school population. We're in contact with our admin partners over on the middle school side, and then also synchronization of communication. I don't think we can do enough to emphasize how much we do to make sure that the messaging that's going out from the school district to parent groups, which we know is almost as good as a press release itself, and the public information that we're putting out from the police department, that all of those things are in synchronization so that there aren't any pieces of information that fall through the cracks. There's no conflict of information. And we do the very best we can to deconflict that through that relationship. The connection with the students, obviously this is really the cornerstone of what we're doing in our work as the school resource officer team and the youth services unit altogether. Both formally and informally, with the police officers are in contact with the students, and this really builds not just bonds with the students, but it builds trust and places our experts, or our police officers who are really experts in, reading people and recognizing crisis at its very onset, right in the midst of our most cherished and vulnerable community members in our youth. And the key piece to that, again, Dr. Drinkwater gave a really good description. The GREAT program, prevention and early intervention through GREAT, really allows our officers to help students build valuable confidence and skill in an environment that develops familiarity and trust, not just with the police, but with the community in general. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. And then campus safety. And I think that also cannot be emphasized too much. This places police officers ready and on campus so that we can be chief communicators in the time of crisis, so that our school resource officers are certified trainers and experts in not only the big five, but also in active intruder type events and preparing our faculty, preparing our students for what they can do to help themselves and also to increase safety in the event that crisis strikes. We hope we never have to use those lessons and those tactics, but we are very thankful that we have a really good team of school resource officers who help work with faculty to make sure that our folks are as prepared as they can be. So this is a little bit of an illustration that shows you kind of what our organization looks like. And like we said, this is a kind of a unique partnership. It's the School Resource Officer Program itself is a three-way partnership between San Mateo Police Department, the San Mateo Unified High School District, and San Mateo Foster City School District, each paying in a third to create this three-officer team. But what you get for that investment is much, much more than just one full-time equivalent officer. So you have now a team of three officers who are deployed throughout the middle school system here in San Mateo, who communicate with each other, who have direct oversight from a supervisor whose only job it is to support the youth services unit. And you get all of these other peripheral benefits. So the connection underneath the youth services unit to San Mateo Police San Mateo Police Activities League, and all of the resources and services that are connected to PAL, all under this umbrella. We also have, through our Youth Services Bureau program, a case manager and a counseling service, and that's a critical component. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later on, but you can't have a supportive program with youth without having a counseling component that helps to work with these youth to get to the heart of whatever problems are coming up. And then the really interesting part that we're most proud of is this partnership with San Mateo County Probation. So we have a San Mateo County Probation officer in San Mateo Police Department who is dedicated to our youth services unit. And I want to make sure that you all realize that does not mean extra prosecution. What that means is that probation at the juvenile level, at the youth level, is all about rehabilitation. It's all about turning youth away from the justice system and getting them diverted back onto the right track. And what that provides for us is a direct conduit to extra resources that we have to keep those kids on track. So all of those things are what you get in addition and benefit as you invest in that one full-time police officer and that school resource officer team. And I would be remiss if I didn't identify this and recognize this and be a little bit blunt about it, that it's a very delicate and complex system that we've put together. And we know that there's a lot of discussion about what this looks like kind of on the back end. We're certainly in an unusual and challenging time, not just with COVID, but with a lot of discussion about racial justice and racial injustice and what that means to policing in general. And we want to make sure that we are an important part of that conversation. And just because we're in this time of COVID and we have stopped kind of the formal services that are coming through the SRO program, we have not stopped serving our youth, and we have not stopped being dedicated to making sure that our youth are the most supported that they can be, and that we're connecting with especially those students that are having the most trouble and are connected to fragile families that really need help and services, and we continue to work in support of that. So great, I won't spend too much time on this slide because I think that Dr. Drinkwater did a really good job of explaining exactly what GRADE is and all the things that it does. I will just say that this program is evidence-based. It is a 13-week curriculum that is rigorously structured to provide a lot of great information and lessons for our youth. Every sixth grader in San Mateo Public Schools is getting this program, and that's a lot of youth. And we now have, as of 2019, classes of students that are graduating to high schools who have been brought in early on as sixth graders and taught the GRADE program, and now have made their way all the way through the 12th grade and graduating with that foundational set of social defense skills that we teach through GRADE. We're very, very proud of that. And I think that there are a lot of results that show from that. The key lessons that we're talking about with these social defense skills, anti-bullying, anti-gang, good decision-making, trouble recognition, anger management, conflict resolution, lots of things that really provide good tools that kids not only will benefit from in the schools, but benefit from outside the schools and well on into their lives. And I want to share with you a little bit of information. So I know that Dr. Drinkwater talked about doing some surveying and some exploration on the back end about what grade does and how grade benefits our students and the families that are involved. We have done some after course surveys that have gone out to our students that have been involved in grade. The results that I'm about to talk about involve somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 students who we have gotten through over the last couple of years through the GRADE program. 80% of these students report that they're using these skills daily, including at home. 94% feel that the GRADE program has improved their decision making. And again, this is out of about 800 kids. 90% feel less positive about gangs and understand the dangers of gangs. And 93% feel more positive about their relationship with police. And there's another statistic that goes with this too, that we found a higher collective efficacy, and that was a phrase that I wasn't familiar with, so I had to look it up myself. And essentially what collective efficacy means is that you are part of a community and you're contributing positively to the community around you. And it's associated with lower crime rates in certain neighborhoods. And so, this is a really important program that is producing really important results. A little bit, so I know that we want to give you all some data to digest on this. So this is representative of the last several years as we started GRADE right around 2013. We started it kind of on a smaller scale with officers who were retired, who we brought back to teach GRADE in schools and connect with kids on a smaller scale. And then we fast forward to the 2015-2016 school year, where we actually started to deploy 3 school resource officers to all the middle schools and really get every 6th grader involved in these cases. And so the numbers that you're seeing here, the blue bars on this, represent contacts that our school resource officers have with students that necessitated some type of documentation. And all contacts don't end in documentation. In fact, most of them, the vast majority of them don't. The vast majority of the contacts are just welfare checks, check-ins, how you doing, how are you feeling about this, conversations, just bonding time, shooting the breeze, talking about the sports over the weekend, and whatever. But there are contacts where students are struggling, they're having a hard time, there may be behavior issues present, and some of those require documentation. And so the blue line is the documented cases that our school resource officers are doing. And you can see, as we get into 2017, 2018, and we now have school resource officers in all the middle schools, that the level of documentation goes up. And that's just because the level of contacts are going up. But what you also see is a steady decline from the time that we had 3 school resource officers deployed at the schools to now. And with the understanding in mind that the 2019-2020, where we're showing essentially 0 referrals for action or prosecution, has something to do with COVID, but it also has a lot to do with our SROs and the way that they're handling and disposing these cases and trying to find ways that are alternative to sending a case up to either the district attorney's office or probation or both for further action and more intense supervision. We're finding ways through the diversion program, we're finding ways through restorative justice practices, and the number of cases that we actually have to send on and kind of place kids into a little bit more of a system are going way, way down. And I wanted you all to see what that trend line looks like. The gold bar on this, the yellowish bar, those are the middle school cases that were identified for diversion. That does not represent all of the kids that are in diversion. Obviously, with the high schools also involved, there are more numbers than this, but these are the numbers that, and the types of cases that we are sending to diversion. So a little bit specifically about our diversion program, because again, this is something that we're very, very proud of. This is an important part in coordination with the GRADE program of prevention and early intervention, diversion, and trying to make sure that our kids are on track in school, out of trouble, and heading in the right positive direction. The diversion program is designed to curb and prevent at-risk behavior and keep our youth faced in a healthy, positive direction as they learn and grow, and not and designed to keep them from having to be placed into a more restrictive system that sometimes is really ineffective. And the most important part about this, and you see the phrase wraparound here, the idea of incorporating what we call wraparound support, wraparound services, is we know that we have to be trauma informed in how we handle these types of cases. And we know that very often, if youth are either acting out or they're having issues or they're committing some small, behavioral infractions, that often there's something else going on. That whether it's at home, whether it's in their relationships with their friends, or whatever it is that's helping to create that issue. So having wraparound support, that's in terms of having counseling services, also in terms of having some family interaction and making sure that we know what's going on with these youth is really important for kind of getting to the heart of the issue and figuring out how we can best serve these youth. The program services we provide are very, very broad, but the front end of that, where we're doing evidence-based needs and risk assessments through a well-established assessment tool, is important. And then identifying what should we identify for certain counseling, and we do broadly family check-ins and supports, school check-ins to make sure that our youth are on track. Community service is an important part of this because this gives them a sense of responsibility within their own community, which really helps in getting them back on track and seeing the broader picture of what's important. The trauma-informed care, we talked about PAL membership, getting these kids involved in youth activities for two reasons. Number one, sometimes that's really something that they need to bond with other youth, bond with police officers, to get them in an environment where they're doing activities and they're a little bit more comfortable talking about things. But it also, we find that in some of these situations, you have a couple of parents who are working many, many hours a day, and there's very little for these youth to do after school. So we have this opportunity to provide some things to help bridge that gap. And then there are a lot of other classes, but conflict resolution, good parenting and parenting skills, some mental health awareness, suicide prevention, gang awareness and prevention, in addition to what we provide in GRADE, cyber safety, which is sometimes really important. Some of our teen youth start exploring on computers and talking to people that they don't know who they are. And so some of these lessons are really important. And then career development and goal setting, give them something to look forward to so that they can start really putting a good comprehensive plan together of how they want to get through the issues that they're encountering now, really improve. So a little bit about threat assessments. We talked, I think Dr. Drinkwater touched on this a little bit, and I won't get too deep into it because I want to make sure that there's plenty of time for questions and commentary. But we have a couple of different levels of threat assessment, and then we also have kind of a collateral asset when it comes to threat assessment that I think are all important to talk about. So all of our school resource officers are trained in threat assessment for the purpose of making sure that they can work with faculty, with the student, with the student's family to put together either a safety plan or some type of plan to address an immediate issue. That's kind of what we call level 1 assessment. If it's a little bit more serious than that, and it's a little bit more complex or involved, then we can take that to a level 2 assessment. That's actually done through County Board of Education, and has a whole team that's designed to take kind of these higher level threats and identify the issues and address them. Sergeant Joyce, who's with us here tonight, is part of that team. So we have a San Mateo PD asset on that team that can help advocate for and make sure that we're taking care of not just the youth who we may be doing these assessments for, but also anybody else who's involved in communicating with our school resource officers to make sure that the faculties and the campuses have a level of connection to any of those issues. And then the addition of the adult threat assessment team, I think, is important to note, because sometimes there are parents who are having trouble in some type of crisis, need some type of assistance that gets identified sometimes in these either diversion programs or through the GREAT program and conversations with our youth. We have a team that can address adults who may be connected somehow to our youth and posing some type of threat. And we have a team that's dedicated that can address that. And then also from time to time, we do have faculty members that have also benefited from this type of threat assessment program. I'm going to hold off on a case example of the threat assessment just for the sake of time. If we have some time later, or if we want to do it during Q&A, well, we're happy to give you a little bit of an overview and practice of how that works. So this is general statistics. We took the 2018-2019 school year as our example on this because, well, as many of our speakers already tonight have said, because of COVID and what COVID has done to kind of really change the way that we're dealing with everything. So in a typical school year, when we have everything kind of running on all cylinders and going the way that it's supposed to go, we handle about 460, so somewhere in the range of 450 to 500 contacts with our youth, and only about 60 of those go to police reports. As I said, it's a very small number. But we also have the restorative justice, wellness, safety, and other things that we're doing. Somewhere between 5 and 10 threat assessments in a typical year. Diversion referrals at the middle school level, about 10 or 11 students that we refer every year. The SARB meetings, I think Dr. Drinkwater already spoke to that. We are part of that team that looks at school attendance, because we know that that's one of the major markers of some type of at-risk thing that's going on in the environment. And then crisis intervention and meeting attendance in the CARES meetings. So really listening to what the behavioral trends are, really understanding that, and then paying attention to cues within our youth about any type of crisis that might be emerging, addressing that quickly. And then the 5150s are the 72-hour evaluative hold for people that are in some type of mental health crisis. Probably a lot more students than maybe you might typically think. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 students that we do on an annual basis. We get them to some type of service that is a mandated evaluation because we think it's that important. And then the welfare checks that we do, over 200 incidents a year. That may be, there's an indicator that maybe there's some kind of abuse situation going on outside of maybe the school system and maybe within the families or within other influencers within that youth's life. We do about 200 welfare checks where we just check to make sure everything is okay on that note. And then constant interaction, multiple opportunities. Sometimes, like I said, passing in the hallway, shooting the breeze during a recess period, spending some lunch periods with the youth, making sure that we're in contact with them in a neutral setting that's not just either teacher-student like it is in GREAT, or some type of an authority setting like what normal police officers have to do when they respond to a call. We want to do things on the outside of that. And then we do the restorative justice meetings, student-parent meetings, and consultations with faculty on all of the things that are happening in between that aren't arising to the level of some type of action that we would have to take formally. So what happened during COVID-19? I think it's important to just reflect a little bit about this and talk to you about it, because, like I said, the fact of students showing up on campus had stopped, but our dedication to youth has not stopped during that time. We have, our school resource officers have done welfare checks at home for students who the school schools have advised us are not paying attention to and not adhering to the distance learning requirements. We did some continued communication coordination, not just with the district, but with the faculty members and all the folks that are involved that have some type of an interest or observation or influence with our youth. And then really the big thing is partnership with Police Activities League for food delivery, keeping some families are seriously impacted by COVID. And if the families are impacted through their work life and they're out of a job or they're on some type of hiatus or they don't have the income coming in that they would typically have, obviously that has ripple effects and it impacts their families and it impacts the students that we're trying to serve through the schools. And so we recognize that. We work very closely with PAL to make sure that we're doing regular meal distributions. And then our Police Officers Association worked together with Police Activities League. Really, during that holiday weekend, I think it was Easter and it was Passover, and we were hitting the stride of COVID, where people started to really realize this is real and this is going to be impacting us for a long time. To get out there and give them a smile, deliver some Easter baskets, and give people an opportunity to interact with us. And then the counseling continued. It continued virtually. The parenting instruction and help continued virtually. And then activity boxes, also really important. Kids are doing their distance learning, but other than that, they're stuck in the house with nothing to do. So are the families. So PAL helped us with bringing some interactive tools and games and things that the parents and families could do with their kids to help with that boredom that came with COVID. And then, keeping an eye to the future. That we're going to get through this. We're going to have activities on the back end. We are going to get there. We're going to have a time where we can all see each other and interact in a way that we're stuck and we're unable to now at this time. So some questions have been asked about the school to prison pipeline, and I wanted to make sure that we addressed that. I'm going to first read to you this quote. So Police Executive Research Forum is a independent kind of think tank and research organization that really seeks to find the very best in elevating the professionalism and the level of connection between police and the community and elevation of safety through that connection. And so they did a study in 2018 of the Denver public school system, which had a unique program with their school resource officers that you will see is very, very similar to some of the things that we do, and came to some conclusions about that. And this is a message from Chuck Wexler, who's the executive director of Police Executive Research Forum and has been for many, many years, very dedicated to this connection and to elevating safety through community relations. With such high stakes related to court involvement at an early age, law enforcement agencies and school administrators must ensure that removals from school by suspension, expulsion, or arrest are strictly options of last resort. Careful integration of SROs within a system of educators, service providers, and juvenile justice system partners may have the potential to ensure school safety and promote better educational outcomes for students. I could just probably put that quote up there and say that we are closely aligned with that. That would be almost all I need to say. But I want to just emphasize, on these four key recommendations that I pulled out. These are the four major headings, but this is about 8 pages of key recommendations that came out of this study. The first one, encouraging school resource officers to engage with youth in neutral, non-threatening situations and settings. This is the on-campus mission of our school resource officers, to make those connections and to do that in a way that is so different than a typical interaction with police. And that has been our practice since we have put school resource officers into the schools, and will continue to be our practice to be dedicated to having a relationship with the youth in the schools that is not a police officer and suspect on the street type of contact. This is much more of a collegial contact. It is a bond building contact, and it's a trust building contact. Empowering students, families, and victims to work collaboratively and determine the best path forward following student misconduct. This is what the comprehensive wraparound services with YSU really is all about. Making sure that it's a collaborative effort, that there are many different factors that are considered, and many different type of instrumentalities in order to address these factors. And then monitoring school discipline and juvenile justice data to avoid racially disparate and consequentially disproportionate outcomes. That's a lot of what we do in the partnering with the faculty on behavior and attendance issues, the GRADE program with prevention, early intervention, help us address this type of thing early and keep these things from being a major issue. And in addition, our staff here within Youth Services Unit, multiculturally aware, multilingual, and able to serve multiple different folks from multiple different backgrounds in the way that best suits them. And we're very proud of that. And that's a critically important part of this, is to make sure that the inclusivity and equity, which I know are really themes of everything that we've heard during the first hour or so of this meeting, really important to the district as well. And then, comprehensively identify and address students' unmet needs by working collaboratively with community service providers, partnerships with police activities, the YMCA through counseling, and the partnering non-governmental agencies like Samaritan House, like some of our other agencies that serve people who are needy. Those are all partnerships that are part of this comprehensive youth services unit program. So, really we feel like we're meeting a lot of these recommendations, and I wanted to share that information with you because, these are things that are published, and these are things that are established, and they're not talking about us, but they are talking about us. And so we want you to be aware of that. And then finally, I will tell you that I haven't changed this slide from the last time I stood before all of you, not all of you, but most of you, and did this presentation. And this is about the relationship between our department and our community's children. And we can't emphasize how important that is to us. And I know we have a new police chief this year. None of that priority has changed. This is just as important, if not more important, to our new police chief and our entire staff all the way down as it was under Chief Manheimer in the past. Chief Barberini has been a real champion of youth services and wanting to make sure that we maintain this unit and continue to serve our community's youth in the most effective way possible. The presence of our school resource officers on campus, it's important not just to our students and the school staff, it's important to us. It provides significant connection 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, overnight, on the weekends. Our officers know that they can pick up the phone and talk to a school resource officer and get critical information that will help them address youth issues any time of the day or night. And I can't emphasize how important that is. And this is an investment in our future. We know that if we have great relationships with our youth, and we have great relationships with the family that's raising those youth, that helps us with great relationships with our entire community and helps with our officers being sensitive to any of those subtle cues and issues that come up within our community that we can address. Our school resource officers, as well as the rest of our staff, we're not afraid to, so to speak, open up a can of worms. And a lot of times when we deal with youth who are at risk, who have a lot of things going on, we take the cover off of some sometimes really difficult things to look at. And it's important for you all to know that first of all, that police officers are uniquely qualified to pick up on some of those cues and nuances. And some of those things might not be picked up on if they didn't get picked up in that way. And that our police officers are relentless, and that when they uncover things like that, they understand how important it is to the safety of the youth and the safety of families, and to continue to investigate to make sure that if there are people that need to be held accountable, that they're held accountable, or that if there are issues that need to be addressed, they're addressed in the most effective way. And with that, I'll thank you for your time, and I'll take any comments or questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Do we have any clarifying questions?
I had a few. And they're kind of like quick questions, so hopefully you could just answer them right after. I'll just say each one. So my first question was, when an SRO comes onto campus, are they in uniform and are they armed?
The answer to that is yes, for a couple reasons. The first reason being that that these are police officers in the course of their duties, and we don't have police officers that we send out on duty who are not equipped in the same way that other police officers are with police officer power and authorities, and they're so yes, they are armed. The other reason behind that is that the GREAT program itself, one of the things that is a requirement of the support that we get out of the GREAT program is that officers in uniform are teaching these programs. And so the curriculum itself is required to be taught by a uniformed police officer.
Okay, thank you. And then I know I saw on the slide that they split their time between the high school and the middle school. So how much of their time is spent like on middle school campuses?
I'm gonna ask Sergeant Joyce to chime in. She's a lot closer to the SRO's day-to-day operations, and she can give you a little bit of perspective on that.
I would be just guessing. So I'd have to go and track actual time, but they're really split. So I would say most of the time spent on the middle school campuses are teaching GREAT and then responding to things that the administration or teachers might need. And then also they find times in the day for the care meetings and for, normally they're there for the breaks. So for the brunch and lunch time to just interact and mingle. But I couldn't say if it's 25 or 50, I'm not sure, but they definitely spend their, unless they're taken to some kind of other incident at a different school, they try to balance the time at all the schools.
Okay, you kind of touched on my next question, which was how much of their time is allocated to the GREAT program versus just interacting with students outside of the classroom?
I'm sorry, right when you said the question, it cut out.
Sorry, how much of their time when they're on a middle school campus is allocated to the GREAT program versus being outside of the classroom and interacting with students?
So I think in a normal year and not a COVID year, we're spending over 500 hours teaching GREAT. So any other time on campus would be interacting with them, doing the care meetings, and then assisting with any kind of incident that might need law enforcement there.
Okay, and then I just have, I think, one more question. You mentioned that there were some surveys done on the GREAT program, and I was just curious in terms of, like, I get that you asked, like, how do people feel about gangs and the police and all that sort of thing. I was also wondering, do you evaluate the data on like the relationship between the GREAT program and incidences of gang activity, or is it all just kind of a informal survey or formal survey done after the program?
This was just an informal survey that we did. We tried to keep it pretty simple because so it's a yes/no answer, and we can definitely expand on that if there's certain questions that we want to ask, and Dr. Drinkwater can help us figure out what we should ask too.
Okay. I'll let the others ask questions if they have.
I have one question for Dr. Drinkwater. On your slide, I think it was the very last slide, you had mentioned that there is a survey that is being planned to, I think, our staff. Do you know when the timing of that is? And, you know, I read that as just to the teachers, but are the principals included in that survey?
Our plan would be to do it early in the school year and to include staff and the administration at the school, because they often interact with the SRO officers as well, and then the students. So yes, all of those groups.
Thank you.
I have a couple clarifying questions, though most I think probably fall into comment questions. So I'll try to stick to the clarifying ones. I had a follow up on the survey as well. So I had a question about when it planned to go out. I also had a question around, is that something we're developing, that you are developing, or we're developing in the district? Kind of who's developing that?
In the district, and we would be getting help from Cameron, our assessment and survey coordinator that's out of Ed Services, to help with that organization, since he's done a lot of surveys in the past. So it would be in-house in that way.
Okay. I had a couple questions around data and just if we have access to some of this data. The bar graph that was shared, Detective Norris, do we have that data broken down by race?
I think the short answer to that is I don't think I have that information right now, but we're happy to go back. We took that information in bulk kind of as something to illustrate for this presentation, but I'm happy to go back and see if we can dive a little bit deeper into that data. And I anticipated that might be a question you all would be interested in, so we'd like to go back and take a look at that as well.
Okay. And then are we, so you talked a little bit about kind of the evidence-based program around grade. I'm wondering how we're, I guess, tracking that. So, you know, some of the things that were brought up were around gang-related activity, involvement in bullying, those areas. Are we tracking participation in grade program and then involvement in those things? And if so, what does that look like?
I think Kimber can probably answer that a little bit better than I can in terms of what we're tracking.
We are not tracking the things that you would ask. The things that we are tracking is as actual cases that are getting reported and sent for potentially for prosecution or diverted. So it's more on the grander scheme that we're looking at, but not those specific questions that you had asked, or those specific topics.
Okay. And then I just had one last question. From just a pure financial standpoint, can you talk a little bit about why, so my understanding is that many of our other local police departments actually don't charge for the SRO program. And so I'm just curious as to the rationale or kind of why San Mateo Police Department, why there's a charge associated with it.
Sure. Well, just to kind of go back a little bit historically, we had the original school resource officer position, which I think was in 2000 or 2001, was a grant-funded position that had a requirement that we would keep that school resource officer position going for a couple of years beyond that, but it was one officer assigned to one high school. And so a lot of other agencies that have a school resource officer have one school resource officer that they assign to one school. What we are trying to do and accomplish with this partnership is to broaden that and have an ability to work with and bond with all three of our middle schools and all three of our high schools, and have connection with as many of our youth in public schools as possible. And so that we can't do without trying to at least supplement the funding that we have dedicated to it, because historically we've only had funding for one school resource officer. So to have three really requires that kind of partnership.
Thank you. I think those are my clarifying questions for now.
Any other questions? Rebecca, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I have questions, and I'm not sure who would be answering these. But in regards to working with the school administrators to implement the effective strategies for school safety, and be a part of the planning for crime prevention and emergency management, is that a scheduled meeting, and is it every year?
I can answer that in terms of a meeting with both police departments. We meet about every other month. It's a regular schedule that we set at the beginning of the year, and we even continued during COVID and had some catch-ups during the summer as well. So sort of a formal meeting with the middle school administrators and the prevention coordinator, Lori Fukumoto, and myself. Diane Willoughby is also a part of that group. So that's a regularly scheduled meeting that happens throughout the year. Did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Let's see, for the families and children identified by the school, or is it the SROs? Sorry. Or is any family and any child able to contact the SRO for help or information? And if so, how do they know how to go about seeking such help?
I can speak from the school district side, and I don't know if Captain Norris or Sergeant Joyce have sort of the perspective on the other side. When in the school, the students who get to know an officer through the GREAT program, or having run into them in the lunchroom or whatever, would be able to initiate a conversation, with the officer. In terms of contacting an officer for a particular situation, it could be a school administrator who does that, because they have the assigned SRO officer and they have figured out a way that they would communicate. So there isn't a direct line between the family and the officer related to the things that are happening at school after, if there is some sort of SARB meeting or whatever, where a family then comes to a meeting and would get to know that family. So I don't know, Captain Norris, if you have additional information.
I think that your answer was pretty clear on that, and I think thorough. We have regular interaction with all of our youth through the school resource officer program. So sometimes they will initiate those type of contacts. Sometimes they will need to have that conversation in a much more confidential manner, and they may go through faculty and try and facilitate some type of a private meeting so that they can have those conversations. And then we provide our contact information to the faculty. So if the parents have a question or concern, often I would think they would reach out through faculty and get in contact with our school resource officers and route it that way, as well as when calls like that come in to the police department during times when our school resource officers are working, we try to make sure that if our school resource officers are available to address issues that involve students that they're in contact with, that they take those calls and they take those opportunities on.
Okay, thank you. And then you mentioned that the class of 2019 is the first year of graduates from the GREAT program. How far out will you monitor these children just kind of to see how well the program worked and for how far out?
It's a great question, and I don't know that we have an immediate answer for that, but I think that sounds like the foundation of a really interesting study that I think we should do. So I'll take that as really interesting feedback that we could explore and see if we can find a way to do that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. And then again, and regarding like financial stuff, the contract states that, if I read it correctly, that the school district pays for the police car maintenance. And I don't know if it's necessarily a question, but I find that interesting. And then also too, are the vehicles used at any other time other than school duties?
Those three vehicles that we have in our police department fleet are strictly dedicated to school resource officers because of that partnership and because of the way that the finances work.
Okay. Thank you. And also for the vehicle maintenance, it looks like from what I see, it's $3,500 a year. And I'm wondering, I don't know much about car, maintenance, but I don't pay that much a year. So I just wondering if that is accurate.
I think it's certainly something that as we look at the contract on an annual basis, that we could talk about and evaluate.
Okay. Thank you. And I don't know if, again, who would answer this, but regarding the contract, can we modify it, or do we have to adopt it as is?
This contract was already a 2-year contract that was approved. And so it's on pause right now. No one's being charged.
Okay.
So, at some point in time, it can be brought back to either continue or not. And, we can look at any of the areas, but this was the one that has already been approved.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate knowing that it's not, with lack of services, we're not being charged, sorry. And that there is a possible time to possibly revisit the contract. Thank you. That is all I have.
Thank you. I was wondering, and maybe you said this already, but just for the sake of clarity, would you mind reminding us, Captain Norris, about what do SROs do over the summer?
Sure, I know we haven't talked about that, so thank you. I think that's a good question to ask. So during the summertime, our school resource officers do 2 things. Number one, they operate on a rotation for summer school. So the high schools run summer school very often. It is at San Mateo High School. And even when it's not, we work in rotation with other school resource officers who operate within the high school district to make sure that we are handling matters during summer school. Our officers also typically they try to take their vacation time when the kids are on vacation. So often that's also their time to take some of their scheduled vacations. And then other than that, they are typically reassigned to help out either in patrol or if there are some specific youth-oriented details that we can assign them to, we will assign them to that. So mostly community policing to the best degree that we can, but typically, summertime is their time to try and find some time off and recharge just like the kids are, and also work through the summer school and if there are youth that need extra attention and check-in, so we make sure that we stay on top of that as well.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you would be able to go over do SROs get any special training for working in our schools, or are they trained in the same way other officers are trained?
I think I'll let Sergeant Joyce speak to that a little bit. They do get some special training above and beyond typical police officer training.
Yeah, they definitely receive more training. So when you become an SRO, there's I think it's a week-long training specific to school resource officers that they attend. They go to, there's a yearly conference that's put on by, I'm forgetting the name of it, that they go to regularly. They go to the violent intruder trainings, and just recently went to trainings so they could actually be the trainer. So to go back to a different comment, not only are we meeting with the district staff and the administrators, we're also regularly giving trainings, and we were scheduled to, I don't know if we got to it because it was in March. It was right around the time that we shut down, but to do trainings for the staff, for the actual teachers at the school sites. They do trainings in restorative practices. I don't have the list right in front of me, but the short answer is yes. They definitely receive a lot more training than your average officer regarding youth contacts.
And I'll just add to that briefly and say that the association acronym that Sergeant Joyce is looking for is the California Juvenile Officers Association, and also the National Juvenile Officers Association, and they provide regular trainings and regular bulletins that have to do with campus safety, so they stay on top of all those things. But I also want to add, in addition to the training that they get that's specialized and directed towards youth, our officers in San Mateo also get an extra week-long training in crisis intervention that is above and beyond any academy training or any other formal training that our officers receive. All of our officers get that crisis intervention training, and so that is something that is an important asset within this county that is done in coordination with the national NAMI, the National Association of Mental Health, as well as some of our county resources and county behavioral health recovery services to make sure that our officers are specially trained in identifying times when we need to really change our approach to match up with someone who's in a serious crisis.
If I could add in here too, because I know the special training that the SRO officers go through, on occasion, an SRO officer may not be available for a situation that's happening with a student at a school, and the skill of the SRO officer coming to work with a youth and having that skill set and training that they do is different than a patrol officer who may not often interact with somebody who is 6 or 10 or 12. And so I just thought I'd add that in where you can see the difference.
Thank you. The reason I asked that question is because, so I've worked with youth in my career, specifically foster youth, and youth involved in the juvenile justice system, and a lot of the training that I had to do really revolved around trauma-informed care and the development of the adolescent brain. And it was just so important to understanding, how to work with youth. And so that's why I asked that question. Thank you for clarifying. I was wondering, because this is actually something that I experienced when I was a younger person in our community. When our students are out in the community after hours, after school hours, nighttime, hanging out with their friends at the park, is it still a practice of the PD to kind of detain them and take pictures? And then what happens? Is that something that SROs are informed of? Because I know that PD does do that, or they did. I'm pretty sure they still do, and doesn't necessarily have to inform parents or file a police report, but that information goes somewhere, right? So would you be able to speak to that?
I can speak to it to a small degree, and I can assure you that I can share some additional information with you. So to answer it in part, we have some very strict policies and guidelines when it comes to photographing people in the field. Those have evolved over time, and I think specifically President Corzo, for some of the reasons that you've articulated, those policies have evolved over time to make sure that officers are documenting and articulating any reasons for taking photographs in the field. And also, when we deal with our youth, and we deal with juveniles, making sure that we are accountable to reporting anything that's important to a parent is critical as part of that juvenile contact. But the policies that we have at San Mateo Police Department are publicly available. They're online. I'm happy to share with the board the link to those policies, and I will identify the policy number because there's about 700 pages of them, and I don't want you to have to page through the whole thing. But I'll identify the policy number for you to look at in terms of photographing, so that you have that. You can ask any clarifying questions or provide feedback.
Thank you. But just for the sake of clarity, so what you're saying is that doesn't happen any longer? The photographing of youth?
Well, I can't give a blanket statement that photographing youth does not happen any longer. What I can tell you is that our officers have to have a good reason to do that, and they have to articulate that reason and document that reason. So There's always information to be able to fall back on to provide a reason why, if that photographing is occurring.
Okay, and so just, I'm gonna pose like a hypothetical scenario here. So let's say we have a young person that's already system involved, is photographed over the weekend for whatever, and does this information, like would an SRO like know that? I feel like maybe like last year when you presented or the year before, we talked a little bit about this, but I just want to clarify for us right now, like, is that, so that is that information, let's say there are photographs taken and an incident or not like anyone's detained or arrested, but something happened, right? Some interaction that goes into a database, correct?
Right. Some of that, if there's an interaction that results in some type of a significant contact, that goes into the database in terms of either notes that the officer is articulating in the computer dispatch system, or a police report if it comes to the level of a detention, or for some reason we're going to hold that youth there for a period of time, and then that documentation absolutely goes through youth services, through the juvenile detective, and through Sergeant Joyce, so that there would be a level of awareness that would go to our SROs.
Okay. And so, okay, thank you for that. My next question is around our youth that are potentially influenced by gangs, and like, so there's a system, right? There's like a database that I think is it a statewide database that PDs have access to that is for inputting suspected or confirmed gang members?
I think that the restrictions on that information have become ever tighter, and while there is intelligence information that's collected on our criminal street gangs, yes, absolutely, and that knowledge is important not only for the officer's safety, but to identify the activity that's happening within those criminal street gangs. Certainly, there is some compiling of information that occurs. I'm happy to come back to you and give you a little bit more of a comprehensive overview of that. I'd be kind of pushing the limitations of my personal experience to give you a guesstimate of exactly what happens with that information, because it is very specialized and it's kept very secure and very tight, and it's not something that every police officer necessarily has access to. They have to have certain rights and reasons to know.
Thank you. The reason I asked that question is I guess like I would be really curious to know whether, let's say we have a young person in one of our schools who is suspected of being involved with a gang, and like I guess my big concern is like how young are the youngest kids that are in this system that are like flagged and like tagged in that way and in a way that follows them that they aren't even aware of, right? Yeah, I think maybe you won't be able to answer that question, but that's where the intention behind my question is, trying to understand that piece.
I think we'd love to set a further meeting with you, or we could try and dive into that a little bit, provide you with the more detailed information that you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more like general question. Because I know like our board got outreach from the community around policing and SROs and there's a lot of, oh no, can you all hear me? My computer is freezing.
We can still hear you.
Okay, great. For me, I think like it's always been kind of I guess like, did you guys get a lot of outreach around SROs specifically from the community?
We didn't get a lot of outreach. I know that there was originally there was a little bit of negative commentary about school resource officers, and one of the reasons that we were thankful for this opportunity is to help, in a very public forum, provide some education on what that SRO program really looks like, because I'm not sure that commenter had the same perspective or the same historical understanding of what we do here in San Mateo. But other than that, there has not been a lot of talk if you're kind of asking about like the defunding side and the defunding arguments that we've heard. Not a lot of requests along those lines, other than some of, like I said, some of that early information, early commentary that we heard that I don't think was based with any kind of background on what we do specifically.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for my questions. I'll save everything else for discussion. So unless, did everyone get a chance to ask questions? Yeah, okay. So why don't we go ahead and open it up for public comment?
Okay, at this time, please raise your hand if you would like to make comment to the board regarding this particular item. President Corzo, it looks like we have 6 attendees with their hands currently raised. What time limit would you like to give for public comment?
Okay, there's 8. Let's do 2.5.
Okay, 2.5 minutes. All right, first up we have is Randy Painter. Randy?
Hi, good evening. At the December 17th board meeting, when the board voted on its revised policies, I brought the following concern to you, and then I brought this back to you a few months ago, and I'm bringing it back again. In the revised policies that you approved, the following is stated under the board's policies for questioning and apprehension by law enforcement. Says, except in cases of child abuse or neglect, the principal or designee shall attempt to notify the student's parent or guardian as soon as practicable after the law enforcement officer has interviewed the student on school premises. As a parent, I am alarmed at the thought of my children being questioned by a law enforcement or an SRO without my prior knowledge, consent, or presence, knowing that even as bright as they are still children that are in grades K through 8. And my children happen to have a lot of privilege. They pass as white, they don't have any known disabilities, they have English as a first language, they're middle class, and they have parents with advanced degrees. There are many, many of our students in this district that face barriers in terms of racism, language, socioeconomic opportunity, and disability that could influence their interactions with law enforcement. I know you know this. Shouldn't we protect our students, especially our vulnerable and marginalized ones, instead of exposing them to potentially permanent harm? I brought to you recommendations from the ACLU of Northern California, and I followed up by email, and I hope that you go back and refer to those. But there were some simple recommendations for revising your policies, like showing a legal warrant, consulting with the principal to explain the reason for the interview and the reason that that interview has to be done at school. Not doing the interview during instructional time, notifying the parents and guardians immediately and asking their consent prior. It's very common sense things to us as parents. Our district can protect our children better than this. You can do better than this. Please hold yourselves responsible for creating better policies and leading with equity. Let's spend our funds on thoroughly trained providers, not paramilitary trained personnel working as wraparound service providers, for serving and protecting our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next up, we have a person identified in Zoom as DF. And then after DF will be Julie MacArthur. Okay, if you could, DF, the initial is DF, if you could unmute. Okay, let's us, one more chance. Okay, We're going to leave the hand raised and come back. All right. Next, we'll have Julie, and then after Julie will be Mairead. Julie.
Good evening, everyone. My comments and questions tonight kind of fall into two categories. First, on the financial front, I recall that the SRO program is not an inexpensive program, and so I'm wondering why it is that we would share this cost evenly between the high school and San Mateo and our district when we only have 4 middle schools. That was my initial reaction. And then, you know, the more I thought about it, why are we as a school district paying for this twice? As a taxpayer in San Mateo, I pay for the police department, and my expectation is that they provide services to our communities. My expectation is that they are there in a crisis, and my expectation is that they all should be trauma-informed peace officers, that they all should be trained in kinder, gentler practices when it comes to dealing with youth, because the likelihood of having an interaction with a child outside of school remains the same. The other category that my question falls into is there was a lot of discussion in the presentation around wraparound services and trauma-informed practices. And the statement that was made that really bothered me was that the idea that a police officer is uniquely qualified to do that. I don't believe that to be the case. I think I would much rather see our school funds being spent supporting social workers and additional counselors. We don't need an armed police officer on our campuses to get to know kids, especially since they can't be there every day, all day. When you compare that to putting a social worker on these campuses as part of the staff who could be there all day, every day, making important connections with students and guiding them down the right path, social workers who could connect them with the services that the SROs are saying they could connect them with. I just don't think that we should pay twice. I'm certainly not interested as a taxpayer in paying for police vehicle maintenance. But furthermore, I feel like there are more appropriate resources we should be putting in place for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay. All right, order's changed a little bit. Let's go ahead and try again the person that's identified as DF within Zoom. DF? Are you there, DF? Okay, let us go on. Next we have Mercy, and then after Mercy will be Pamela. Mercy?
Hello. So, I mean, I have a few things that I want to ask, but really what I want to focus on, I noticed y'all talking a lot about like gang activity and gang involvement and y'all intervening there. I'm wondering about what y'all's criteria is for gang activity. How do y'all deem someone like a gang member, especially like children in middle school? And I think who said it? I think I lost her. But one of the board trustees was talking about cow gang. So I think she couldn't think of the name, but that's where you input gang members or suspected gang members. And I wanted to know if that's something that you all use. So Ellie Corso, yeah. If that's something that you all use and will enter students into once you determine based on your criteria that they're involved in gang activity. I'm also wondering about like, if you're familiar with somebody's family members and you know that their family members, dads, uncles, older brothers are involved, that also leads you to be more, I guess, like hypervigilant with youth. Yeah, so those two things around the gang activity. So how do you decide that? And are y'all using cow gang and entering folks into that. There's also one that's specific to the county. So I want to know if y'all are entering folks into that. And then y'all talk a lot about like diversion. And so this is a question more so for like, I guess it would be Sarah with student services. Have y'all ever considered other methods of diversion? When you talk about like, I guess what y'all would call deviant behavior or whatever that y'all think warrants police intervention. Have y'all considered other methods outside of SROs? Yeah. So those are my three main things right there.
Okay.
Peter, I'm going to interrupt for just a minute. I'm sorry. Peter is having technical difficulties, and so he's trying to come back into the meeting. I'm sorry to interrupt. We're trying to.
Joan, I think I actually heard him, but I'll also just take this opportunity to clarify for the public real quick that public comment, like you can ask questions, but we won't be able to answer them directly, but our board member, like the trustees, can integrate that into their discussion. So thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. So thank you for bringing that up at this time.
Okay, so at this point,
I hear you, Peter.
I can hear everybody.
Can you bring our next speaker in?
I am completely frozen. I can't do anything in the Zoom, but I can just hear people. If we could give me just 1 minute as I try to fix this, my apologies. If you can just give me just a couple of minutes as I work on this computer.
President
and then we can.
Do you want to try to take a break then for a moment, or?
Sure. Let's take a. I'm not sure how much time Peter might need, but.
Give me 5 minutes just to kind of try to do a couple of things.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
My apologies.
We'll come back then in 5 minutes. Thank you.
What's good, y'all?
I think someone's not muted, so we.
Abolish the police. Get them off the campuses. Boo, they suck. No, but for real though, we don't need them. They don't do anything. Did y'all peep how Officer Norris don't really know nothing? Only Miss Joyce. She seems to have more knowledge.
I just want to say that I can hear everything you're saying. You're not muted.
Mercy, you're still actually on live with the board right now. If you could do me a favor, please, as I try to work on these technical difficulties, if you could please mute, it would be appreciated. And then I'm working hard to try to get back to the board meeting.
Sure thing, Peter. I got you. also forgot one more thing. Sorry, when I was asking my question. Do y'all have access to the data on high schools, and could y'all make that available? Because y'all only presented the data for middle schoolers, and I suspect that the rates of incarceration and like prosecution are probably much higher for the high school students.
Have been brought up by other people. I have some personal concerns, having toured the police department in the past, seen paraphernalia that serves to increase bias about how the behaviors of students of color may be impacted with this particular policy. There are scores of research that indicate that perceptions of behaviors of Black and brown students may lead to punishment, discipline, and involvement with police in a way that impacts their future trajectory. I'd love to have the Equity Task Force be involved with this area and have a discussion as to how this partnership, as Pamela commented on, is experienced by various students. So I appreciate that a survey is being conducted. I'd love to hear from the teachers and principals as well. Have they experienced a difference in climate? And I hope to see that those results are shared with the public and inform future practice. And I hope that the survey takes into account data based on ethnicity, language status, etc. I also want to just comment, I think it's unfortunate that a publicly funded service is charging another publicly funded service that are both intended to serve a common good. And I'd love to know, and I don't know that there's a way to know, but how much of the decreases in cases sent for prosecution are more of a function of officers getting to know the students instead of actually decreasing prosecutorial behavior. And with those orange and gold bars on the chart, I'd love to know what the ethnic makeup is of those students. The diversion program looks great, but I wonder why this program requires the police department instead of social workers or other resources. And many of these things I've written to the police department as well. But I did want to highlight that the police presence is experienced by very differently by very diverse populations. And we have diverse populations here. I also wanted to highlight that a lot of what was indicated in there as positive were also resources provided by PAL. And I recognize that PAL is the police officers league, but I think that because PAL is funded by a separate program, if we didn't have SRL, would PAL not have provided the food deliveries or Easter baskets or counseling to our families? So just some thoughts, thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, after next we have Danny C, and then after Danny will be Tracy. Danny?
Yeah, so my name's Danny, but it's not really important because I think for me, I am a formerly incarcerated queer person, and I think as soon as I hit 6th grade, I started getting monitored by the police, specifically at school for tardiness. After this escalated to me being labeled in the Cal Gang database, and further kind of perpetuating this notion of having family members that were gang related or supposedly gang related, and then kind of continuing this cycle of incarceration until I reached the age of 18. After that, I think there became the thing relevant of like all these preventative measures, we can say, like PAL, I participated in that. All these things kind of furthered me into the justice system as a youth, because this became an indicator to police of how to recognize me, how to take pictures, how to continue this kind of violence that was destroyed my teenage lives and still affects me as a person today. So I think that's definitely something that I want to bring to this conversation, specifically in our county, and just throughout kind of the national level of the storytelling of the directly impacted people that have their lives have been destroyed by the police, not just when we're at school, but also when we're at home, and how we will never have the childhood that we had because of us being incarcerated and us being legalized slaves, if you will. So yeah, I think I definitely want to echo what Mercy said, abolish the police because we don't need them, and sure as hell don't need them in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Okay, next we have Tracy, and then after Tracy will be Susan. Tracy?
Hi, and thank you for, I guess, enduring this conversation at this point. And listening to the commentary, a lot of my sentiments have actually already been expressed, but as a parent who, of 3 children who are currently in the elementary school system here, and a person of color, it is disheartening that the police are being hired to do a job that social workers, mental health clinicians, psychiatrists should be employed to do so. And also to know that I also found the statement offensive that the police are uniquely equipped to deal with children when, unfortunately, the biases that their parents experience filter onto what our children experience. Since moving to San Mateo almost 10 years ago, I have been encountered by the police more in the last 10 years than I did in my previous 30 years living somewhere else. And so unfortunately, the image that my children have of the police is of me being pulled over for a reason that they usually do not know why. And I also do not know why. My children are biracial, and they also don't necessarily identify with one race or the other right now, again, because they're trying to figure out who they are in this world. But the perception that the police give us, not only in our children in the schools and outside of them, unfortunately, this program, I just do not feel as if our school fundings should be spent towards militarizing police when we should have mental health and social workers doing that job on campus instead. Although the police do for some people provide that security blanket that makes them feel safer, it does not give that feeling to everyone who lives in San Mateo. So please reconsider even funding this particular program and hopefully using your resources in a manner that would actually sustain equitable, what you were talking about before, to everyone and not make some of us feel like we're more isolated. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Okay, next we have Susan, then after Susan will be Aiden. Susan?
Good evening. Thank you for taking my comments.
I'm sorry, Susan. Can you hold on just for one moment? Yes, Superintendent Rosas.
Sorry, I thought you missed over Kathy, but that's
no.
fine.
I actually have a written all those that raise their hand, and I've been trying to keep the order from when I had my slight technical difficulties. So, Susan, go ahead. My apologies.
Yes, thank you. I think whatever decision is made, whether to retain the GRAPE program or not to, I think my concern is the transparency and the lack of parent involvement in this program. It seems to me that it should rise to the level of maybe the district's sexual education program, where it was heavily parent involvement. This is actually the first time I'm hearing that it was a 13-week program. I knew my son went through in 6th grade, had at least one workshop, but I was not aware there were 13. And so it's a little bit of a shock I don't even know what he learned. I mean, it's really important to bring that information home and extend those conversations to home. I mean, are we a community? of prevention, or what are we trying to achieve here, and just leave it to the students to provide feedback? I mean, I would, you know, appreciate being more informed about these type of programs that are happening so that I can extend that conversation at home and be part of the solution. So that's my concern, is that it seems to me to rise to the level of sexual education in terms of, you know, what kids can get into, and however program goes is one thing, but really informing parents. I've looked back at all school news. I don't see anything being informed as a parent that this was occurring. And then just one other thing, because this is the first time I'm seeing this program, I just want to mention that to me, when I saw the logo, and this may be kind of esoteric, but it looks like, if you were to take a look at it, maybe reconsider the logo for the GRADE program. To me, it looks like an assault rifle. So if you were to take a look at that, it looks like an assault rifle. And so I think that more parent involvement, it would be really something to think about and consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Okay. Next, we have Aiden, and then after Aiden will be Kathy. Aiden?
Hey, everyone. My name's Aiden. I just graduated from Hillsdale High School. And from my experience, having police at my high school did nothing to make me feel safer or feel like someone who I knew and trusted was going to take care of me. Having, especially in my senior year, we had 3 different officers on campus, essentially a revolving door of strangers who we didn't know, who didn't really seem to be trying to build ties with any of us, simply sort of just walking around with guns and sometimes giving very distressing, frightening active shooter drills, despite the fact that we hardly know these cops coming into our classrooms telling us what to do if someone tries to kill us all. And all that really seems to do is create a student body of people who are frightened and uncertain what to do, uncertain how to handle a crisis, and just left more fearful and anxious than they already are. In 2009, as a lot of you know, there was an attempted attack on Hillsdale High School, and that was not stopped by an armed police officer. It was stopped by the brave efforts of a teacher and the principal, who were connected to the community, who were actually willing to risk their life to protect the students, unlike we have seen school police officers do, like in the case of Parkland, where while a shooting was going on at that school, the school resource officer simply stood outside and did nothing to save the students of that school. So I ask all of you to cut the school resource officer program completely. There's no need to have armed strangers constantly revolving through our different schools, making us feel as if we're in a war zone instead of a place where we need to learn and connect with our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Aiden. Okay, then we're going to have Kathy, and then after Kathy will be Vika. Kathy? Kathy, are you there?
I'm here. Can you
There
hear
you
me?
are.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Kathy, and I attended middle schools in the San Mateo Foster City School District. I attended Bayside specifically, and that's where I was introduced to the criminal justice system by the policing on campus. And now I'm 35, and I work in public health. And so I want to read to you the American Public Health Association Statement on Policing that was written in 2018 and summarizes data by public health professionals that has been released over the years. So physical and psychological violence that is structurally mediated by the system of law enforcement results in death, injuries, trauma, and stress that disproportionately affect marginalized populations, including people of color, immigrants, individuals experiencing houselessness, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities, individuals with mental health issues, people who use drugs, and sex work. And at a time when public health is at the front and center of what, you know, folks like you are considering and making decisions, I think it's incredibly important to divest, so to follow the direction of this public health association and divest from law enforcement. And one way that you can do that is by terminating any contract that you have with law enforcement and removing police from schools. I agree with many other comments that police are not the right folks to be attending to the needs of students. And the last thing I'll say is that as a public health professional today, I'm deeply concerned that the data, the disaggregated data, has not already been considered, has not already been looked at and evaluated. This program has been in place for many years. And so I'm concerned that, you know, we haven't been evaluating these types of programs in our schools ever. And so I think police contact, what we know, what the science tells us is that police contact are not, they actually produce worse outcomes for students, and particularly students of color. And policing in schools is part of the school to prison pipeline. And there's no lack of data that will give you more insight into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next is Vika.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So I would like to say thanks to police enforcement. In 1990, I went to high school and we had a great program, and it was really informative for all of everybody that I went to school with, about drugs, about gangs, about everything. And I think that kids really benefit from this nowadays. And both of my kids are in middle school right now. One of them is going to 8th grade. The second one is to 7th grade. And my 8th grader would like to say a few words.
My name is Alex, and I'm in 8th grade. And I think the GRAPE program is really good, like, because they teach us about all this stuff, and about the drugs, smoking, gangs, and I think it prevents a lot of kids from doing all this stuff.
So thank you very much. And police, we would like to thank you for being on campuses. Does not matter, armed, unarmed, and we want to support you 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Vika. President Corzo, there are no other hands at this time for public comment.
Thank you. Okay, we're closing public comment, and I usually tend to wait and let other people talk first, but I think I'm going to take the floor now. Most of our board knows that this topic has always been a sensitive one for me, just because of my experiences growing up. A lot of my family was gang involved. I witnessed a lot of different things. I had police contacts myself when I was growing up. A lot of them, I was a little bit involved in the juvenile justice system. I think it was like informal probation, but my point is, when I was growing up and with my own family, great SROs, that's not what made the difference for them. In fact, you know, if I would have looked, you know, several years forward, a lot of my, you know, I have family members that went to prison, that went to CYA, that were in juvenile hall in and out, that went to Camp Glenwood, And I kind of experienced all of those different things with them in a way, right? Going to visit. And when I have gone to visit prisons, all kinds of places, it's always primarily Black and brown people in those spaces. And that is not a mistake. That I truly believe that has been by design, which is why I've always been concerned about having SROs on our campuses and being complicit in that, in the school to prison pipeline. You know, things have shifted in the past couple of months. There's a lot more attention and support for defunding police and just looking at other ways to create or to support already existing systems that actually will help people. So if you want to talk about gang prevention, then as a society, we need to look at, you know, alleviating poverty. We need to look at addressing homelessness and all of these things that we know are what causes a higher risk for people to be involved in gangs. And you know, I think one of the real risk factors is not having a sense of identity or a sense of belonging in, you know, in our community. And that is something that that gangs are able to provide in a weird way, right? So that's part of my lens and how I kind of walk through the world, right? Like I've had those experiences. I've witnessed many. I myself, when I was in high school, you know, I got into an issue, and the SRO, who I had a very positive relationship, wasn't able to help or do anything for me. And so I'm just sharing that. I think I hope that people know that all of my, like in the previous years where I've raised questions and I've shared concerns, I haven't ever really gotten this super personal about why. But that always has been part of my why. And you know, I did that on purpose because I didn't want to make it personal. I didn't want to be the young Latina woman who has gang members in her family who's, you know, like, but you know what, that is part of who I am. It is. It's you know, I can it's part of the way in which I walk through the world, and it's also something that I have had a lot of shame about in my life. And you know, when I think about my family and how they were affected by the school to prison pipeline and all of the ways in which, if they had been given the right support while they were in school, like how many things could have been prevented or could have turned out differently. I think that's really what we're talking about here, right? Like you know, schools, we as a district, we also have our own work to do around what does the data say around our own discipline processes and how we, you know, how we are helping or hurting some of our young people who are more at risk. So I really, you know, if I could have ended our SRO contract 2 years ago when I first saw it on our agenda, I would have done it then. We're not going to be able to do that tonight because it's not up for a vote. It's an informational presentation, but that doesn't mean that we can't do it at our next meeting if our board is leaning in that direction. I'll just kind of echo what some of the speakers also said around, you know, there are other ways that we can provide our schools and our students with the type of support that the GREAT program or, you know, the SROs seek to provide. And we could probably do it at a like much more cost effectively, right? Like, unfortunately, we know, like, you know, look at how much police officer makes, and then look at how much a teacher makes, right? Or like, look, you know, there there are issues in our society around how we financially value certain professions, and that's a whole other issue. But I really do think that we can use these funds in a different way. And I appreciate, you know, the PD presenting the information that they did. And, you know, just as I have felt in the previous years, I never feel like it's the kind of data that I really want to see. And someone else said it really well, like, you know, where's the breakdown of the data around race, around age, around, you know, more specific disaggregated data. And that's something I've asked for years, and, you know, we haven't seen it. And it's always been a big cause of concern for me in terms of not knowing exactly, you know, what we're funding. I also do think it's just really problematic that, you know, we have seen year after year police department budgets increase, and education, you know, over the past like couple decades has been defunded, and we're kind of leveling out a little bit. And luckily our district isn't in a horrible financial spot right now. But all the more reason to, you know, to think about how we can use those funds in a different way. And some of the areas that I would really like to explore are, you know, like a mentoring program, more social workers, more counselors, but also just, you know, partnering with community organizations that already do this kind of work, right? Like even like our local Boys and Girls Club, or, you know, there's other ways that we can go about this. And I'd even be curious to explore like creating a position within our district that would be able to focus on, you know, like diversity and inclusion and equity, and giving those supports to our most at-risk students and student groups. I'll also just say that I appreciate everyone's public comment. This is a topic that hasn't always been popular, or, you know, it's something that has been easy to discuss, which is, you know, I want to give credit to the Black Lives Matter movement and the ways in which they have, you know, really created a very, very strong movement that, you know, is gonna help absolutely the Black community, but also other oppressed communities. And so, yeah, I personally am very interested in our board ending this contract, and also exploring, because police do exist in this community. And so we're, you know, there might be situations where they do need to be called, and it could be something as simple, not simple, but something, for example, you know, an angry parent or a custody issue, right? Like there's lots of different scenarios. And so we still have to work with the police to a certain extent, but I do think that we can, you know, we can start by ending this SRO contract at a future meeting. We can then go and look at what our discipline data looks like, and who that affects disproportionately or not, right? We're not super clear right now. But in order to get clear, like, we need that data and we need to analyze it. And then, you know, looking at how we can make changes in our own system. And then, you know, if there is going to be a relationship with the police department, what that will look like, how it would look differently. Yeah, that's it for now. Anyone else?
I'm happy to go next. So at a high level, when we engage in conversations around policing, the school to prison pipeline, the current landscape, I'll just say I'm disappointed in where we are in the conversation, both as a district and as a conversation that we're engaging in right now with the police department around how we're bringing race into that conversation, because that is the conversation that we need to be having. It was briefly mentioned in the school to prison pipeline section by Captain Norris, so I appreciate you for acknowledging the reality that there is disproportionate impact. But this needs to be driving the conversation that we're having. Earlier tonight, it's something I talk about a lot, right? The systemic implications, systems that have been created in certain ways. I talk about a lot with education. The same is true for our justice system, our law enforcement system. It's not a problem any of us created. This isn't a problem our police department created, our SROs created, right? That's not a problem, but it is our problem to solve now. And so I think for me right now, my disappointment lies in where we are with our ability to have a real conversation driven by meaningful data around this program in our schools and policing in our city. I asked this in my question, but our data has to be broken down by race. This is a race conversation. It has to be. Who exists in each of these bars? What is the makeup of those individuals? I'm sad that I don't think I'd be surprised, but I want to know. And that makes a huge difference in terms of what decisions that we make moving forward and who it's working for and who it's not. We don't know that based on any data that we have now. Aside from what we know about who law enforcement typically works for and who these programs typically work for. And I think some of that is evident in public comment that we receive in thinking about communities for whom this has worked and those for whom it hasn't. So I feel like, I talk a lot about data and I'm missing a lot of that in order to, make data-driven decisions. Starting with race, we don't have that. We don't have data around success, right? When I asked question around, we talk about an evidence-based program, but we don't have evidence. So that makes it hard, again, to make data-based decisions. Our district survey has to be aggregated by race when we send that out. We have to know how those responses come in and who it's working for and who it isn't. We cannot look at a blanket survey, teachers, staff, students, and families, and be able to move forward with this conversation. So I'll say for me, that's where the real frustration is. It's not in that we have a system, this system that none of us created. It's in how we're choosing to move forward with discussions about the system that really need to be much deeper. And I know it's uncomfortable to have race-based conversations and to put data out there about where we really are, but we can't move forward together on this if we can't do that first. I think a lot of what's shared in the approach, in the program, and the approach to youth, and I had multiple conversations with Chief Mannheimer, over the years. The way in which we are thinking about how we're approaching our youth and working with the community and all of those things. Of course, all of those things are things that should be happening. They shouldn't just exist in our schools. We should be thinking about how we're providing services and how we're, diverting, and all of those things are things that should be happening. So I'm grateful that those are the conversations that are happening, and those are things that are important to our police department. And they shouldn't just exist in our schools, which I think was one of the comments that was made. I think I would love to hear more about what have been identified. Well, we talked about a lot of things that are going really well. I'm curious to know what's been identified as what needs improvement. what have those conversations looked like? Because I think that also, kind of similar to my previous point, I think the depth of those conversations and those kinds of conversations, knowing what that looks like, again, helps to know kind of where we are and our ability to have these authentic, real conversations about what's working and what's not working for whom and why. I think that those are the pieces that have to really be in place in order to build a partnership that's going to work for all of our kids. We've talked a lot as we're thinking about distance learning and as our board has prioritized equity, around really planning for and thinking about our most vulnerable students in mind. That has to be what drives this conversation too, and I'm just not hearing that. I think regardless of how we move forward with the SRO program, a couple of things. The school to prison pipeline isn't solved because we don't have SROs in our schools. So that is one piece of a very complex problem that Trustee Corzo talked about. They're complex systemic problems that require complex solutions. I know Dr. Rosas has shared with the trustees a resolution that, interesting enough, comes from DPS, Denver Public Schools, which was referenced earlier. That was passed by their board, I want to say almost 2 months ago. But that really contains a holistic approach to discipline. This is a systemic problem where we really need to think about how are we responding to discipline, and who are we responding to in what ways. This comes up in everything from NPS, NPA contracts and who we're identifying as being emotionally disturbed, all the way to what we're having a conversation about right now, which is, who gets kind of pinged as needing, intervention, diversion, et cetera, right? So it's not just a law enforcement conversation, right? This is also an us conversation in terms of what we are or are not doing, that I think really any work that we do around this has to address all of those components. I did want to briefly address the point that Randy raised around the PD questioning, which is actually a part of the resolution, which is around the questioning, which comes from California Ed Code. So this isn't a San Mateo Foster City School District thing. And I know I asked Dr. Rosas to check in on how we can adapt board policy to essentially override Ed Code and the legality of doing so. So that'll be something that we'll follow up on, but it's something that exists across all of California schools. It's a part of Ed Code. So there's definitely advocacy work that could happen on that level in terms of how that happens. So that's a little bit of an aside. The other thing I'll just say, regardless of how as a board we move forward, is that we have to have a relationship with our police department in some regard. If they are in our schools or if they are not in our schools, they are interacting with our students and our families. And it's incumbent upon us to work together in some capacity to yield the experience that our students and our families deserve. And there's a big part of thinking about how we help to drive that conversation and how we help to drive that experience. And we have a critical role in doing that. And so I think that that's an important piece to remember. What that looks like, potentially different. I agree. I think that there are a lot of services that we talk about being provided right now by our SROs that I believe would be more impactful and better suited by other individuals. So I echo what Trustee Corzo said with that. But regardless of that, we need to determine and and really reflect on what the relationship looks like moving forward, because there has to be one. So I think those are my big bucket thoughts.
I'll jump in here. I want to thank Captain Norris and Sergeant Joyce for the presentation. I think that there was a lot of information there that was helpful, but yet we still have further questions. I also want to thank President Corzo for her insight. Noelia, we've had conversations, and I think that part of your experience makes who you are, and it brings a really good piece to the board. And so I really appreciate that. It does in some ways humanize us in how we go about things. And so I really appreciate your conversation and your honesty about everything in your life. I also want to recognize that, my lens, when we talk about equity lens, is definitely different. I did not grow up in the same sort of experience that, others have. And so I'm trying to make sure that I not change that lens, but make my lens larger so I can incorporate everybody's feelings. When it came to public comment, I really felt like, one thing for us is like, we should definitely not have, there should be none of our students, no student of ours should have to come to our schools that are afraid, whether it's because of police or something else. It's just, you can't have a student come to our schools and not feel sort of welcome and safe. And so I do want to make that statement. I think that, regardless of what we do, I think we need to really look at that. When I think about these things, I think of like, I always think about the evolution and how we got here. And I, in preparation for tonight's meeting, I think about, how did police get onto our school campus, and how did everything evolve? And I kind of go back to, the Columbine shooting that happened. And after the Columbine shooting, there was a real push to make sure that we had police on campus. And in some ways they were like a deterrent. They had guns, they were there to make sure nothing happened. Whether or not that was a benefit to our Hillsdale High School situation a few years ago or not, I'm not sure. But I think that the reality is that, things sort of evolve. And I think that our police, whether it was in previous presentations or in the presentation tonight, I think that there's, just like policing has evolved, you're not just chasing down, bad guys playing cops and robbers and chasing the bank robbers. We're asking our police to be sort of the counselors and the ones who check in and everything else. And, maybe that's not the role that we want them to be in. I think part of the Black Lives Movement, Matter movement is, one of the things that they've talked about is, the resources that we have for police should go towards, counselors and social workers. And one of the things that we have done, and what the voters allowed us to do through Measure V last year, was there was a little bit of money that's sort of set aside and left over. And we have now, for this school year, are making sure we have a counselor at every single school. So before, counselors were shared and maybe they weren't there. But we are going to have more counseling at school because that was a big issue. Mental health was a huge issue. So, you kind of wonder whether or not, with COVID happening, whether or not we have the ability to sort of take a pause or reset and look at, what we want. I would agree with Trustee Watkins, where it is a partnership, and we do need to look at, how are we all working together, whether we have everyone on campus or not. The survey, I am very curious about when that survey goes out, and I would agree with Trustee Watkins that we definitely need to look at that. We need to, have more data. I think that there were a lot of members of the public tonight who were really angry and upset, and I think it's, rightly so because of their personal experiences. But I think we do also need more data. One of the things as we all think about this, and as we all try to expand our minds and grow and think about everything that's going on in the world, I know that some of us, had the pleasure of participating or listening into the NCAA, not NCAA, the NAACP local chapter a couple days ago, where the president of the chapter brought in Dr. Holt, who was a national leader on racial justice or injustice. And, at the end of the meeting, she talked about, exactly how, like Trustee Watkins raised, how there was, it's still a partnership. Regardless, we are, two government agencies and we still need to work together. It was in some ways reminding me of a three-legged stool, and how the police are one stool, the schools are one, and the other one is community. And she's talked about how we all still need to work together. And she claimed that in order to really move the needle for, trying to solve racial injustice, is you need to work together and come up with a plan. And she said, it'll take 2 to 3 years to really dive in, look at the data, come up with a plan. Then it'll take 5 years to really sort of analyze it. And then to really prove whether it's successful or not, it's like a 10-year program. And that sort of resonated with me because, just like Nicole Anderson was talking about in some ways about our equity task force, she constantly says we have to go slow to go fast. And so, my point about this is that, maybe COVID and the fact that we aren't paying for the SROs at this time, and considering how, the police involvement on our campuses have evolved, and that we're adding more counselors to every single school, you kind of wonder whether or not it's an opportunity for us to sort of reset and say, hey, let's take a look at these issues. Whether it's the policies that, Randy had mentioned, which, are really, really important that we should look at. Whether it's actually the scope of work, or it's called scope of duties in our contract, which when you look at it and you look at the bullet points, they tend to be more heavy-handed. And, maybe we want more, softer issues or softer language. I just feel like, maybe what we need to do, and who was it? I think it was Marcella in the public comment who said maybe bring the PD or the police into the equity task force. President Corzo and I sit on the sanctuary task force, and maybe there's an opportunity for police involvement there. Maybe they're not actually sort of active participants, but a lot of times when you're sitting there and you're listening to all the issues that we have, you kind of wonder whether or not there's an opportunity for them to help as well. I'm not sure. This is a tough situation. But I kind of wonder, like, regardless of where we go, I feel like there's an opportunity for us to look at where we've come from and actually where we want to be, to really work together and find out, how do we want this? Do we want this? And I figure, whether or not we have to create another ad hoc committee or something else, I feel like it's an opportunity for us to actually work with everybody and really not solve the issues, but really tackle them in a different way. And so that's kind of where I'm at the moment. I may be all over the place, but this is a big issue. And so I don't know. So that's it.
I'll go. Thank you very much for the presentation and your time. And I appreciate those students, both prior and current, who spoke about their direct experiences. And to the trustees who already said so many powerful thoughts and comments, I think that they were powerful statements that need to be addressed. I think we need to decide what it is we want, from the SROs, and what are we trying to accomplish with or without SROs. I do think it's clear that the contract and program needs to adapt to the current needs of our district. Again, whether that's continuation or not. I also, having SROs on campuses can be a positive thing, but it would require, a revision of what the program would entail. As some other trustees mentioned some ideas. It's a lot of, and then on the financial side, it's a lot of money with also an increase for this upcoming, for the second year. You know, and as another trustee said, those funds could be better utilized for our teachers, social workers, and other resources for our students. And I just think it's definitely, this is something clearly we definitely need to discuss further and go deeper in. Thank you.
Hi, I'll just be brief since everyone's kind of said what I think, but I did want to make a couple points. One being that I know Trustee Watkins talked about that we don't have the data, which is true, but I do think we know that there are other service providers that specifically focus in some of these areas, such as mental health services, bullying, et cetera, which I think in my mind, we should be using those services to address at least those types of areas. I also wanted to say that, you know, just back to Randy's point, I don't personally feel comfortable as a parent having my children questioned by police officers. I certainly don't feel comfortable with them having their picture taken, and so I wouldn't feel comfortable for that to happen to any children, and especially in our district. And so if there's a way to get around some of those policies that we have, I would be interested in talking about that a bit more. I also don't feel comfortable as having our schools be kind of one of the avenues for children to be introduced to the criminal justice system. So, you know, I do support possibly looking at another way to support our students. I know we have a lot of work to do internally with equity and just making sure that we're supporting all students. So I think I would be comfortable maybe moving away from this and taking a little bit more internal approach. And also my last comment was, two more comments actually. So we talked about doing a survey to teachers and students. I think parents should definitely have a say in this. It's fine if kids love the program or teachers love the programs that are being provided, but we've heard from at least one parent that wasn't even familiar with what the program entails. And so I think more communication and possibly finding out from parents if this is something that they support, and that would be a good idea. And then my last comment was just in terms of also looking at this from a foster city perspective, because I know it's a different arrangement, but in theory it should be, similar conversation.
I'm just going to thank you for your comments, everyone. I just kind of want to restate a little bit. I think on a surface level, like having a survey on this is good. We would get more information. I also just want to name that when you think about surveys and who answers surveys and who has time to understand surveys and who already has more, who's more tech savvy, who has more access, we can't forget that piece if we're going to be talking about an issue as important as this one. And I guess what I'm getting at is that if we send a survey and we have primarily higher income folks who are, primarily white and Asian and highly educated, we're going to be looking through that lens, and we're going to be kind of making a blanket statement for all of our students, and like that I think is what is coming up for me. I'm just a little concerned about that. And obviously having demographic info questions in the survey would be great, but like if we're not actually, like, we already know that we have families that are harder to engage in doing surveys, and so I'm just imagining like right now our school district has a lot of work to do. I think that this is kind of an appropriate time and space for us as a board to make a decision and move forward with that without giving our staff like 10 other additional things to do on top of trying to get prepared for reopening in next month, or I'm sorry, for distance learning next month, and then all of the additional barriers that that COVID has presented. So that's coming up for me. And I just want to say that I think that we can and should, as a board, make a decision on this. Like I said earlier, this is for presentation only tonight. Any decision that we would make would be at a future board meeting. And another thing that I just wanted to share, because it's just something that I think is maybe valuable for some folks that are listening. Putting myself in the shoes of a young person who faces a lot of barriers, a lot of struggles, like poverty, possibly gang involvement in their family, like, lots of things that they could be facing. And like putting myself in that perspective and sitting in a program, and here's like this great program, and here's this police officer telling you about how things are bad and all these things are bad. And then like, think about what it would feel like for a kid that has to live exposed to certain things that they are going to be affected by. And like, I just imagine like how isolating that is for a kid, to be getting these mixed messages of like, without the complexities or the reality of like what oppression and poverty does to people and does to communities, and the legacy that those things have left on certain communities. It's just it just doesn't sit well with me. So what I think about what we could do with funds that we could save from potentially ending this SRO contract, I think about, how could we use those funds specifically for the students that really need it the most. Something that I am very aware of is that, we have students in our school district that don't have a lot of examples of people that, have come from their background, have been, and that, I don't want to like, okay, how am I going to say this? I'm not trying to make like blanket statements for everybody, but I'll just kind of make it more personal then. From my perspective, for me, growing up, I didn't have a lot of examples of people that looked like me, talked like me, had experiences like me, came from where I came from, that were successful, that were able to obtain an education, that were able to like navigate between two different worlds. Because I feel like that's what I do, like I'm here on our board in these meetings. I talk, we take care of business, we're talking education. And then I go back to my real life where like I'm still very much working class. I'm still struggling. I'm still having to deal with, somewhat a little bit the criminal justice system in my family, like, all of these other things. And that's hard. And and a lot of kids don't have examples of people that like, they know like, oh, someone else like over there did it, this superstar, right? But like, I know for a fact that in our middle schools, specifically, let's say Abbott, they have struggled over the years to have, they used to have like these career days where folks in the Spanish immersion program at Abbott, Spanish speaking folks would come and talk to the class and talk about, their work and what they've been able to do. And they've always struggled to get people to be able to do that for the kids. And when you think about resources and all the resources that other kids have, like their parents are doctors, their parents are lawyers, they have access to all of these resources, and like a lot of kids don't. they don't have those examples, and they need those examples, and they need mentors, and they need teachers that believe in them, and they need counselors that believe in them. And so I'm just rambling at this point. I'm going to stop now. But my point is that I would really encourage our board to, we're not here to solve the police department's problems in how they engage the community or how they restore issues within communities that have been over-policed or, involved in the school to prison pipeline or in the criminal justice system. We are here to educate kids, and part of that responsibility is giving them, as many resources as we can. And those are the things that we can control. And there are things that are proven to be effective in gang resistance or, diversion. And so I just would encourage us to make a decision as a board, as, we have the authority to do, and then think about what we could do for our kids that really need more resources and more support. So I just want to be super clear on that. I hesitate a little bit to say let's create this other committee and this other thing, because we have a lot going on right now as a board, to be honest, and as a district, and this is an easy thing that our board can do, and we can own it, right? We don't have to. I mean, I appreciate, I care about parent perspective. I care about student perspective, of course. But we can also make our own decisions. So I'll end there, and I don't know if anyone else has anything to add. I know we've been on this topic a while now. Okay, so we're gonna, Dr. Rosas, you want to say something? Or go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank our guests for coming and appreciate their time and the presentation, and we will be in touch with you. So thank you for sticking with us this evening. We are at 10:40. We had talked about having a time check at 10 o'clock. We do have a facilities master plan and bond resolution that both are up for a vote this evening, followed by our update on the fall reopening, PIP, summer school special education. So I just wondered where we are with our timing.
Can I make a proposal?
Mm-hmm.
My proposal is that we move forward with the facilities master plan, a resolution. We do the district response to COVID with a specific focus on, I'm wondering if some of the components around the hybrid pieces could be postponed, and we keep in special education piece to the update, and then any updates that you have kind of around more of the immediate distance learning components. I think some of the hybrid pieces we can bring back at a later date, since we're not going back until October. And then that we keep the special education update 8.3 and move parent involvement and summer program update to next time. That's my proposal.
Let me double check that I would understand the 7.5. There were 4. I was going to present some information about distance learning, so I can do that. There were folks that were going to talk about logistics, cleaning, and special education and wellness. Wellness does have some aspects that would be incorporated in distance learning.
So then wellness and special education, and keep the other. I'm just saying, I think the hybrid pieces, it's going to be late. I don't think we need to cover them today, and it'd be better to let staff go now, than to have them be presenting that at midnight. So that's my suggestion, but I'm open to other board comments on that, of course.
I'm sorry, Shara, can you repeat which items you wanted to move?
Postpone 8.1, postpone 8.2, and postpone the 2 presentations, logistics and cleaning, that have to do with the hybrid model.
Do we need a motion for all that?
Well, so we think that we can't get through everything. Is that why we're? I think we can do it.
I don't know if we can do it. It's almost 11 o'clock and we still have some presentations that, are going to take up some time.
I do worry that staff that had been previously on the call with us all the way to 1, and then we continued it then, would likely end up staying on the call all the way. And then once we get to 1 o'clock, we may end up continuing them again. So I'm personally supportive of Trustee Watkins' proposal at this time. I don't necessarily know if we need a motion or not.
I believe we do. We do.
Yeah,
so
the agenda.
I'm also fine to push through. Dr. Rosas, you would have a better sense of what staff would prefer.
I think it's already 11, but
I'm just saying if people really wanted to present and they want to present at 2 a.m., we can do it.
I don't suppose that Carrie, Pam, and Alma, well, it would be Pam, Carrie and Pam would mind if they knew now rather than staying up till 2.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
Also, it would be logistics is Stephanie Gibson and Mark Herrera. So there's 4 people who we would let know that they do not have to stay on if we want, or they're already prepared to be here. I mean, they already are on the line.
Beyond the staff, I know that obviously there's a lot of parents and public that would probably want to comment on some of these issues, and I feel like we may not get them to provide comment because they may drop off, and so I worry about that. But I'm happy to push on if everyone wants to push on with it.
I'm fine with postponing them. If there's like direction that we need to provide for like PIP or for SPED, like I hate to keep putting that off, but
SPED would go ahead. Is that what you said?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Is there specific direction that the Parent Involvement Project needs from us, or it was just information, correct?
Yeah, information and what she's doing right now.
Okay. So I'm fine. Does somebody want to put a motion on the floor and we can vote?
Did we say we needed one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll make a motion to amend our agenda, removing logistics and cleaning from 7.5 and postponing 8.1 and 8.2 to the next board meeting.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yep.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes for me. So motion carries, and we're moving on to item 7.3, Facilities Master Plan for the New Decade.
All right, so we brought a Facilities Master Plan to you last board meeting. It had been work that had been done over the spring and summer and finalized this fall as we're entering into the fall. And we worked with site leadership, site teams, and also with district teams, including Joel Cadiz, Patrick Gaffney, Tish Bassell, and ADIS Architects, who crafted the final document and put together the matrices that show areas for priorities. We brought that to you last week, and you had discussed some priorities that you had. So the team went away with those in mind and melded basically the practical, important, immediate needs that are happening in our district with some of the aspirational needs that you have put forward, as this is a 10-year plan. So what are things that we might wish for in 10 years? So there's been a melding of that, and staff worked madly to bring back an updated report for you. And so I'm going to turn, with that as background, I'm going to turn this over, I believe, to Tish Bissell, although I see that you're joined by our ADIS architect group. Thank you for staying up with us, and Joel also. So Tish, do you want to take that away?
Not very prepared to take it away. I apologize. Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Rosas and members of the public and staff who are still with us tonight. As Dr. Rosas said, we have been working over the last 3 weeks of board meetings and over the last 9 months to bring you the facilities master plan that you requested, with a great deal of community involvement. Tonight's outcomes are really fourfold. One, to very quickly review the changes made in the draft master plan since the last one you saw on July 23rd. And I'd like to point out to members of the public and others who are watching that the revised master plan is posted as an attachment to the agenda item, as well as the matrix that we'll be speaking to. And secondly, I want to review with you, the immediate priorities that were part of the recommendations on July 23rd. And then, as Dr. Rose has pointed out, we have pulled together additional possible immediate priorities that were identified by one or more board members last Thursday as I said, potential additions to the immediate priorities. And then lastly, for your consideration tonight would be a motion to adopt the July 30 facilities master plan after identifying any changes in either the immediate priorities or in the additional identified priorities. So that's where we're headed for tonight, prior to your consideration of the bond resolution.
And before you go any farther, Tish, you're showing us your whole screens of...
I'm not. I'm sorry. I will take responsibility. Joel, could you change the screen?
Well, because it will show a bigger...
Right.
Your slides will be bigger if we just see the slide. But
And Joel, I appreciate this very much. As you all well remember, at 1:05 3 weeks ago, I couldn't even get you to be able to see the slides. So Joel is a helper on this. And thank you very much. And Peter is backup if needed.
So,
can you all see it now? Can you see the PowerPoint?
No, it's you need to go to the slideshow.
It is on slideshow in my screen.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, I'll take over.
Peter,
Joel, go
can you
ahead and
take
stop
over?
presenting.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just thought it would be bigger because
Yes.
you could see the words better. So I thought it would be simple.
Right. We won't start from the beginning.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Thank you.
Let's go. I just talked about the 4 outcomes for tonight. Let's then go to the third slide, Peter. All right. So very briefly, third slide, please go back one. Very briefly, the changes that we've made since the July 23rd draft is the inclusion of the board's desire that night to have what's being referred to as aspirational goals. I think 1 or 2 of the trustees used that term. And we have put into the draft for tonight, page 18, which we're calling Beyond the Facilities Master Plan. Trustee Chin was very correct when he identified that what the master plan is right now is the needs that exist within the district and are projected to exist over the next 10 years. We included this additional page as a draft for you to look at to talk about, one, what would be beyond a project by project approach, which is what the master plan is now. And we included 2 different types of commitments on the part of the board based on our understanding of your conversation and discussion last week. One was to incorporate that while considering the implementation of the facilities master plan, that you would not be losing sight of equity across facilities. That certainly was a major criteria for us in recommending the immediate priorities. The second one is to continue your commitment to resolve the issue of the future of Knowles. And thirdly, to continue, as you have been doing as a board, looking at and pursuing a resolution to housing for staff who need it. Then the second group is really more of the aspirational, to incorporate things that you were talking about this last week, either as individual members or a couple of members. First of all, energy efficiency, and keeping an eye on that target and developing actionable plans over the next several years. Secondly, continuing to reflect on educational research, which is ever growing, ever increasing in terms of what are the kinds of facilities that students and staff need to have the most effective teaching and learning for all students. And then lastly, to focus and continue the focus on health and safety, as well as equitable opportunity for all students in terms of facilities themselves. So when we get to the question and discussion portion of this, you may want to ask some questions about this or have some discussion. We're recommending that this page be added to the final master plan. Then Peter, if you could go to slide 4, please. Next, these are the immediate priorities that we reviewed with you on July 23rd. Grouped by category with the dollar cost estimates that have been done very rigorously, as Thang Do explained, so that you get a sense of both the categories themselves as well as their costing, including soft costs. So science classrooms and labs, water bottle fillers, and hand washing stations. The multipurpose rooms for the 4 schools, the 4 elementary schools that still have the very old, very outdated LGIs, that is Lead, Parkside, Highlands, and Meadow Heights. The sinks to be added where needed or repaired if needed, and then adding hot water. Electrical systems, which include an upgrade to both support existing uses where needed, as existing needs where needed, as well as to support expanding technology, particularly not just due to COVID, but more importantly, when students are back in school. There's an increasing use of technology, and certainly probably something in my view that is a positive part of the COVID crisis, in that we have more and more students on and more teachers using technology as a support tool, another instructional tool within the classroom and a learning tool. Then the carpet replacement for health and safety, and then next on this slide and then the following slide, the 3 parts of HVAC, replacing and upgrading, starting with grades 6 through 8 at the schools that have grades 6 through 8, including the 2 Montessori programs and the Bayside Academy, as well as the middle schools. And then moving to the pod schools, which would be Audubon and San Mateo Park. The next slide starts with the addition of air conditioning and HVA. Well, we have the HV systems, but the addition of HVAC systems to classrooms and schools that do not currently have them, with air filtration included. Then the third category relates to the existing HVAC systems where there is air conditioning, and that is to improve the air filtration on them. Then moving next to technology, with what was recommended to you last week, there was a limited upgrade on the UPS systems, the power systems, to expand the power that is available separately should the electrical grid go down or some other failing in electricity. Then plumbing and sewer upgrades, restrooms, modernizing them, both student and adult restrooms. And then what we've grouped as other priorities, you can see them specifically on the matrix, and you can also see them in section 4 of the report on a school-by-school basis of specific schools, specific needs, including the rest of the Bowditch modernization costs. When we brought this to you last week, and what was included in the draft plan was a total cost, including soft costs, of $419.9 million. Subsequently to that, as you, I think, are well aware, we have a lot of recommended projects, and we continued to look at questions that you raised about whether or not we had omitted something or did something in duplicate, and we found about what netted to be, Peter, if you could go to the next slide, please, about $2 million worth of changes that we needed to incorporate on the immediate priorities. And those are incorporated in the section that you received, the slip section that you received. And basically those were a couple of additions that we had neglected to have highlighted. And also there was a unit cost in square footage that was by accident overestimated. So we've tightened up that estimate itself. Now let's next go to the items that you raised last week as possible areas of interest that you might want to see in the immediate projects. Peter, can we go to slide 7, please? Thank you. These are not in any order in which you raised them, but more as groupings. So there was a lot of discussion about any places where schools had asked for makerspace, art and music, STEM, or sensory rooms as additional spaces on their campuses because they didn't have rooms for those. We have included those, and for the estimated cost, we haven't included them, they're on this list for an estimated cost of almost $6.8 million. There was interest expressed by, I believe, one board member and perhaps shared by others of adding vape detectors at all schools with grades 6 through 8. Then another trustee asked about trying to achieve the 1-to-1 ratio with Chromebooks, whether it's in school or out of school. And the student tech devices, the Chromebooks that we've added for $2.5 million would be for the 5,000 additional Chromebooks that would be needed, according to Peter, to bring the district to a 1-to-1 ratio. I want to make a special note here that because everything in the master plan has been built from a site basis up, that we took the 5,000 Chromebooks and spread them for costing purposes only across all of the school sites. So there'll be school sites that will have different needs to get to 1-to-1, but for the purposes of master plan, we spread it equally. I believe it's 238 units per site at a cost of $400 a unit. Then you wanted to look at including the landscaping, the irrigation repairs, and the upgrades, including student gardens. And you can see that that price tag is about $4.7 million. And then 2 additional items that I believe Trustee Chin raised and others may have supported include solar power for all sites except Knowles. And excluded in that cost is the 2 pilot sites that were part of the original immediate priorities. So the total cost is higher than 10.254, but that's because it's back in the other priorities under immediate priorities recommended last time. And then we have added educator housing to the last item, the last category, with a note of cost to be determined, because as it was pointed out last time by a board member, the district does not have an identified site, doesn't have, has not given direction for any site in terms of the number of units or how big those units would be. So it's very difficult to cost. All of these, as you may recall last week, we said that there are construction costs, there are soft costs, and then there is a total project cost. So taking all of these together, the construction cost, that is literally what the bid would be $24.5 million or under, hopefully. Soft cost subtotal at 35%, again, the amount that we're applying across all schools. And in that, as Mr. Doe talked about last week, there will be undoubtedly some savings because I think he used as an example, it will not take a 35% soft cost to install water bottle fillers. And so adding the soft costs, we get to the additional immediate priorities project costs of $33.1 million. And if you decide tonight that all of those should be added to the immediate priorities, Peter, would you go to the next slide, please? And thank you very much, Peter. If we take the original revised total of this of the July 23rd recommended immediate priorities of 417.2 million and add all of these additional immediate priorities, if that's the board's direction, we would have a total of 450.3 million identified as immediate priorities. So with that, if we go to the next one, Peter, please. We would be happy to answer any board questions and certainly look forward to your comments and your direction. We believe it is possible, if you were to give direction in the form of amendments, for you to consider adoption of the facilities master plan tonight. And then with your direction as amendments, we would then produce the final plan that would be the final printed plan. So with that, I will put it back to President Corso.
Thank you, Tish, for that presentation. So let's open it up for clarifying questions.
I just have one quick one. I have one. Okay. In terms of the facilities master plan being a 10-year document, how, like, obviously we never saw this year coming. If something else came up that we thought was a priority, does it get updated, or is that just something we keep to the side, or what happens if, like, within the next 10 years we have other priorities?
So I'll answer generally on about what school districts do, and then I'll give you a specific example from San Mateo Foster City. So this is a blueprint for the future 10 years. Certainly things may come up, just as if this had been adopted a year ago. Many things the board might want to have done a change in direction on some items to be able to address some of the COVID issues, for example. And generally school districts adopt a not a blueprint, but a blueprint. And as things change, then make changes in it. Does that mean that a whole plan is thrown open? No. I think generally when immediate priorities are set, that's pretty clear about what the next steps forward are. In terms of this specific district, I've had experience twice during my career with the district, and then once that I know about since I left the district, and I'll talk with that one because it's the most recent example. The last master plan from 2013 did not have nearly the emphasis on security as then became the case. And basically in 2013, 2014, 2015, when there was a serious incident that resolved itself well at a school, the priorities were changed by the board to immediately put up security fencing around all the school campuses. And that was a shift that was made, and that is the board's right to do that. That's why you'll see in the bond language that's in the next agenda item that a variety of specific projects or kinds of projects are included to give a board the greatest flexibility in being able to address specific events that come up. And yet at the same time, as you understand better than I am sure, there is accountability to the voters and to others who are expecting that their priorities are being addressed. Senator Patrick, if you'd like to add anything to that, or anyone else on our team.
No, I think you did a good job, Tish. And again, when we get to the resolution does provide a description of the projects that will be funded by the bond, and there's a very comprehensive list of projects that gives you some latitude, but also gives some focus as well too.
I just wanted to be clear. I wasn't asking in relation to the bond. I just meant like years from now, less than 10. But thank you.
I have two questions, and one, I guess we can talk about this when we get to the bond. Remind me of the, but it would actually be helpful for me in thinking through immediate priorities. Remind me of the total bond. Not cost isn't the word I'm looking for, but you know what I mean.
So Patrick, do you want to respond to that?
409 million is, I believe, on the resolution.
409.
409.
409. Okay. And then my second question, one of the things, and I was just reviewing again, maybe I missed this, but Bowditch and the possibility of a rebuild, that's not included in any of the costs that we currently see, correct?
It is not included in the current costs. We do, Mr. Doe did do a cost estimate for us since the last board meeting when the question was raised, and based on recent rebuilds and looking at square footage and taking the additional needs that we have that are already funded under Measure X, the cost of a rebuild would be in excess of $110 million at this point in today's, actually, I think, Peter, you moved that, Thang, you moved that up to a start of construction date, didn't you? So it's not just in today's dollars, but move forward a little bit. This bond has in it, and that cost estimate includes a new gym, an additional gym, as well as the 6 classrooms that we're adding, or going to bring to the board to add as part of increased enrollment, as well as other instructional spaces, as well as the full replacement costs for everything that is there, with the exception of the multipurpose room.
Okay.
And we currently, we currently have in the facilities master plan $65 million for Bowditch, which includes the $15 million for the additional gym, using the same standards as the 3 gyms that are under construction, and including the one that's almost finished now.
But doesn't include the Measure X 16-ish million, correct?
It does not include the 19.5 million. That would be added to that. Could be added to that 65 million, which would give you about 85 million if the immediate priorities for Bowditch stayed the same.
And I know it's hard to separate the bond conversation always with the facilities master plan, but the bond language allows for that to be a discussion that's continued, correct? It's vague.
That's
okay.
correct.
Okay.
In fact, it's very generally written, as Patrick will go through, that could be done at any number of campuses. It's not limited to Bowditch.
Yeah, I think that's something I'd like for us to continue to explore. And if there's other interest, I know last week when I mentioned it, it seemed like there was. So for us to continue to explore what might make the most sense with that site, I still do have the same concerns around kind of just feeling like it might be a little bit more upfront, but long term, I wonder if it's just a better investment. So I think that's something that we should return to.
Any other clarifying questions?
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I didn't understand this earlier, but
I'm not hearing you anymore, Rebecca. I think you hit mute.
Thank you. Regarding the Chromebooks, does the required funding include the amount of the check that was just donated or presented to us from the Education Foundation?
I believe, Peter, that the resulting 5,000 from your number already takes into account the Ed Foundation. Is that correct?
It took into account some of our existing inventory, but I do not believe it took into account because if I remember correctly, Tish, when we were talking about that number, we were still finalizing the purchase requisition for the 140, I'm sorry, with the 1,400. Again, those are ballpark numbers depending on increased enrollment, decreased enrollment. It's just looking at our all approximate 12,000 students and providing Chromebooks for all of them, each and every one. So it's kind of a play on numbers, so to speak, depending on where we are and even with potentially other funding sources. I also know that a majority...
Let me also say that, Peter, you're making another purchase, but we also know that that some of our Chromebooks are damaged.
Yes.
So there's...
And expiring.
Yeah, expiring. And so there is some need for the replacement. So I think to answer Rebecca's question, the 5,000 is for additional Chromebooks that we'll need beyond what you just ordered from the Ed Foundation, due to the fact that we are going to see over that period of time expiration also coming into play.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent Rosas, also the Ed Foundation, a lot of that money was also to go towards the T-Mobile hotspots that we currently have to provide internet access to our students during COVID-19 and sheltering in place. So a lot of that money will go specifically towards that internet access that also is pretty costly at a monthly recurring charge. So, you know, yeah, there's lots of technology need around.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you for both of you. I was just curious because if we still need about 5,000 Chromebooks, that's a lot. I don't know. It just was not necessarily a question. It's just mine. I don't know. It's a lot needed still. And I feel like we came so far, you know, we did so much and we're able to provide so many, but 5,000 is basically half of our population still. So,
so remember that's to do one-to-one Chromebooks. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's open it up for public comment.
All right, those who have joined us and are still with us, please at this time, if you would like to make public comment on this particular item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom. And actually, President Corzo, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to also take this brief opportunity. We lost Kenya, our translator, during some technical glitch, so I'd like to just take a brief minute to see if I can get her back as we wait for those that might want to raise their hand for public comment.
There she is.
Kenya, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay, I'm going to turn on the interpretation again, which means should have two channels.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm just doing a quick test. Can I get a thumbs up from all those participating as panelists? A thumbs up if you can still hear me, please. Fantastic. I think we've got it going on. Great. Thank you for that brief break.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to see the language button, so.
You're not able to see the language button. Kenya, how about now?
I got it now.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, President Corzo, we have two attendees that have their hand raised for public comment. First one will be Pamela, and then after Pamela will be Evan. Pamela.
Hi, yes, thank you. I would like the board to consider again. I was present for this presentation last week, but I'm not sure the questions that were raised were answered, or at least most of them weren't answered. I still don't know who these projects are going to primarily serve and how demographics and inequality kind of plays out in some of these projects for the next 10 years. You know, I'm not sure if like people were surveyed or if that's even a possibility at this point, but can some of these things be reevaluated considering all of these different circumstances and different priorities that we have now given the circumstances, not just pandemic wise, but just future changes? Like, can we have community computer centers with support systems? You know, like 5,000 people are still missing computers, and that's what we're going to roll out our education plan in the next few weeks. You know, like these things need to be a priority, and I think the board needs to really have that in the purview as you consider these next, you know, these plans for the next 10 years. The other thing is, you know, the information that is presented is, again, it's difficult to synthesize for someone. If I am coming out of work, you know, like working class, and I'm trying to synthesize the information, it's not very, it's not condensed, you know. I can't really synthesize the information from that. I can, but it's not condensed enough for the public. And you need to consider that when you're presenting that. There needs to be some sort of standard or expectation in terms of the presentations and the time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pamela. Next, we have Evan, and then after Evan will be Marcella. Evan?
Hi there, board. Thanks for staying up tonight and working so hard. My only comment or question here would be, when you're looking at a facilities plan and you're talking about consumables, which is how I view computers and something like a Chromebook, I would hope you would take great caution to avoid situations such as happened at Los Angeles Unified with the infamous iPad 2 purchase of billions of dollars, and then years later them actually arriving. So please just be cognizant of things that depreciate faster than than you may be able to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Next, we have Marcella.
I feel like this is a repeat, only a couple hours earlier. I want to echo Pamela's comments. Last week, it was stated that we wanted to make sure we had an equity mindset. And as someone who participated in the superintendent's chats that then turned into the feedback loops for the facilities plan, I very much feel like when people don't know what they can ask for, they don't necessarily ask. When people haven't been given or have been used to dealing with less, they ask for less. And I still don't see that that was addressed, and I don't know how that can be. But in reviewing the revised plan, I saw no significant changes for our school. And in terms of priorities, I also did not see a shift for statements that we even put as our priorities, recognizing the needs that our students have. So I just wanted to bring that up again, because the way that it is worded is that suggestion to pass the facilities master plan the way that it currently sits. And I don't know that the way that it currently sits is truly equitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, President Corzo, we have no other hands up for public comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me? My screen froze again.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Let's open it up for discussion.
I'm just wondering, is going out for a bond contingent upon our approval of this facilities master plan?
Bond counsel has let us know that a bond resolution runs a parallel track to a facilities master plan. You don't have to finalize a facilities master plan before going out for a bond. However, they also did warn that they do need to be tied, because the bond is clearly to pay for projects that you've identified in the facility master plan. So you do want them on a parallel track. You don't want them diverging, because then your bond is not set up to pay for the facility needs that are listed in the plan. So it doesn't have to be exactly on track, no, but it does have to have strong overlaps.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you very much, Joan.
I had one, I meant to ask this before. One of the things that we talked about last time was some of the PTA funded facilities pieces and integrating those into the overall plan. Is that something that we were able to do?
I had forgotten that you asked that question. We don't have very many PTA funded facilities master plan projects. There are a few. They were brought up, mostly they were brought up at the last meeting, and the most recent being the library at Baywood. So I can get you that, and I apologize, I forgot to get it for this meeting.
Can we just, I know if we move forward with the approval of this, we can approve with amendments. So that would be something that we could include as an amendment. Okay.
Sure.
I think Joel may be able, if you'd like, Dr. Rosas, to answer what's been done generally in the last 3 years with PTA projects. They're very minor, mostly related to landscaping and painting.
Well, and illuminated signs before I came on board.
Oh, right. Yes, illuminated signs.
So there's not very many projects.
Right.
PTAs
are mostly funding staff.
Anything else that you can remember without pulling the paperwork out? Joel, did you have anything else you could remember without?
No, they are mostly landscaping projects, parents painting rooms in schools, or restriping the playground stripes. So those are really mainly PTA funded projects.
But I'll pull that for you. I forgot to do it.
Okay, I have just a few comments, maybe just three. One, I want to thank everybody for your work and adding page 18 into the master plan. The one addition I would say is, and I sort of mentioned this last time, so this is just my squeaky wheel or whatever you want to call it, me talking about broken record about solar. I wanted to clarify that when I talked about a 100 renewable, it's really, there's a phrase that's called, net zero energy. And basically it means that we will generate, at least 100% of our electricity, so we become net zero. So as a school district, that also means that, where we have solar sort of at every site, it doesn't mean that, all of our sites are actually very different. And you may not actually be able to put solar on every single site to actually generate the amount of electricity for that site. But we have a whole bunch of sites, and you think about our district as district-wide, as 21, 22 schools, count Turnbull and everything. The idea is as a district, we can become sort of net zero energy. And so my comment is on page 18, when it talks about energy efficiency, really I would replace that and there's probably more energy efficiency conversation, but my phrase would be, to become a net zero energy school district. And when I talk, again, it's a school district wide. And the reasons for that is, again, because of climate change, because of sustainability, but then again, just fiscal responsibility. The idea that if we were able to do this, we could recoup probably close to $2 million a year annually. So that's my one sort of addition. The other thing is, I really, one of the commenters from the public talked about shade at Fiesta Gardens. And I looked back at it and I think, honestly, I would love to see whether we could add that in there. When I look at the whole amount and how it adds up to about $450 million, I'm okay with that, partly because when you look at the cost estimates and everything else, I think that there's some efficiencies that you can get, whether you hire one contractor to do all the sewer stuff, there's going to be some efficiencies as we move forward. One of them specifically is, again, solar. Like if you actually put up shade structures that actually have solar on them, then you're actually meeting both needs. And so you can kind of combine those cost estimates there. So honestly, I would really like to get shade at Fiesta Gardens, sort of add this solar to get net zero, to be a net zero energy school district. And then ultimately, again, I'm okay with the 450 million. But on page 18, when we sort of bullet point these sort of ideas for the next 10 years, I would just want to add a little bit more of a description for them. As Trustee Watkins talked about Bowditch. Well, actually, that's not really here. Maybe we need to actually add that. But, the idea when we talk about equity across facilities last week, we talked about, is it like a matrix? What is it? Is there a study there that we have to do? When we talk about Knowles, it's obviously we're going to have some sort of study session or something, make some sort of description that we're going to do something, and this is sort of the aspiration within obviously the next 10 years. Same thing with workforce housing, about like, well, we know that housing insecurity is an issue. And so we are going to have a study to talk about it. These are sort of things just in the bullet points that I love to just flesh out a little bit more. But overall, I want to thank everybody for the revisions. I'm okay with actually exceeding again the 409, because I do think that there are ways as we roll out, we may get grant money from, what is it, Prop 39 for energy efficiency again for light bulbs or something, or maybe the federal government in their HEALS or HEROES Act comes forward with their COVID response that pays for the hand washing stations or something like that. I think that over the next 10 years, I think there's an ability for us to sort of make up some of that cost. So that's my 2 cents.
I was just going to make a comment just in regards to what Trustee Chin just said about the shade structure at Fiesta Gardens. I'm not opposed to it, but I do think it does lend to us needing this kind of matrix, because now we're just picking one school that said that they want shade structure, and then it opens my mind to say, well, which other schools really need it as well? And so it's fine to have shade structure there, but just looking at the bigger picture of, are we being equitable across all schools, is like, what else is there out there that people would need for shade structures? And then, just looking at the bigger picture across the board. And I guess it's like, I was kind of using this spreadsheet with all the dollars as kind of a matrix, but I guess it's not really what it's intended for. So I would like to see something where we could just map out every school, what it has, what it needs, and see like where we're missing. I'm fine with what we have here, but just for knowing.
I'll echo what Trustee Proctor said. That was a concern that was raised for me too, not because I don't think that there shouldn't be a shade structure, but just I think we need to be really cognizant of how much we just need to be looking at it holistically. So I would want to look at shade structures across all of our sites and then make a determination about whether or not that's something we need to upgrade or include at all sites first. I did want to, I agree with actually the public comment around the Chromebook piece of things. I do not think that that should be something that we include in a bond measure. I know we're not saying that. We're saying that it's part of our facilities master plan, but might be a part of our bond measure. So I guess maybe I'm merging the conversations again. Trustee Chin, were you saying that you believe all the things that were added as immediate priorities are things that you would like for us to include in our priorities as a part of the bond measure?
So I guess we're mixing the bond measure and
they're kind of related, right? Because all of the immediate priorities are things that we're saying are going to be a part of our bond measure. So it's kind of hard to talk about them completely in isolation.
I know I was going to say my comments for the bond, but I mean they are related. I mean they're completely related. I think that that in my mind, I think the facilities master plan really lays out, a direct kind of COVID-19 response in terms of how we're going to handle, what the new normal is. So, in regards to just Chromebooks, I kind of feel like, the bond is allowed to pay for that. So then, maybe we actually go with that. But in regards to the stuff that's sort of listed on page 18 that was mentioned, I think in my mind, the bond language that we'll hear next is so general that actually it has us the ability to, as we move forward, let's say we talk about outage in, January, and let's just say the bond was successful, then we can actually do something then. Like we could use some of that, we could go back and study it again. I think the bond language sort of has that capability. I'm not sure, am I answering your sort of?
I just wasn't sure. You were saying you're in agreement with the 450 million, and I just wasn't sure if you were saying that all the things that were listed here are things that you wanted to move forward with. So I just wanted to get clarity.
Sorry, I am at the moment. Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I'm welcome to changes too. I just,
I'll just say my concern around the additional pieces in general is it feels a little bit like kind of I feel like there was a lot of strategy around kind of the first pieces that were brought, and these ones to me don't feel as, not that they're not all important, and I know that this was provided with direction from the board, and so that's fine, and I know that there are things such as solar that folks feel really strongly about, so I'm not saying I'm opposed to them. I just feel like they weren't as strategically kind of thought through as some of the other ones, which just gives me a little bit of concern in terms of how we approach these conversations and topics. So the other thing I'll just say just to go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I agree. And I think the thing is, like in my statement last week, the idea on the spectrum of facilities master plans, there's the ones that are very visionary in some ways, and then there's the ones who are just like a project list. And we kind of got the project list, which is what we need for the bond. But what happened last week was, we as a board finally got to give input into what we were looking at as what we cared. And so that's what page 18 sort of came out of.
Yeah.
And so that's what is sort of listed in the green. And, the question is, if we don't sort of adopt the facilities master plan with that, then, like as, President Corso said, sort of this is our legacy in some ways. Like you think about the next 10 years, I highly doubt that we as a board over the next year or at least two will actually come back and say, let's update the facility master plan again. I think that if it's not actually listed here, then we may not actually do anything about it.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with it being listed. I think it's kind of, again, merging conversations around what gets prioritized for our bond and what gets included in the facilities master plan. The only other comment I'll make in relation to public comment, I think the point around just the equity piece of things and folks knowing what they can ask for is really valid. I will say that when we think about this bond, we're not at a place in our district right now where we're able to do the above and beyond things. We're talking about like basic health and safety features right now across our district. We are not talking about things that really like are on people's wish lists. So that's that. I think as we think about if we and when we get to a place where that is the conversation that we're having, I think it's a really important point to take into consideration. But right now we're talking about like access to clean hot water and ensuring that we have, you know, correct filtration systems and air, right? Like that's where we are. And that is, so I just kind of wanted to acknowledge the importance of that in terms of how we move forward with conversations, with the fact that as we're, the things that we're looking at right now don't even really get there. So that's all I have. I'm kind of good where things are, and I appreciate everyone staying up late again and for all of the work on this and turning these suggestions, et cetera, around quickly. So I think we have a really good plan to work from over the next 10 years.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. I feel like everyone's done a really good job of covering everything, so I'm gonna end my comment here. Thanks, everyone. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, so moving on.
This is for vote.
Oh, this is for vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
So either you can vote on it tonight, or if you feel like there was some change that you wanted, maybe with the addendum of a few things that you've asked for this evening, or you can ask for it to come back with those things on August 6th. So either way, we need to do something.
I can make a motion. I don't know if there was, folks let me know if there's something that I'm missing, but make a motion to approve the facilities master plan with the addition of the PTA funded facilities. Was there anything else?
And Ken had asked for more of a description on page 18 of the bullet points.
And more of a description on page 18 of the bullet points.
I'll second that.
Can I, as a, what do you call it, friendly amendment to the motion? I forget what the technical rules, sorry, it's getting late. Robert Rules of Order or whatever it is, right? When regard to page 18, it just, my little thing of the net zero energy school district would be great. If Trustee,
do we need to remake the motion?
Well, I can just ask if that's okay as a friendly amendment. I think
that is okay as a friendly amendment, Trustee Chin.
Okay, Shara put a motion. I gave the second. Roll call vote. Trustee Chin.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And a yes for me. The motion carries. Moving on to item 7.4, resolution number 1, 2021, ordering a bond election and establishing specifications of the election order.
All right, so on that, we have Patrick Gaffney is going to do a little bit of information. And we have Chet here with us, along with Nick Hewer is supposed to be here, and or David Kasnoka. I don't recognize Chris Hyatt.
Chris Hyatt works with Chet, so Chris is here.
Got it. So we have Chet and Chris. Okay, hi. And then Nick is here. Can you grab him? And Nick, was David able to join us? David Kasnoka?
Nick, you're on mute if you're speaking.
I think David's unable to attend tonight. It'll just be.
So will you be able to respond to questions then? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Then in that case, we now have our team assembled, and we really appreciate everyone staying up with us so late. We have crafted a resolution that would call for a bond election, and it has the projects in it from the work done on the facilities master plan. And I think that Patrick Gaffney was going to present a little bit of information about all of this and then open it up for any questions, I believe. Is that right, Patrick?
Yes, thank you. I just walked through the components of what Davis Casnocha put together for us, the obligatory components of this information that's embedded in the resolution, and it's captured for you, and there's a great synopsis for you on the cover sheet, and it walks through the different components. And as Dr. Rosas said, the resolution does meet the statutory requirements for describing the projects to be funded with the proceeds of the bond. It also provides you with a 75-word summary of the measure as it will appear on the ballot. And it also has some obligatory components, as well as going over things such as authorizing the preparation and filing of a tax rate statement. It discloses what the tax rate is associated with the bond. And then there's also provisions in here as well that speak to that it's a 55% voter approval. And in conjunction with that 55% voter approval, there are obligatory components as well, such as having an independent annual financial audit, such as the prior bonds that we've done in the district, as well as a citizens bond oversight committee. So that's all called out in the cover sheet for you and embedded in the resolution itself. And the resolution, as we spoke a little earlier, does cite the different projects to be funded by it. And there's a very extensive list of those projects as well embedded in the resolution. And rather than reading through all that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. And so it's a recommendation of the superintendent that the board adopt the resolution so we can call the election and be November, is it November 3rd? I think it is.
Yes.
November 3rd of 2020.
I have a question. On Appendix B, or Exhibit B, I'm sorry, this is my first time really reading through one of these in great detail. On B2, I was curious, what are we getting at here? Because it talks about improving aging classrooms, and there's a goal that talks about HVAC, but then the projects listed talk about STEM and other things. Is this all supposed to be part of HVAC, or?
I'm scrolling through, Allison, to section B2.
Yeah.
You just give me a moment, please.
It's page 9 of 12 if you're on the PDF.
Thank you.
If I may.
Please, Nick, yeah, please.
Here. So beginning on page 2, the projects are grouped together in different categories. And there's, a broad heading to sort of organize different projects. So the first grouping is improving aging classrooms infrastructure, school repair upgrade projects, funded by money that cannot be taken away from by the state. And then there's goals and purposes, and those goals and purposes are outcomes to help better explain to voters what the district hopes to achieve through the bond projects. So the projects have been organized into these different categories to sort of better express the outcomes that are desired to be achieved.
Okay, because I was just when I read this, and maybe this is just how it goes, I read the goal to be about HVAC, and then I read down below, we talk about replacing drinking fountains or replacing sewer pipes. So is it all supposed to line
I'm
up
not
with the
seeing
goal?
where you're pointing. I don't see it that way. Where you're under project list on B, and are you looking at
Exhibit B, page 2?
Okay, B2.
B2 is the page. Okay. And then where it says goals and purpose.
Yes.
it talks about heating and air conditioning.
Right.
And then down below it, there's a bunch of bullet points that talk about like leaking sewer pipes.
I see.
Windows. Yeah. So I was just curious if those are supposed to line up. And similar question on the next page, by the way.
Okay.
So
Nick, do you see what her confusion is there? And is there a way to fix that?
Yeah, so I think part of the answer is that the goals and purposes aren't meant to encompass everything that might be below the goals and purpose. And the second part of that paragraph is broader in its scope, in that it says that even if you do not have school-age children, supporting quality education is a wise investment, since good schools maintain quality of life in the community and protect the value of our homes. There's sort of a broader scope in that sentence. And these are phrases that tested well with voters in the voter opinion survey. So the idea was to group sort of like projects together with a broader goal and purpose. So while one of the goals and purposes is more narrow in scope, the other one is sort of more broad to encompass many different projects that could fall into.
So to address her concern, though, that the goals and purpose don't encompass the bullets below, is there a way that we can expand that language so that it says that maybe a main goal is, of course, because as we know, this is the heating and air conditioning situation is what led us to this whole project to begin with. Right. So it is a main goal, but it does not encompass the goals below. Is there a way that we could reword that in some manner? And then maybe even the second page to address her question.
Yeah, the next one, it talks about allowing students to work more efficiently from home. And then there's topics about, upgrading libraries or,
right.
That kind of thing. So I just have never really done this before, but.
Right. So maybe one of the things we could do is simply pull the goals and purposes, those two statements that don't encompass all of the bullets below, and just say, we could just pull them out and simply go with school, the goal, the above it says school repair and upgrade projects. So we could use that as the goal. And then the next one could be projects that improve student safety and success. Maybe use that as a goal. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can make amendments as you see fit. I think.
But if we vote on it, I want to be sure everybody is clear about what I'm saying. So on B2, it says improve aging classroom infrastructure. We could put goals and purposes, could be school repair and upgrade projects funded by money that cannot be taken by the state. And then just make sure that heating and ventilating is in the bullets. That it has to be in those bullets because that's what brought us to this. And then on the next one, goal and purpose projects that improve student safety and success, and just ensure that computer technology and all of those pieces are there.
If we wanted to maintain those concepts, one suggestion that I might make is if you wanted to move the broader statement first,
yeah,
and the first one second, and then amend it in such a way that it could say, one of the board's main purposes is to provide air conditioning.
Because it's not really an umbrella for the bullets. However, the reason that those were highlighted like that is because of the necessity. That's why they were pulled out in that way, but they're really not an umbrella. So so I understand why it was written that way. It was written to really point out these issues. But if others are reading it as an umbrella, it's not. And if that's a problem, then we need to address that. I don't see it as much as a problem, but if you do, the trustees do, then that's fine. We could do something with that.
I think I like the idea of the detailed bullet points because I think people need to know what we need and see how dire the situation is.
No, absolutely. You're right.
But 1, 2, 3, but that fourth bullet point in, to support STEM, really, 1, it's seems out of place, and 2, is that not what Measure V was to include?
The fourth one down where?
Oh, sorry, on B2, the fourth bullet point.
Actually, on this one, there are schools that have specifically requested maker spaces, and this is to address our science labs in our middle schools. There were some very serious interest in this in particular.
And I don't.
So it's not completed with Measure V.
Okay, I just, when I saw it and saw the STEM, art and music, my brain immediately went to, wasn't that what Measure V was for? And so I just don't want, if others are viewing that as well, for them to say, right, didn't we already vote for something?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's just my thought.
Right.
But the difference between Measure V, the difference between Measure V and this potential bond is that Measure V was sort of operational cost versus this is more infrastructure. And I think that's the big distinction, just in terms of STEM.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I'm just going to follow up. I do think that maybe it could be clarified, because I do read it in some ways the same way that Trustee Proctor does. The one additional addition I would make is that the bullet points in B2, when you talk about the goals and purposes, it just starts, right? Versus on B3, there's actually a sentence that says schools will benefit from a variety of safety and achievement projects such as : and then it goes ahead with the bullet points. And so I think it sort of is missing that, because I feel like it's just goals and purpose and here's some bullet points, and there's, obviously there's nothing there. No, but I don't want to wordsmith everything. So.
I mean, it's a good addition, I think, to put that in there.
I think you had something there.
Okay, did someone get that then?
Honestly, this is a tough situation. I mean, I like how, like, at least on B3, it starts with everything, and there's basically, in addition to the projects, and it lists everything, that we could possibly do with the money. We sort of, play this delicate role here of, what pulled really well, and sort of include that language and sometimes include that first, and then what really are we trying to achieve in some ways. And that's where that's where I think we're just sort of playing sort of wordsmithing here in some ways. I mean, as an example, obviously, on the Exhibit A, just in terms of the paragraph, the actual paragraph, it's, to upgrade classrooms for science for STEM, basically scored the highest. I mean, it pulled the highest. But in my mind, and as if this does pass, I mean, for Trustee Proctor and I to go ahead with bond, I mean, really what I look at it is, this is a COVID response. This is a health and safety sort of bond. And, yes, there's other things in there, but to me, it's health and safety. And I know that didn't necessarily resonate, or maybe wasn't worded enough in terms of the polling, but to me, that's how I look at this bond. So I don't necessarily know if that means that we should change the language, because I don't, because the polling said we should do this. But I also don't want it to seem like it's a bait and switch, which it's not, because when you think about it, the majority of the money is health and safety. So I'm sorry, it's late. I'm starting to ramble.
Can I chime in? In order for us to create the makerspace areas and update the science labs and whatnot, we need to address the health and safety first in order to provide those things. So I think I can look at it that way. Thank you.
So
Okay.
I need to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. Are you asking that the actual bond election language that would actually go into the voter pamphlet, that it be changed so that it does not start off with the science, technology, engineering, math piece, but starts off with health and safety? That is what I heard you say.
Yeah, I know there was, you know, a bond committee, and I mean, that's what they're for, is to dedicate the time to create this, and I trust their thought process and opinion. So.
Well, actually, Trustee Chin also mentioned the same. So I'm just checking with all of you as to where you stand with that, because we need very clear direction if you want that rewritten.
I think that it's written in a way to respond directly to the poll, and considering that we're polling at 10 points higher than passing, I kind of feel like that's how it should be. I mean, but when it comes down to it, you look at the numbers and you think a lot of it is health and safety, and I'm okay with the way it is. I'm okay with the way it is.
But I think we all need to be really clear that we don't write a bond. We don't go out for an entire bond because it polled well. We check a polling so that we can see if there's interest and what resonates with people. But we know what we have to have for our children.
Yeah.
So, and we do know that these specialized spaces, which actually came up in the last conversation, are highly sought after by our staff. They want the extra spaces to do these maker spaces. They want them for art and music, art in action rooms that they don't have. These are things they do want. So yes, it resonated with the poll. It resonated with people. It was also listed in the facilities master plan. Now, completely correct. You are all completely correct. We were driven down this path because of the COVID-19 and the fires and the air quality and our whole HVAC system. So that is what led us down this path. So it's true. That is a high priority. If you could just put them both side by side, because it's not one without the other. You're not going to have a great makerspace if you don't have good air and air conditioning. I mean, exactly. So it's side by side. So, I mean, we can write it however you want, but I would really want you to not think that we just wrote it to answer a poll. It's to answer a need.
No, I completely agree. I just no, you're absolutely right, and I'm not saying that it's not a need. It's fine. I'm okay with it.
So now the other thing. Is that I do see where if someone really is reading all of the bond language, the goals and purpose is not the it's a big goal, but it's not the umbrella goal. So we can look at those two and maybe bring back more of an umbrella goal with the bullets that are more clearly tied to it. And we can work on that. Now, I think with the changes that you're looking at, and I want to make sure we capture them all tonight, that it might be wise for us to rewrite and bring it back one more time. We have the ability to do that. Now, boy, we better not have any problems with it that night, because it has to go up to the It has to go be filed the next day. August 6th, August 7th, it has to be filed. So we have done it that way before, where we've gone the next day because our board meetings are on Thursday night. But but let's make sure we have all of it, and then we'll go away, we'll recraft a little bit, bring it back for final. That's my suggestion. But are there any other thoughts that you'd like? Because if we're going to rewrite, let's get it all.
Is there a reason that so I'm okay with that strategy. Is there a reason why is it just to emphasize on B2 and B3, some of the bullet points are bolded? I mean, it's just to re-emphasize, right? Is that, I mean,
Yes,
I'm assuming
now that was interesting learning for me, is that they do that because what happens is that people who are reading quickly will catch the top of the first couple of bullets and the last couple of bullets, but they won't necessarily look at the middle. And so it literally is a way to help kind of force you to go through all of the pieces of it, which I had never really fully thought of, but it did work for me on that particularly long one that's on B3. B2.
Oh,
Then
B2.
B3 doesn't have as many bullets, and so the most important one was pushed as bold, but it doesn't have to be. That was a suggestion.
just, that's fine. And then I'm okay with it actually being bolded. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like, hey, this was bold and the other ones weren't. There was a reason for it.
Right.
On B3, just talking about public, the Wi-Fi, I'm actually okay. I know it pulled well. I'm okay if we sort of move that into the larger paragraph. I don't think it needs to specifically call out unless we want to respond directly to the bond.
Okay.
I mean, the poll.
Okay, put it more into the paragraph below.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Other thoughts? And Nick, if you're hearing things that aren't right, please speak up, because I'm not the expert of writing these things. I'm hearing what they're saying, they see.
That's a fine change. We can move that.
Those are all workable things.
Yes.
Any other language that you folks saw that you would want to discuss? Thank you, President Corzo. I just wanted to be really sure that I understood what we were supposed to do for next time, because we don't have choice. We don't have any time next time. That's it.
Yeah, I completely understand.
Thank you.
Okay, did we already do public comment on this item? No?
I do not believe we did, President Corzo.
Okay, so let's do public comment. That was everyone's questions, right? I hope I didn't have any, so okay. Let's go for it.
Okay. For those that are participating via the Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature to address the board on this particular item. We have one attendee for public comment, President Corzo. Should we do 2.5 or 3 minutes?
We can do 3.
3, okay. We have Pamela.
Buenas noches, good evening. I again thank you for your time. I want to reiterate the same thing that I've been reiterating over and over. I guess I was unclear as to it was confusing as to what these two things were. So the facilities plan, now I'm understanding a little bit more as to how this process works. I really think that the board needs to consider, again, the priorities. If this is a COVID plan, you need to look at who these services are providing a better circumstance for. Again, you're not, if you did this with the lens of just a few participants, a few parents and community members, you didn't take everyone's perspective. And so I ask again for you to reevaluate and look at the process and consider who you're servicing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pamela. I thought I saw another hand come up. Again, final call for those that might want public comment for this particular item. Okay, President Corzo. Oh, we do have one. Here we go. Maria Jin.
Hi, I'm just wondering if it's wise, since it's so late, to have the board take those slides and really analyze it a little bit before they vote on it tonight. Just to make sure everything is correct and that's everything that you guys want. And if there's any other needs that you guys think to add or whatever, that's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, President Corzo.
Thank you. Opening up for discussion. Any discussion? I feel like we already had our discussion, but.
No, I'll just provide just a comment. I think so. We are recommending to basically not, I guess it's continue this item till next week so that staff can come back with additional changes so that we get it absolutely correct. Is that correct? Thank you for the nod. And then just in terms of sort of the equity issue, I remember last week we talked, I brought up the tier 1 schools. And I think that basically every school is getting something. And I think that that's really good. I honestly think the Chromebooks in terms of getting us to a 1-to-1 really helps out. But that's just my 2 cents. So I think, I'm okay with it at the moment.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so just to clarify, this is coming back next meeting and we will spend more time on it and we will have to finish it next week. Okay, thank you. I'm clear. So we will not be voting on this item right now. And with that, we can move on to item 7.5. San Mateo Foster City School District response to COVID-19 fall reopening update.
Since the item was listed as a vote, don't we have to actually vote to continue it to the next meeting, or can we just continue it?
Probably you could vote to say that you're not that you're holding it, that you're tabling it. Vote to table it till next week.
Yeah, I'll make a motion just to continue item 7.4 to next week, August 6th.
I'll second.
Oh,
Sorry.
roll call vote.
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And a yes for me. The motion carries, and we are on item 7.5. SMFCSD response to COVID-19 fall reopening update.
Yes, okay, so now I said that I would be starting off this piece with a little bit of information about where we are with the distance learning. And I actually will be asking Sue Weiser to help out with that piece of this presentation. And then we'll move into Winnie McMichael, who has stayed up with us to talk about wellness and what wellness might look like in distance learning. And then also Alma Ellis has stayed up with us to talk about special education. So let me get my notes here. So I think it's important to go back to why we're in distance learning at all. You will remember that on July 16th, due to escalating cases in San Mateo County, the board decided to begin the year in distance learning. On the very next day, July 17th, the governor came out with a protocol for determining when schools should go into distance learning. Now that criteria was based on being on a watch list. And presently, San Mateo is on what's called an active engagement list and may go on the watch list by Saturday. So by determining that we were going to start in distance learning, we were able to better plan for the start of school and also to better plan for the time when we can return to the campus. So along those lines, we've had task force teams working on logistics for returning to school. There's been a variety of different groups working, from program groups to actually the physical safety of the building. And you've heard about different groups. Some of those groups we're going to present tonight, and they will come back at another time to share. So we also know that we have parents and community members who could be of significant support to these teams. We've heard from them at various times throughout this last month. And we are going to seek their support through an upcoming newsletter where we will be asking our families who have particular expertise to share with our established teams. So you can be watching for that notification request coming up soon. Now, now that we really are into distance learning for the beginning of the school year, we have virtually finalized our MOU with SMETA to address the distance learning piece of our work. And CSEA is in process, and then the hybrid portion of the work with SMETA will also be, I think it is in process. So I had asked Sue Weiser, our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, to share a few points about this MOU, as it does clarify what the teachers and students will be doing in distance learning. So I'm going to ask her to do that, then I'm going to share some additional information.
Okay. Good evening, board members, staff, and community. I am here to just provide some highlights and a little background on the MOU. So SMETA and the district did sign a tentative agreement for the full-time distance learning MOU on July 21st. The MOU is being ratified by SMETA members and will be brought to the board for approval on August 6th. So just a few brief highlights. The full-time distance learning will include daily instruction interaction between teachers and students. And the live instruction interaction shall be substantially equivalent to what students will receive in the hybrid model in the in-person instruction, which is about 4 hours a day. So there will be 4 hours of instruction and interaction by teachers daily. And for example, in the elementary program, it may include, for example, a morning meeting, a community meeting to greet students. There might be an opening activity, a review of the work that's going to happen during the day. At the end of the day, there will be a daily closing activity or reflection. And in between, the day will start, our teachers will start at 8 o'clock, work till 3:15. And in between the morning meeting and the afternoon meeting, there may be a whole group lesson. There might be small group instruction. in those hours, and there'll be 4 hours in total. In the middle school, they will also be following a schedule with approximately 4 hours of instruction. Same thing, there'll be a daily homeroom meeting. There'll be daily interaction. There may be some social emotional lessons in homeroom. All students will be and families will be provided with a weekly agenda or overview. The instruction could include new curriculum content. It could include some review and practice, feedback on lessons. So in addition to that, the board did adopt online curriculum, so there will be more instruction with robust standards-based instruction and training. We are providing additional training for teachers at the beginning prior to the start of school on August 15th. We did adopt a new board calendar. So, in addition to offering the instruction virtually, teachers will also be providing printed materials, tangible materials as needed to support learning. And there will be regular grading. So instead of the credit, no credit that happened in the springtime. So that is what I have to report at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so Sue, I'm going to ask that you wait one moment so I can go ahead and finish, and that we can have our other teams present also, and then we can respond to questions. Okay. But another aspect of distance learning that I've been asked about quite a bit, and I want to make sure that we're clear about this too, is that we need to provide support for our families around the technology, the devices, and also on education. And we are working with our school sites to establish a way to support our families with the use of their devices. And we are also going to be providing textbooks and kits that have materials in them for use at home for families who need them as we return to school. So there'll be a pickup protocol. We've done those at the sites before when we were in the spring. So there'll be a pickup protocol set up by the schools. You're going to hear directly from your principals. We're also looking at how to provide additional support to families related to the use of these learning management systems and our curricula. Our Education Services Division is working to set those opportunities up. Now, I also wanted to talk about class assignments. The schools have completed their outreach for the model selection. So in other words, families were asked whether they wanted to stay in distance learning even when we can go back to the school site, and those families who are willing and interested in going back to the school site when we can. So we've done that outreach. We're also finishing the staff survey that went out, and we're learning which staff can be, who are able to go back to the sites, which ones will need distance learning for the year. Now, one of the things that's very, that we want to do is to match, obviously, distance learning students with distance learning teachers. And we'd love for it to actually just work out perfectly where we have a certain number of teachers and a certain number of kids at each school, and it's a perfect match. And I know I've said to you a couple of times that that can't be guaranteed because of the fact that we might have one distant teacher at a school, but there's 60 kids who need distance learning. So it may be some cross-school support going on. We'd really like to assign these classes at the beginning of the school year. However, I have been told by both Ed Services and Human Resources that Indeed and Student Services, I guess everyone is telling me that this is a very complex assignment process, and that we may need to assign as we had planned at the end of the last school year, and as you set up classes as you go out the door, and you just recheck them in the beginning of the year, and then you assign your teachers. If we do that though, there will be a point in time when we are able to go back to school that students would have to be reassigned. So I'm just explaining this, that we're going to try to see if we can assign kids to their teachers one time at the beginning of the year, if at all possible. However, the complexity of the situation may mean that we will start in with one teacher, and that there could potentially be a change. So we are still working on that. I just want to alert everyone to the complexity of what we're dealing with. I also wanted to talk about childcare in the distance learning model. Now, we talked about childcare in the hybrid model where we have paired days, but now we're opening in distance learning. That means everyone is at home all day. So we are working, as you know, on opening a small annex program, basically located at 4 sites. We would fill with our students who are subsidized by the ACES grant, followed by staff, followed by essential workers, and then if there's still room, by returning annex students as we can take them. It would be a program that would run from 8 to 4, so it would be a full day program, and annex staff would help the students as they log into their classwork. Now, we are also trying to figure out how to provide extended hours, but we don't have that worked out at this point. Now, due to the needs of our families, we have been working with childcare providers in the area. So I want you to know that we are meeting now weekly and making plans together to support all of our students. These are childcare providers that, they're not school-related childcare providers. I can't vouch for their programs, but by working together, we can all understand where the district is, and they can make a better program for the students that they've been serving, who are also our students. And they are working on all-day, full-day programs also for the period of time that we're in distance learning. And we are working on a communication that we can all send out to our families regarding the work we're doing on possible childcare options in San Mateo and Foster City. Now, I have also been asked by a trustee to review what happens with contact tracing as we return to school. That becomes very important. If a person on campus tests positive for the virus or is in contact with a case, there's a countywide contact tracing protocol that must be followed. If you were possibly exposed, you would be notified. If you were not exposed, then you would not be notified. Once that we know about a case, a contact or a contact with a case, and we have made those calls that we're required to make to the County Office of Education and the conversations that we have, we then determine what actions we need to take. Besides notification, classes and/or schools may be shut for cleaning. Now, obviously, no names are ever shared because that is a medical situation, but that is what would happen as we come back. Now, we're not in that place, but I was asked to go over that. So now I did want to go ahead and turn it over to 2 other folks for this portion of our meeting. Winnie McMichael is going to talk about wellness, and in particular about wellness in a distance learning pattern. And then Alma Ellis is going to talk to us about special education. So I'll turn it over to Winnie. Winnie, you're muted right now. Oh, there you are.
There we go. I did it. All right. And I believe Sarah was going to help with presenting the slideshow. So I just wanted to start off and say I'm very honored to have the opportunity to present information about our wellness reopening planning to the school board and to our community. I'll move into the next slide. We had a large group of people who have been working on a main committee and in subcommittees looking at some different goal areas for wellness planning for the 2020-2021 school year. You can see our goals were in the areas of transitioning into the new school year, community building, social emotional learning, and supporting student mental health. And the people in our committees range, they're all district employees, from classified employees who are PE teachers and technology teachers to content grade level teachers of various grades to administrators and school counselors and school psychologists, etc. So it's a lot of really amazing people who care a lot about kids working together to think about how do we go into this next school year and best support kids given the situation that we're in right now. And I'll move on to the next slide. I do want to just emphasize we're really couched in the guiding principles of the district as we're approaching going into the school year. And those principles are health and safety, equity, rigorous and meaningful student learning, as well as a big one is the student community and connection, and ongoing learning and support for students, families, and staff. From that equity piece, we're looking at really planning from thinking about key groups with the most urgent needs. So when we're looking at these guiding principles and thinking about what the needs are for students, what really became clear is that we can't only think of the students, we have to think of the adults who are working with the students. And it's really this concept that we need the adults to put their oxygen mask on first, right, in a crisis situation when we've lost oxygen in a plane before they can do it for the kids. It's a common metaphor that we use when we're talking about working with trauma, and the adult wellness is important. So those goals that I mentioned that our teams worked on, we thought about those for staff as well. So we're starting, we started today at our administrators retreat, working on community building with our administrative team. And next they'll be working on that with their school staff teams. And then the staff are going to be working on community building with kids. And there are some things that were identified by team members that are really important for staff moving forward to feel kind of secure in what they're doing and to support their wellness. So I mentioned those guiding principles, and they're really the vision that helps people feel grounded in the work that they're doing. Ongoing communication about what the work we're doing, which I know it's been quite rigorous in the district, providing the teachers and the staff with time and with professional learning to prepare for opening the school year. And you heard about the MOU just now, which gives some time and some professional learning. It's spelled out there. And guidance as well as wellness resources. So I'll be mentioning some of the types of guidance that we're working on that came out of the recommendations as I move through the presentation. And we'll go on to the next slide. So we're thinking about going into the new year. And when I mentioned before one of the guiding principles about thinking about, say, key groups with most urgent needs, we're thinking even sometimes about kids who have a really hard time transitioning, and having that be one of the guiding things for us as we're preparing for kids to go into the new year in our distance learning environment. And I want to be honest, we also have had a lot of conversation and planning around hybrid as well. So this connection with kids in order to help prepare them to come to school is something that we recommend and that we're really emphasizing. And I know that a lot of teachers are already working on it. Especially we're thinking about like transitional kindergarten, our sixth graders, but all kids in general. And we're starting from that base of who are the kids who are going to have the hardest time transitioning? What do they need in order to transition into school? Well, generally, we know kids really need to know what's coming. And we want to reach out with invitational language, with curiosity and interest in them, and give them a picture of what it's going to look like when they join into school on the first day. So that's what we're really working on right now. But also reaching out and connecting with families. So school sites are right now looking at the types of events that we would normally have at the beginning of the year. Well, we're not, just because we're not able to meet together, to not have those events. We're going to look at how do we do that in a virtual way. So schools are working on reaching out and finding out ways to make school continue to be a community that families and students are a part of, even though we're not physically in it together. One of the recommendations that we also have is really thinking about connecting parents with each other. So we would like to put out to parent organizations that are affiliated with our schools that's something like a parent buddy program that helps bring new community members in, would be something that could be really helpful in continuing to connect people to their new community at the school. And we also would like to see if there's opportunities for parents to identify how they can help in the school community, including talents they could share for community-based virtual drop-in activities for both students and staff. This already was happening at some school sites in the spring, and I've heard really fun things about you know, parents doing a hula lesson or other types of things where staff and students could come and join in. So we want to spread that type of activity. As we go into the hybrid time, but also it's already happening when we're at some sites in terms of building the community right now, really thinking about like, hey, here's what the school site looks like. So having those virtual tours and classroom tours, again, especially before going into hybrid, if and when we get there. And then another piece of it is parent education. So trying to get information out to parents that can help them with transitioning their kids in as well, and just general things that are helpful for our parents in terms of parenting kids. As a parent myself, I know it's not the easiest thing to do, right? So right now, we're working with Star Vista, one of our community partners. They're going to be doing, can we go to the next slide, please? Some parent education on the 3 R's, routines, relationships, and regulation. And then we're also looking at if we can, in terms of, say, the bullet points with this, have some little communications that we can get out to parents as we're preparing to go back to school and into the school year. And we also have gathered a ton of really amazing resources for parents in the spring. And I think we want to continue trying to get those out to our families. Can we move to the next slide, please? Earlier in the board meeting tonight, MTSS was mentioned as one of the recommendations coming from the Equity Task Force. And inherent in that concept of multi-tiered systems of support is the first tier of support is, you know, tier 1 is universal supports that are available for all students. So on this slide, when it says universal services for wellness support for all students, you know, it's this concept of at the tier 1 level, these are things that are going to help support the wellness of our kids. First off, which I've been emphasizing a lot, is that focus on community building. And we are really excited on our wellness team about the fact that the morning meetings and the afternoon checkouts and the social emotional learning piece are part of our MOU. We know, like, it's inherent in the structure of our distance learning environment that we're going to have these spaces for working on community building. And within that, we'd like to have a system of wellness monitoring where inherent in the morning meeting or another type of activity, sometimes people are using surveys, where we have a daily check with kids, just a check-in. How are they doing? And then to have some responses planned for if we're finding that kids are checking in and we're really concerned about where they're at. That the teacher's able to check in with them, but then also that they can get referred for support. As you have heard, I think in the board meeting tonight too, we're really, really so fortunate and so thankful that we have more counseling support at our schools than we have ever had before. And so I know we've got, and I was in job interviews for our new counselors. I can tell you have like an amazing team of people, the existing and coming on, who are here to support our kids. So looking at systemic processes, even using that morning meeting and check-in system to make sure that kids get connected with the support they need if they need it. Another thing that we really are recommending is looking for all the opportunities we can to increase meaningful participation for kids, allowing them to have their voices heard and a part of the classroom community environment. So that's in the morning meeting. It's also part of meaningful participation is feeling like, hey, like what I need in order to function in this environment is heard, understood, and recognized, and part of, you know, what we set up as a norm within our community. So even with that initial transitional outreach that I mentioned to students, we're recommending that teachers are kind of previewing, these are the types of things we do for safety in the past with my class last year for kids when we're online with each other. So when we start school, we're going to talk about those types of things. And can you think about what you need to feel safe? And when we start school, we'll talk about that and set up some norms for our class where we all agree to behave in these ways in order to feel safe and share together. So that's one thing that we're working on as well. And then we want to just expand the online social interaction opportunities for kids, including like having our Pride clubs and GSAs have ongoing meetings. Some of our clubs dropped off in the spring. And so we really want to try and get as much as we can back up and running and have online, recess or, drop-in lunch bunch groups, come up with some creative ideas for kids to get online together, and have some facilitated social interaction that's fun. And I want to change the slide. I'm like pressing the button on the computer, it doesn't work. So going back to that idea of tiered levels of support, when we talk about tier 2 or tier 3, we're talking about kind of more smaller groups of kids who might, have more needs than you would find for the whole, or more intense individualized interventions. So we have had already in the spring some pretty robust counseling. It continued, and we did it. It's called telehealth, and that means that we're doing counseling with kids like this. I just want to say we did it at the individual level because there have been some real concerns about confidentiality in terms of holding groups online that are more, delving into therapeutic and personal things, especially because many of our families live, with many, many people in a household, and we can't guarantee confidentiality for students who, who might be talking about something personal, and in another household, there's people walking around hearing it. But we do want to have some groups, especially we want to think about identifying kids who are really averse to participating on camera, and do some desensitization kinds of groups, get those kids together and do fun things where we're trying to get them used to being on camera to help them transition to bring that behavior into the classroom. We also want to look at non-therapeutic groups for social connection for isolated students. And we set up a lot of kind of referral process just for a check-in with school counselors that are online in the spring. So we're going to continue those. And then I also want to say we're developing in terms of, and this is, you know, looking at if we're in the situation where we do go into hybrid learning and there is exposure to COVID-19 in a classroom cohort and people have to go into quarantine, we want to look at that the way that we have crisis response teams that help when there's a death in our community. We want to look at this as you know, also something where we come in and give some support. So I have a team of people who are developing that kind of response where roles are laid out, kind of who does what and when, and we're looking at things like, well, even let's check in with the teacher who was exposed to, have a check-in from a school psychologist or school counselor, and then that person also being with the teacher when they have that first class meeting in distance learning after exposure. And they can help facilitate circle discussion about how people are doing and how kids are feeling. So I wanted to mention that as well. I think the other piece of it in terms of that crisis response is being able to reach out to families who might be more impacted to check in about needs around basic things like if you can't work because you're in quarantine, access to food and perhaps rental assistance, etc. So those are kind of, hopefully not too long-winded, the things that we have been working on. And I'm not sure if this would be a time where questions are asked.
Thank you. Were we going to have anyone else speak? I thought you said there were 2 people.
Right. We have one more presentation in this segment.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Sarah, can you stop? Yeah, there we go. We had one more presentation in this segment, and that was special education, and then we can open for questions. You need to unmute there, Alma. It's not, we can't hear you yet. There we go. Alma Ellis, Director of Special Ed.
Thank you, Joan. Good morning, Madam President Corzo, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Rosas, and community members. Thank you for allowing me to proceed with our presentation this morning. Thank you, Sarah, for helping with the slide presentation.
Sarah, did you have Alma's slides?
You know what? I have them up, Superintendent Rosas. I will present.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Peter. We are happy to report what the task force have been working on. As you can see, I would like to provide some context why there is a combined special education task force and leadership team members who have been working on our fall reopening plan. The SPED task force was actually created to plan for fall reopening, and the discussions in this task force focus on how specialized educational services and related services can be provided in the different instructional models, be it in distance learning or in a hybrid model. So we welcomed volunteers, and eventually the composition of the special education task force include RSP, SDC, ed specialists, site administrators, paraeducators, special education administrators, and a general education teacher. On the other hand, before I came to the district last year, there was an existing special education leadership team, which was reinvigorated when I came into the district. And the main focus of the special education leadership team is actually towards program development. The composition of the special education leadership team include stakeholders from the different sectors of or units of special education, inclusive of the special education psychologists, ed specialists, speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists, and we have representation from the general education and site administration. So while the task force was looking into the different considerations for the different instructional models, the special education leadership team members in each of the cohorts were also having conversations revolving around how it will look like for special education when we reopen in the fall. For that reason, we decided to combine the two teams. Peter, next slide, please. So the next slide pretty much outlined the different task force meeting dates. We started meeting just for the SPED task force, and then eventually we decided to actually combine the two groups. Next slide, please, Peter. So this is our scenario as far as special education is concerned. When we start the school year in a full-time distance learning program, that RSP services will be provided virtually in an individual and small group setting as appropriate. SEC services will be virtual, and opportunities for inclusion will also occur. Opportunities for inclusion may be that students with IEPs will participate in general education classrooms, and students with IEPs include both RSP and SDC students. It could be that there will be co-teaching virtually between general education teachers and RSP and SDC ed specialists. Related services providers can also co-teach with Gen Ed or RSP and SDC ed specialists. Please be informed that these inclusive practices have been exercised in the spring when we actually transitioned to distance learning under the SIP orders. Paraeducator support will also be provided. SCIA means Special Circumstances Instructional Assistants, who provide intensive individual services to some of our students with IEP. Paraeducator support have also been provided virtually in the spring. In addition, the behavioral support team will provide synchronous support. And it could be that while specialized academic instruction is being provided one-on-one virtually, that behavior expectations and behavior reinforcements are being provided while the ed specialist or paraeducator is supporting the student on instruction. There's a behavioral support team member pretty much working on behavior as well. It's the behavior support team also provided one-on-one and consultation services while we were in distance learning in the spring. Next slide, please, Peter. I know that this is not something that we have to discuss this morning, but and I guess I will pass on this slide and we can move on to the next slide. some of the curricula outlined in this slide have already been utilized in the spring. And those are SPIRE, which is a dyslexia-aligned reading program, Steps to Advance, which is a modification of our benchmark, and the level of literacy intervention that some of our RSP ed specialists have been using, and the unique learning system mostly utilized by SDC ed specialists providing support to students with moderate to severe disabilities. For this year, we are looking at Zern Math intervention as an additional resource for elementary. We're looking at Trigger for English language arts and Math Nation for middle school. We have been implementing GoBook, which is an instructional tool that will help in developing IEP goals and the corresponding instructional strategies in order to meet the goals. In addition, for this coming school year, we will be providing professional development trainings on the Preschool Learning Foundation, which will serve as a guide for preschool SDC teachers to look at for domains as they teach our preschoolers developmentally appropriate skills that will lead them towards the kindergarten Common Core standards. Peter, I think that will be the last slide, but I think it will be helpful for the board to note that we are replenishing the materials that we have been utilizing in the past, and the rest of the curricula that we have recommended are in the process of being reordered. The special education fall reopening updates have been communicated to the special education staff, as well as the calendar of professional development sessions. We will continue to meet to solidify the other aspects of special education related fall reopening plans. Thank you and good morning.
So at this time, we've completed the presentations that we'll do tonight under this item. And so you may have questions. I'll turn it back to our president.
Thank you everyone for your presentations. Let's go ahead and open it up for clarifying questions.
I just have a couple of questions. Actually, maybe, yeah, and I have comments later. Dr. Roses, in your report, you mentioned childcare, and you guys are starting to meet on a regular basis. I've been approached by another outside agency that doesn't necessarily do childcare, but they want to. Is this something that are you looking, sorry, maybe I should have done this offline, but is this something where you want to, is it our existing childcare organizations, or are you looking for anybody who wants to do childcare with these meetings?
If there's someone who would like to have further information about what we're doing so that they could match their services to our services, I mean, we're not developing anybody's childcare, but we can at least let them know what we're doing, and they can certainly send me a quick email and I can include them. So
thank you.
Yeah, again, yeah. It's different providers who have been involved with working with our families, and we're just trying to gather together weekly to review information and share.
Yeah, absolutely. And I should have made that a more broader statement. That, I mean, obviously, I think that there are other child care providers that may be small versus our larger ones like Newton, who may actually want to participate. And so I'll just mention that publicly. The second thing about the contact tracing, are we going to have sort of our procedures written down in some way, or are they going to be public, or?
They are written. They're in the pandemic framework, and it's very clear how you have to follow contact tracing. So I shared that with you just tonight.
Yeah.
But it is a protocol that we have to follow.
Great, thank you. Because Thank you. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. Around the distance learning planning, we had discussed, I was going to say a couple months ago, but it was probably last month, working on having the district facilitate sessions for families around kind of what this was going to look like. Is that still a part of the plan? If so, when will that be happening?
Yes, I mentioned that there would be tech support and also family support for the managing the learning management systems and curricula. Ed Services is putting that together now. They don't have David's on the line, but we aren't ready to share that tonight, but probably have it ready for you next week.
Okay. I think I meant more around just like helping people understand kind of what was going to be happening. We had talked about doing kind of community engagement sessions.
Right. So Diane is not on the line, and I don't remember what she's got scheduled for me, but we are going to be doing a Spanish outreach and then another couple of coffee chats just to make sure that everyone is aware of what's going on. Plus, we're sending out regular communication now after each of these board meetings with the information that's been shared. So we're getting into more of a pattern. We were at a place where we were just shooting out information as we were getting it. It had no pattern to it. And so now we're trying to get into a regular pattern of sending information after board meetings.
Okay. Wellness, a quick question. Just curious as to some of the sessions that you talked about. So I know that everything that was presented were, I don't know, it was titled recommendations. My assumption means that that they are being integrated into the fall reopening kind of plans. And I was just curious if there were great ideas for parent sessions, et cetera. Are those something that are kind of already on the schedule in terms of, or will be integrated into the schedule?
I met with Star Vista this week, and we reviewed a draft of a presentation. So it's in the planning stages. I do not have dates set yet, and it will be in English and in Spanish. So I think we might do two different ones. And the hope is to also record and make that available. And I'm going to meet with Diane Willoughby, the communications director, I believe is her title, and we're going to talk kind of what's the best way to get this out, or even if we do record it, would it make sense to do kind of more segments of it as opposed to some big long thing? Like, how do we make this accessible, more accessible to people? So.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions around the special education fall plans. My understanding was that there was going to be multiple different working groups around special education. It seems like there was a presentation around one of those. I thought that there was also a specific team working around inclusion, potentially a team working around curriculum and instruction. Is that the case?
The different cohorts actually included assessments, and so the cohort that our psychologists, speech and language pathologists, and occupational therapists belong to are now, engaged in conversations to solidify work on assessments. The inclusive practices is pretty much embedded. There wasn't a separate inclusion group that was just discussing solely inclusion. So it was embedded as part of the discussion on how distance learning will be provided under specialized academic instruction and related services.
But Alma, you do have an inclusion team that's been working all last year, and they did not continue working over the summer so much. They took a break, but they're back at it again. So I'm assuming that they will be bringing up ideas for distance learning.
The inclusion cohort, yes, that was actually, you know, a separate cohort that did not actually participate in the fall.
It wasn't set up for fall reopening, but you had one that's continuing to work. And you have a number of members on that, correct?
Yes, and yeah, and actually the cohorts, the inclusion cohort is working towards, we just finished our vision and mission, and from there we need to build on, you know, a plan.
Okay. I have a
Sorry, can I just chime in real quick just to do a time check? Like, are we still all okay with continuing just because it's 1 a.m. and a bunch of parents have dropped off?
I mean, we're in the middle of agenda item right now.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know. So does that mean you guys want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, Shara needs to be able to finish her comments, definitely, and we're going to definitely finish. I think we committed to finishing this agenda item, and then I believe we have one more, and so we should just try to get through that.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption, Shara. Thank you.
I had a question around the services piece of things. So what are the parameters around services? Are the service expectations going to be the same in kind of the virtual model as they would be on site? How does that work?
Trustee Watkins, you're referring to special ed.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty much similar. It's just that if we are allowed to go back to in-person instruction, that there will be specialized academic instruction occurring in the special day classrooms, and that paraeducator support will also be provided in person. And I think that's a huge difference. On the other hand, for students receiving RSP support services in the 2 days that they will be in school, then SAI will also be provided in person as well as paraeducator support. But related services will continue to be provided virtually.
In the full distance learning, which is what we'll be going into in the fall, what will services look like? Are students going to be getting all of the services that they would be getting if they were in school in the same number of minutes, etc.?
Close to, we will work towards providing them the frequency and duration outlined in each of their IEPs, but I am not, you know, guaranteeing that the services, the exact frequency and duration outlined in each of the students' IEPs will be provided as we transition back to distance learning, because we have to adhere to the 4-hour instructional time that we have to provide our students.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about assessment and what that looks like in this in this model in distance learning?
The general guidance that we are providing our related services providers and psychologists is to complete as much assessments as possible virtually. When we are allowed to do in person, then we will have a transition plan to allow for in-person assessments.
And the plan is that students would still be kept on assessments, would still follow IEP cycles for individual students.
Yes.
Okay. And the role of paraeducators in distance learning. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Can I just jump in on that? I watched a webinar regarding some of those pieces of assessment. And there was, it was with some legal teams that were talking about how you might have to work on this, because there are things that you can do remotely, virtually for testing. And then there are things that are more difficult. So if you're doing a child find, for example, and you're have small children, normally you do a face-to-face and a classroom observation. Some of those kinds of things don't happen. So I just wanted to be clear that assessment is tricky, and there are pieces that can be done virtually and things that we normally would do that can't be done. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit more about the role of paraeducators?
The paraeducators will continue to provide instruction. They actually, under the supervision of the RSP ed specialists, they have been scheduling in the spring to provide virtual instruction, and it was provided on a one-on-one setting or in a small group setting, and that will be the same for this fall.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Any other clarifying questions?
I'll ask some questions regarding the virtual meetings and the staff schedule or the schedule. It said that teachers will be in instruction time from 8 to 3:15, but live instruction is only going to be 4 hours. So I was wondering, those don't add up. And so I was wondering.
You're talking about the MOU?
Yeah, I
okay,
guess.
Sue, can you respond to that question?
So you have to remember that during the regular school day, it's to generally third grade and under, they're, well, not kindergarten, but let's say, for example, first through third grade, they're 280 minutes. But the day is spread out because there's lunch, there's recess, you know, in middle school, there are passing periods and such. And so the 4 hours of instruction is 40 minutes less than what is in a regular school day, but the instructional minutes for the state has changed during this COVID crisis and during the full-time distance learning. So students are receiving almost the same amount of instruction, and it is being spread out throughout the day from 8 to 3:15 as it is during the regular school day.
Thank you very much for that. Does that mean students are required to sit in front of the screen for those hours, or are there specific times they need to be in front of their computer?
The teacher will schedule specific times, and depending on the age level and grade level of the student, many students are not able to sit 4 hours in front of a screen. That's not the best way to learn, and that's not the best way to teach. And so, for example, there may be a morning meeting that starts out the day. Perhaps it's 30 minutes. There's some community building activity. There is a preview of what's to be done that day. An agenda is shared. There's also going to be an afternoon meeting, some sort of closing with reflection that could be, you know, 30 to 45 minutes. And then during the day, there might be times where the teacher schedules, say, a language arts lesson, and that may be for 45 minutes. There's a math lesson that's scheduled, and some of that could be whole group instruction, but then there could also be lessons scheduled with students in small groups. And so for, you know, the 4 hours that the teacher is teaching, there are different types of instructional activities and periods of interaction.
Okay, thank you. So if a parent were to try to work out, you know, their work schedule and possibly childcare, would they assume that their schedule is going to be based on the typical school day, so typical hours from 8 to 3:15, so they would need care after 3:15? or are we looking at just at like an 8 to noon time? I guess I'm thinking about how parents can plan ahead.
There's going to be a weekly schedule that's shared by teachers. So every family and every student, in the MOU, it states that there will be a weekly sort of agenda, a weekly schedule. And, generally teachers are working 8 to 3:15. We know that teachers work well beyond that. And there are many teachers that are really trying to be flexible and accommodate families. And so some of them are providing lessons later in the day. Some of them are providing video lessons because we know that some parents aren't able to assist their students until much later in the afternoon or evening. And so teachers are doing their best to provide flexibility. But in general, in the MOU, the workday is from 8 to 3:15. But like I said, teachers are working many, many hours longer planning and doing other things to support students.
Yes, and thank you, teachers, for doing that. Okay, so then parents, sorry, again, they're not going to know what their upcoming weekly schedule hours are going to be until
But if we think about what's happening is that the kids are at home. They're at home right now. And so when I'm working with the childcare group, basically they're looking at an 8-hour program, like from 8 to 4 or something on that order, because it has to cover the time. I mean, the child won't be at school. Child will be home all day. And then the provider would make space so that the child could open up their computer at the time that their teacher gets on. So right now, if a parent has to go to work, the child would need care for the day until we can go to the hybrid schedule or our two-day schedule, and then they would be at school for 4 hours or so, 2 days a week.
Okay, sorry, I'm apologizing in advance just because of the time, and I get a little cranky. So sorry. So just one more time, parents are not gonna know what the schedule is that their child needs to be on the computer.
Not right this minute, they won't know. Right this minute, they don't even.
Yeah, because every schedule, every teacher may have a little bit of a slightly different schedule depending on how many small groups they're going to have, how much full-time, or asynchronous instruction there will be. Parents will have a weekly schedule, but they are not going to know a set schedule right now in order to plan childcare. Yes, you are correct in that.
Thank you. My next question is for the weekly agenda that they'll receive. I'm assuming they'll receive this before that week so that they can brush up on, their knowledge of how to help support their child.
That's going to be determined by the teacher. The teacher will determine when the agenda goes out. Some teachers may do it on a Friday, some teachers may do it on a Monday, but that's something that is determined by the teacher and communicated with families.
Okay, thank you. And then regarding supplies, I know we touched on that in terms of the technology aspect and devices, but I'm wondering, what about just typical school supplies, such as, colored utensils?
I did mention, and maybe I just went breezing by it, but I mentioned that we do have, schools are making purchases of commonly used materials that students may need at their home in order to be able to pass them out along with textbooks in some kind of a pickup protocol, like what we had to do as we exited school back in the spring. So those directions for the pickup will come from the school sites.
Fabulous, I love it. And in regards to the hard copies, like a textbook, are they also going to get hard copies for just the lesson plans for those children that need to hold something as opposed to?
And it's a textbook and kit pickup.
Yeah, so each school and, in grade level teams and teachers are planning, if there are students that need copies of materials and such, they are making arrangements to provide hard copies and materials as needed. Teachers will have access to school sites in order to prepare materials, and they will arrange for families to be able to pick them up.
Awesome, thank you. And just because I know there's parents that are probably willing to help print out materials and whatnot. And then in regards to the wellness portion, I'm really glad we're focusing on that. I would like to see or know when the parents will be included in the community building, and just what their input would be in terms of the support that they think their child needs. I don't know if that's something to be addressed now or if I should just keep going.
So we had shared some information regarding that school sites do a lot with their parent and PTA groups for outreach to their families, for setting up, events and that kind of thing. So there will be involvement at the school sites. I don't know if we can respond beyond that at this point.
No, that'll do. Thank you. And then I believe you touched on this, but just wondering if there could be a little bit more detail in terms of promoting social connection for students. I'm assuming it's going to be extended just maybe to include all students, just because we know the importance of social emotional development. And regarding those kind of extra programs like a virtual lunchtime hangout time and whatnot, or themed lunch, theme discussions or clubs or whatnot, is that something that would be determined by such site parent groups, PTAs and whatnot?
Can I answer that? In terms of that recommendation, I believe that was at the tier 1 level universal, so something that's that all students can access. In terms of actual clubs and what happens, it's going to really depend specifically on the individuals who are involved in that school site. I can say that, we'll be working with our school counselors around having kind of drop-in activities at lunch for kids in terms of social activities or at certain times. And, doing it in a way where they're able to balance that with all the, other things that they'll be working on in terms of supporting social emotional learning and other more tier 2 level counseling. But certainly working towards universal, social activities that will be available. In order to do it, though, also, we're hoping that there might be be able to access some other people to help with that. And, it might be school sites looking at, are there people who, because we're in distance learning, don't have as much the regular things that they would be doing, that they're not as busy as normal. Can we have those people help out? Or are there, if we know, like, I'm not sure yet about the protocols around fingerprinting or things like that when you get into distance learning, but isn't an opportunity for parent volunteers to help with that kind of thing? What do we need to put into place for that? So there's more exploration that we need to have to figure out that piece in terms of volunteers. But in terms of school staff, we want to look at who's there and utilize what we can. And hopefully we'll also have some other staff that might be able to help with, sponsoring groups the way that they do when we are physically on campus. So things like GSAs and other kinds of student clubs. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Winnie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think that might be all. I do have SPED questions, but I think I'd reserve them for the update, or do you want me to ask them now?
So this presentation tonight, right now, is about the fall reopening. So if you had some questions for the fall reopening.
I do, but I'm going to have to find those at the moment. Sorry. I accidentally closed a window. No, so I'll be done right now. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Any other questions? No.
Not.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was just waiting to be able to add a little bit more information that might be helpful regarding sort of the level of services. And if you remember, in the springtime, a prior written notice was drafted and sent to families about the services that would be substantially similar or look different for families going into distance learning when we went into shelter in place. And another prior written notice will need to be drafted and sent to families about what services will be substantially similar and what might be different. As Dr. Rosas shared earlier about assessments, that there are some assessments that can be done remotely or online with the student, and we are in the process of purchasing the online materials so that school psychologists and the speech language folks can do those types of assessments online. And so the assessment process will be more intact this fall than it was in the springtime when we moved so quickly. So wanted to reiterate after Alma completed, the information about services, about the prior written notice, that we'll share with families what services we will providing, what will be substantially similar, and what might continue to look a little bit different as we move into distance learning again.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment.
Okay, for those that are still with us, all 90 of you, if anybody would like to address the board on this particular item, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom. Okay, President Corzo, we currently have 2 people with their hands up. Would you like to give them 2.5 or 3 minutes for time? Oh, we have a lot more. We currently have 7.
Let's do 2.5.
2.5 minutes, okay. All right, first up is Julie MacArthur. And then afterwards will be James.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hanging in there. I waited a long time. I wanted to speak tonight in support of my colleagues in special education, specifically my colleagues who are resource specialists. Over the course of the summer, on the gen ed side, teachers were given a lot of opportunities to, and a lot of work was done to provide new curriculum for us. We've had work groups going where we've been learning the curriculum and curating lessons. But my RSP colleagues have not had that same opportunity. As of Monday, the RSP teachers still don't know what curriculum they will be using for their RSP students. As of Monday, they still don't know what online assessment programs they'll use or when they will be trained. School starts in 2 weeks, essentially. And my colleagues don't have the resources they need to make sure that their students are being served. We had 6 meetings. We saw in the presentation there were 6 meetings, and for them not to have any information about what curriculum they're going to be using, or the fact that we're still looking into Zern and the other math program, is frankly unacceptable. My colleagues deserve better. They deserve to be treated with respect. They deserve to have the resources that Gen Ed was given. And I would think that given the nature of our most recent special ed audit, that the sense of urgency to do better by our special ed students would be greater. And I am profoundly uncomfortable with the delays that have happened for my RSP colleagues. They should not have to stomp their feet so hard to get the attention they deserve. They should not have to stomp their feet so hard to get the resources that they need. So I would urge this board to demand that the special ed department moving forward do better by our students and do better by our RSP teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have James, and then after James will be Katie. James.
Good morning. My name is James. I'm a Director Studies teacher here in the Foster City School District. And the reason I call it Director Studies is because when the kids go to high school, I do 8th graders, and when the kids go to high school, in high school it's called Directed Studies. It's not called RSP. So I'm working on that transition process. My frustration has to go with Julie said also. I've been reaching out for weeks, asking for the curriculum we're going to be using. I'm reaching out for weeks. Am I going to get the material, the books, the teacher edition? Am I going to get the syllabuses from each teacher? When I say syllabus from each teacher, I'm talking about I'm going to be getting 28 to 30 syllabuses, because I have to do each student, each teacher. And so it's multiple times during the day. So I like to get that in place. Also, I like to know is where is the Directed Studies class to be placed during the school day? It's going to be like during the day, like in the middle of the day, it's going to be at the end of the day. During the springtime, when we went into this distance learning, I was meeting with kids on the weekends and at nighttime to give them the support they needed. Now, here's one big thing I learned. This is the biggest thing I learned in distance learning. I'd be sending emails home, no response back. I call home, leave messages, no response back. I text home, boom, response back. I started texting to the parents, your child's not going to class. Texting, your student needs to get this work turned in. I get responses the next day. So when I start school this year, I'm gonna be texting these parents left and right. You're gonna see texts come from me all day long. So I'm just letting you know, when you start talking about sending emails to parents, letting them know what the changes are gonna be, what how it's gonna be working, I'm suggesting some way, if you can send text messages, let these parents know, please look at your website. Please beware of emails coming, beware. Because when I found out, my daughter told me this, Dad, text them, you watch, they'll respond. I did, and it happened. So that's my suggestion, to get these parents involved. And it could be no matter what level, because the kids will not tell the parents what's going on. I'm just telling you the truth. They will not tell the parents what's going on. And my students need that extra support, need that extra push, need extra follow through. And they know I will not stop until I get it. And regarding it being like a regular day, trust me, it's not a regular day. It's not a regular day. When I know there's work to be done and a student doesn't have it turned in, and in a regular setting, I'd be running over to that teacher's classroom and getting that work. I'd be go get and bring it back and hand it to that student right there. You're not leaving this classroom until it's completed.
James, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you could do me a favor, please, and just kind of wrap up. The 2.5 minutes is up. If you could just finish your thought.
Okay, last call, Peter, last call. Support the students. Remember, and I'm okay, 30, this is my 30. I am very frustrated that we're talking at 1:30 in the morning about special ed. Here we are again. Here's how we treat special ed. Let's just put them at 1:30 in the morning and talk about the services they're going to get, the supports they're going to get. And it's not, and trust me, special ed is not in the MOU. Okay. Have a good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next, we have Katie. Then after Katie will be Sandy. Katie?
Hi, thank you very much. I don't want to take up too much time, but I really, I kind of have a discombobulated brain at this point. But I have many concerns. I have two school age, I have 3 children, all of them are special ed. 2 of them are in grade school in 2 different schools. One is in RSP and almost maxing out his hours. And in OT, he's an undiagnosed ADHD child. And I also have a mildly ID child who is in middle school in an SDC. When we went into distance learning, I had full anticipation that nobody would be prepared for what was to come. However, I have some homeschooling experience because I was dissatisfied with my older daughter's schooling and lack of teamwork with her special ed team. So I did pull her out. And I just replaced her last year, this last year. Luckily for us, we had 2 teachers who were extremely, one was extremely prepared, had the packet printed out for every child, sent home the day before we were called to shelter in place. Her other teacher came in the middle of the year and was kind of flailing a little bit. Her general ed teacher for her elective was flailing all over the place, and it took me until the last day of school to get all of her work turned in for her because she could not upload things to Google Classroom in a proper manner, given the way that everything is set up. I'm freaking out, quite frankly. I'm scared for my kids that they will not receive the support that they need. But all of my children's teachers have gone to different schools, and we are getting brand new teachers this year for all of everything. They have no stability, which is something that these kind of children need. And to hear that it is still uncertain what curriculum RSP teachers will be using is just extreme. And that just solidifies my uncertainty and my, being afraid of this whole thing now that standards are being pushed up and, supposed proper education will be given.
Katie, my apologies for interrupting, but time is expired. If you could finish your thought, please.
Thank you. I just, I have to agree with James that I've been incredibly frustrated that the most important things on the agenda get pushed back to where parents aren't able to stay in there and when we need to know and when we need to have a voice. And And I really stand with our teachers, and I very much appreciate our teachers. And I am a high advocate for my child. So please, I beg the board to push for some more help or productivity in the special education area. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, next we have Sandy. Then after Sandy will be Marcella. Sandy?
Hi, I almost lowered my hand because I think the SPED stuff and the RSP curriculum is so much more important than what I have to say, but I'll just quickly make my 2 points. One, I know that you said it would be not the ideal situation, but it's already going to be really traumatic for the youngest kids, and so I really hope that it is a last resort, that there would be a teacher change that would happen on them. I think that would be really hard for them to handle. And then the other thing that I wanted to say, with the hybrid model, you were talking about like school is in the morning, like 8 to 12 or 8 to 12:30, and then the afternoon is for equity groups. And I was hoping, as a parent who has to work from home while the kids are here learning, that it would be a similar situation where we would have like a 4-hour window where they would have to be available to be logging onto the computer so that we could plan our days. And I'm disappointed to hear that now essentially they have to be available to be logging on the computer between 8 and 3:15 based on a weekly schedule that we get from the teacher. It's going to be nearly impossible to plan how that I can work while they're in school. And I'm the lucky one who can work from home. There's a lot of people that have it a lot harder than I do, but that is quite stressful. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay, next we have Marcella. Then after Marcella will be Danielle. Marcella?
Hi, I just wanted to make 2 points. I was very appreciative of the wellness focus. Thank you for looking at community building and transitions. I did, however, I did have some recommendations in the parent education portion. There are some aspects that appear to be, that maybe could benefit from some cultural awareness of cultural differences. The regulation tab is set up for a very specific culture and home norms. And the routines tab also kind of maybe can be shared out in a way that where families feel that it's attainable. I saw a lot of recommendations that included parent involvement in PTA. And I'm hoping that anything that you're asking of parents goes out as soon as possible so we can help set those up. And so I'll end in the same place where I started 7 hours ago. Please tell us what to do, and please tell us how to help. And then following up on James's comment, reach out to us outside of board meetings and emails. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Next we have is Danielle.
Hello, I am still here. So I agree with every public comment that's been made so far, so I won't repeat most of them. But the one thing that I really wanted to talk about was that I really appreciate that Trustee Hitchcock tried to speak up on behalf of the parent needs regarding kind of the scheduling, but I didn't hear answers that really eased my anxiety for the return to school. It sounds like there's a big assumption that most children are going to be either in childcare or have someone readily available to assist with their distance learning. But as I think 2 speakers before me mentioned, like many other parents, I am working from home and attempting to plan my work schedule and all of my work meetings around my students' schedule, and not having that set schedule is going to make that nearly impossible. So not only are parents being asked to largely support our really young students in distance learning, but we're being forced to have our work schedules in limbo, which for some of us, could put our jobs at risk. And as the other speaker said, I'm lucky. I get to work from home. I am one of the lucky ones, but this does put a lot of stress on families. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. President Corzo, there are no other hands at this time.
Thank you. Let's open it up for discussion.
I just like to push for like a little bit more proactiveness in terms of the special education curriculum and getting them the support that they need. I think we all agree that those students are some of our students that have the biggest need, and so hearing the frustration from a couple of teachers that spoke out is disappointing. And I think one of the topics in the special ed audit was related to communication, and so, you know, obviously I don't know everything that's going on, but I think making sure we're communicating with those that are teaching our children is really important. So I would like to just kind of like put an exclamation point on that. And then in terms of the schedule for students, I guess I would just push for a little bit more consistency. I know that somebody mentioned that some teachers may teach later, and I think this is a difficult time for everyone, and so taking into consideration that people have multiple children or work obligations, if we could, even if you said it's 8 to 3:15 every day, that we would need our kids to be available, I think even that would be helpful, but as much clarification as we can get around the scheduling piece, I think would be important. Thanks.
I'll agree with Trustee Proctor. I think, obviously with SPED, we need to do a better job at making sure that our teachers and everyone else is listened to and addressed. We just need to do a better job. So I think we can do that. I hope we can do that. Couple of just questions, just wellness. Winnie, thank you for the presentation. I actually think when you think about everything that's been going on, and I just think from like my own kids in some ways, I think, the mental health of our students is going to be very different when they come back, whether they're still in distance learning or hybrid. And I think, the other fact that we are hiring a counselor for every single school, it really, I think, will help, hopefully. So I'm glad that you sort of laid those things out in terms of mental health, the aspects there. One question, just beyond the SPED and the one public comment about the sort of the work schedule and the work window. I never asked this before, but we have some schools that for kindergartners are half days, and then just I think at 1 or 2 that are full days. When we're looking at the MOU, and you consider the 4 hours for the kindergartners who are going to be going to the half days of generally the 8 to 12 o'clock, I would assume that that's just like the full block, that's their 4 hours. But I just was going to clarify that, or want some clarification.
Sue, can you provide clarification on the MOU for the kindergarten?
Yeah.
That wasn't specific in the MOU. And so I think that is going to be discussed at sites with kindergarten teachers.
Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you.
Can I ask another question? Regarding the special ed curriculum and the new platforms that are going to be introduced, I assume this is new, online platforms that the students will be using as well. And so I just want to be mindful that they might need even more supports to get familiarize themselves with them. I guess that's not a question.
I'll be.
Go ahead.
Oh. Okay, I was just gonna say, I think, you know, a lot of points made in our public comments have a lot of validity to them. I'm pretty concerned. I feel like we have a lot of work to do still. You know, these are students that have more needs, and so they need more support, and we need to do better.
I'll jump in. A couple of things. Start off with wellness. Just thank you, Winnie, for the presentation and for you know, just the focus and emphasis. Really important always. You know, to be focusing on the social emotional needs of our kids, and particularly now when there's so much going on and so much uncertainty. You know, I felt like it was a comprehensive overview, and it was clear that there's been a lot of planning and intentionality and variety of stakeholders involved. So also really grateful that we have, as you mentioned, the additional counselors. Obviously we didn't anticipate this, you know, but it's great that we have that additional support. You know, I'll echo what some of my fellow trustees shared around kind of the special education piece of things. You know, I'm thinking about when we started receiving updates around the general education curriculum, and just how many presentations we've received around what that looks like and the depth of that. This idea that we're planning with the students with the most needs in mind. And that didn't happen with special education, and I'm not sure why. And if there are ways that we can better support the work as a board, please let us know, because that has to be a driving force in the work that we do. And those are the students, you know, one group of students in our district who we should be planning with first. And so when I think about kind of the plan that's been rolled out for general education and curriculum that's been decided, and we're only now getting to that point with special education, and you know, that was settled so planning could happen, and Google Sites were set up, and you know, folks have been working on development, and PD and training was planned, and you know, all of these things were already in place. And you know, to hear that that's not in place for our special education staff means it's not in place for our students, means, you know, they're already, you know, had additional needs and needed more support. And instead of that, I feel like we're giving them less. I'll say too that you know, special education's complex. We all know that. That's not a surprise, right? It's not, in the same way we've talked about a lot of complex things tonight, there aren't simple solutions. And so, you know, things like hearing that inclusion team hasn't, and I understand that nobody can be made to come back. And I don't even know if that was an option on the table, that folks said they didn't want to, or if it just wasn't an option on the table. But to hear that that team wasn't meeting, or that there wasn't a focus on that, knowing that that's something that specifically called out in the audit, knowing that's something that we said we wanted to prioritize, and knowing that because we don't really have a plan for that, I'm not confident that, you know, that's going to be a robust program moving forward for our kids in the fall, which again, you know, these kinds of things, while we heard from teachers, we heard from, you know, one parent, probably because it's almost 2 a.m. You know, at the end of the day, this is impacting our kids. And, you know, I'll just reiterate that if there are ways that we can better support this work, then we need to know that. But where we are now, we really, I feel like, need to step on the gas. And you know, there are school sites that are starting next week with their PD and training. And if our special education teachers don't know the curriculum that they're using, how can they be involved in those conversations in meaningful ways? And that's just really not fair. So we can't turn back the hands of time and redo summer, though I wish we could. But what we can do is make a concerted effort to prioritize these things and ensure that we are building out a robust program for special education as our ed services team has built out for our general education teachers. And that we have teachers feeling as well supported as we've heard our general education teachers saying that they're feeling.
We do have another special education presentation if you wanted to roll into that.
I'll just say that I honestly think that we should agendize it for the next meeting or another meeting. It's almost 2 in the morning. This is really important. We want people to be engaged, and I just don't think that it's the right time to do that right now. I don't know how everyone else is feeling though.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings because I don't want to put it off, but I also know it's 2, and I feel like nobody is going to be able to give it the attention that it needs. I feel like I don't know what our meeting next week looks like already. I don't know how packed it is. If it is really packed, I would recommend that we add another board meeting to address some of these topics that we can have pushed a couple of times, or because I don't know how else we're going to get through it, and we're going to continue having these discussions at 1:30 in the morning, and that's not, not fair to our special education teachers and families to be talking about special education at 2 o'clock in the morning and expecting them to wait for that.
Your next meeting is not as packed as this one was. This one had some very heavy items.
Okay, so if we add this and PIP, I think we need to move those things up further in the agenda so that they don't continue to get pushed if they fit. Otherwise, I would say we should add another meeting.
Okay, well, let's take a look at that when we can actually think again tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so we have PIP, we have summer school. Right. If we do SPED, we have bond. The question, are we doing SROs again? I don't know.
Doing what?
SRO.
We will have the SRO contract, and then you will have your resolution.
And we have the cleaning piece.
Now, and you do have your guest coming. That's correct.
It's, I don't know.
So I am going to propose that we do postpone that agenda item. Uh-oh, my screen froze. I can't see anyone.
But we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I motion to postpone item 7. Hold on, sorry. I'm sorry, item 8.3. Do I have a second?
A second.
Roll call vote, Trustee Chin. Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yeah.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Can't hear you, but I know you're saying Trustee Watkins, yes.
And a yes for me. So we will be postponing that agenda item, and our next agenda item is Board member statements and requests for future agenda items, which I think we just discussed a little bit right now, but is there anything else that folks want to add to this piece?
No, I'll just make the statement that I think that, you know, we probably need to look at the agendas and think like, you know, I think we kind of could have expected that we were going to go late this late, and we probably, I mean, really should have continued this item earlier. I mean, I feel bad. It's 2 a.m. I'm sorry. Just, it's, you know, maybe not thinking right, but it's just, you know, I feel bad for all the people who are sticking around with us till this point.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Future meeting dates are listed for us. Move on to adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote. Trustee Chin?
Yes.
Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And a yes for me. The motion carries. We're adjourned at 1:58. Thank you for hanging in there with us, folks.
Thank you,
Have a good night.
Night.